Good afternoon and welcome back to the Singapore Comic-Con Online at Asia Esports Festival Dota 2 Community Tournament, brought to you by Elysium Esports and GG NORE. I'm Hades, and of course with me again, Perma Sneeze. What's up, dude?
Hello, it's great to be back with you.
Had a good night's rest?
But it doesn't matter. We're here with Dota, and it's going to rejuvenate us all, right?
Exactly. I mean, after all, I know you guys were DJing on Friday night, but here in Singapore, just as we were starting to wake up, it's nice and windy outside. Just in case you're tempted to go back to sleep, with the wonderful breeze, I would say, nah, wake up, grab yourself a drink, get some lunch, tune in right here on twitch.tv/esports entertainment Asia, all across on YouTube or Facebook, and of course, brace yourself for the amazing Dota that's to come today.
Yeah, we already had a full day yesterday of 8 teams completely duking it out, right? We saw storms, we saw close matches, we saw hype team fights, a lot of teamfight heroes being picked, and what else can you ask for in a tournament? And today we're going to have 8 completely fresh teams on the other side of the bracket. They're going to duke it off for the remaining spots in the semi-finals.
Exactly. So run me through very quickly a recap of day one. Like what happened?
Okay, so round 1, we saw 4 teams get knocked out. There was a pretty close game in between the two really high-ranked stacks. I think it was NFT and Stonks. In the end, it was the excellent Fixer stack that ended up proceeding. And then on the other side of the coin, it was just Storms all around. And then at the last bit, I think it was Pepe Frog, who even though they had a Ama the F impersonator, or rather fanboy, they didn't manage to make it through, mostly because they didn't get Timbersaw the second time around. And then on the other side of the coin, I think it was Kali that ended up taking it over graduated washed up players. So we have our first 2 semi-finalists. Semi-finalists? Are they technically semi-finals?
Technically.
Quarter-finals, semi-finals, right?
They are the semi-finalists.
Yeah,
and
so
just to quickly stop you there, I mean, technically, even if they didn't get Timbersaw, they did get his favorite hero, which was the Razor.
yeah, so no excuses, okay, but everyone, of course, still played a really great game. And, of course, for all the participants, both today and tomorrow, as long as you participate in the tournament, you get free complimentary game time at New World Carnival. So New World Carnival is a VR experience center. I guess you can call it a VR experience center, right? And you can go there and just all those things that you see in the videos that usually are like too expensive, or you worry about the cost, or you worried about you got free game time. You can try it for yourself and then test for yourself whether it's really worth going. But I for sure want to give it a try. What about you?
I mean, I don't think I get game time because I'm technically not participating.
Obvious, man. Can someone call New World Carnival, hook this man
can we
up?
work something out?
Yeah.
But I mean, this is something I'll probably I'll message like Nat later on. I mean, after I've been talking to him, and he's been wonderful about bringing New World Carnival on to sponsor this tournament. And of course, I just want to quickly point out the VR experiences. I just want to clarify something as well, just in case some of you guys in chat just starting to tune in. Do share the stream with your friends. And yeah, every single player, like Perma mentioned, are getting VR time. I know some of the players, were a bit excited for it actually in the Discord.
Yeah.
The players Discord, they were talking about it. They were like asking, can we it's only just one time? Like, can we bring friends? Is it just for like one player in the team kind of thing? But I'm like, no, that's silly. Just for one player? That's not right.
Yeah.
And also for the prizes which these teams are basically competing for. $5,000 worth of vouchers at the Esports Experience Center at Kallang Wave Mall.
Yeah.
Where you think about it, first prize alone, that's about like $550 per player.
Yeah. By the time you split it by 5, that's like what you can fix half your setup already. You imagine if you get those vouchers, you upgrade your setup. You already play so well with your current setup. You upgrade already, you might as well go Southeast Asia DPC, right?
Just like that?
Yeah, the road is ahead. Just go take only.
Oh, you're gonna make the Esports Entertainment Asia people very happy because they're like, yeah, if you buy stuff from here, you definitely can win.
Oh, really? They always say get gaming chair win games, right? Yeah, a lot of gaming chairs you can test out.
Need to know which gaming chair people are using, and that is true.
Yeah, I mean that one. Let's take it off. we can actually go try it for ourselves at Esports Experience Center.
At Esports Experience Center. Yeah, I do believe they have the awesome Marvel massage chairs over there.
Yeah, I saw. I was damn I didn't know that existed. That's like some really grandmaster.
Apparently they are cheaper than the like those cheaper than the those big clunky massage chairs, the one which look like alien like pilots like spaceship chairs or something.
Oh, those are a bit too much. Those feel like you're in a flight simulator or something.
It basically looks like that giant chair from Ready Player One. That big, big round one. Yeah, but I'm glad we moved on from those days. Obviously, gaming is the future. That's why you guys are here on this stream, and we are very happy with that. Okay, so there's also just a quick mention, Barracudas versus Bada Bing. Any Bada Bing fanboys in chat, please, someone please clip that her fans are playing in this tournament, and they would like to, they would like, they'd be very happy if she would just come and say hi to them.
Honestly, I'm just glad that they didn't put. I mean, we're seeing the draft now, which we'll get into very shortly. But I'm just glad they didn't put anything, there's, if you're a fanboy, you can really kind of come up with some really nice fan posters and stuff like that. You know, those fan edits that you see on TikTok and stuff like that.
Yes.
I'm glad they just went with a respectable picture of just a nice
cat.
little cat.
It could have been an unglam.
It could have been like heart shapes, like the crappy edited, like.
Or the really creepy ones, which like the dudes in the closets, like that miniature creepy shrine.
Meanwhile, all business on the side of Barracudas, they got like a nice little clean, typical logo.
It actually looks like a team logo. Like I'll give them that. It looks like a varsity logo.
Yeah, like a sports team, like
exactly
some collegiate type of thing.
But it kind of reminds you of like Barracudas. What's a water sport? Like a water polo Barracudas kind of thing.
Yeah.
Or like,
yeah, that's a good one.
It kind of looks like that. So I give them credit for that. Like this is how far we have come as a Dota community. Back in the past, we either had 0 logos or we had basically very disrespectful logos. But like you mentioned, we are in the draft at last. Team Bada Bing on the Dire side versus Barracudas on the Radiant. And clearly there's a Leopold fan. Do you know who's Leopold? The legend himself.
If he doesn't pick Undying, I'm just gonna be disappointed. It's like if you make your
oh my god, yes, that would be amazing.
It's really like Undying.
But they have Weaver Jakiro already.
Ooh, okay.
Actually, Weaver is the highlight, right? I think we saw it like 3 or 4 times yesterday.
The bug's just so pesky. All Singaporeans know there's nothing peskier than a bug, right?
Oh yeah, that's true.
You know StarCraft when they
the Zergs, right?
Yeah, it's like you see already, you just want to whack.
Yeah.
You want to whack your own screen. I see Weaver bug come out, I also want to whack my own screen.
But it's cool. It's cool to see that, in the Singapore Comic Con Online Dota 2 tournament,
Yeah.
that we are developing our own meta here.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's amazing to see this happen. So like we're starting to see a lot more of the Weavers, the Jakiros, the Tidehunters, and the Mars.
I think particularly one hero that I'm very surprised to see so much is Jakiro. Because I feel like he's a very straightforward hero, right? It's you never go like, oh man, they picked the Jakiro, our draft is ruined. He's a very stable hero, wins the lane, similar to a Weaver, and that's just kind of what Barracudas are valuing right now. I think on the other side though, Bada Bing, we talked about a lot about their team name, but I want to point out that man right there in the captain's seat, tired, is none other than Hani from yesterday's cast. If you guys were here,
oh yes,
he's the cast. He's not here today because he is playing his heart out for his favorite streamer.
Wait, hold that thought.
Okay.
I actually am not happy with him.
Because
he lied to us about we have identity fraud. I'm pretty sure of it. He's not Hani. He's actually Uncle Roger. According to GG, no, like he did mention to us yesterday that people do call him Uncle Roger. If you kind of noticed a little bit, guys, if you take away the eye bags and the tiredness,
oh come on, man!
and you take away the glasses, he actually does look like Uncle Roger.
Yeah, he needs to put on the accent a bit and like a orange
actually,
polo.
that's not true. Maybe we can ask him. We can ask him to do it later. He says that okay, guys. He apparently tired or like Hani or Uncle Roger, whatever you guys choose to call him. We're just gonna stick with Hani. But okay, so he said that if he loses in after this game, he's gonna come over in a cast afterwards. So
yeah, so Barracudas just knock them out, just do us a favor, knock them out.
Do us a favor. You just don't want to cast with me anymore. I get it. I'm too old. I'm too washed
exposed
up.
myself way too quick.
Maybe I should have played with the graduated washed up players.
Yeah, but then you have lost to Kali Kali.
No, we would have won. What are you blaming me for?
Okay.
Ouch.
Okay. Only one way to find out. I guess you have to join the next one, right?
I guess.
Yeah.
But I can't join my own tournament. I'm the organizer.
That's true. Rough organizer problems, right?
Okay, and also just a bit of context for people who don't really follow like Reddit, for Dota 2 Reddit. Leopold is this he's this wonderful individual of a human being. He's a specimen that he is literally the most shameless account buyer in Dota 2 history. So he's a herald that bought a rank like 2-digit account. He basically bought a 10k MMR account.
Yeah.
And he bought it for like 10,000 or 12,000 USD, and he kept losing. He literally has not won a single game at that bracket until last week.
Yeah, it's so weird because most of the time with account buyers, right, you don't really try and let people know that you're an account buyer. You try and blend in with the rest of the crowd, you play a quiet position 5. But Leopold, he's not scared at all. Man just picks Undying straight up and does the same thing every single game. So much so to the point that people just recognize him. So like you said, completely shameless. We're gonna have to hope that Barracudas are shameless in their play as well, and hopefully just run down Bada Bing so we can get Hani over here with us. But I don't think Hani's gonna give up that easily. He had the entire day yesterday watching all the games, so he might have a pretty decent idea about what he wants to pull out. For now, it's gonna be the gyro, and he did mention he's a position 4 player. I expect this Earth Spirit to be in his hands.
Oh.
right?
So
He
we
first
do
picked
get to
his own
see
hero.
if he is you know, is he Jerax or is he like Omega Lol?
Yeah, is he
We'll
Omega?
find out today.
Yeah.
But okay, that's a quick note as well. I actually still think that this Gyro could be a 5. It doesn't even have to be like a position 1 because to pick it up immediately against the Juggernaut, you know, they have those options, and Gyro doesn't do it like exceptionally well against like say Legion Commander, which just popped up.
Yeah.
But I was also gonna quickly point out that I didn't think they needed to let the Thailander through.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, let it get banned. I actually thought they
Okay.
could have picked it up, you know. Especially
you
when
mean on the side of Bada Bing? Oh,
yeah, but then again, you need to get 3 bans in the first round. I would have liked to see Thailander again. It's just so exciting to see a Thai.
Yeah,
the
that's
strategy.
true.
But
a bit of a different tempo, right? Because LC Weaver is not. We haven't seen a lot of LC, but it's a pretty obvious pickup, like you say, against the gyro. Homing missile, anyone gets stunned. I think the fear was that they see the gyro, even though it doesn't really match up well into this gyro, the homing missile basically forces the spin out. If not, you get set up on.
Yes.
With the LC though, you don't actually have to do that because you have to press the attack to dispel it off. Pretty easy stuff. But Venge obviously to have the swap and save for the duel.
I think it's also for the negative armor.
Yeah.
Like
sure.
actually LCs nowadays, there are some very rare matchups. This could be one of them where they actually skip like the Quelling Blade for last hits. You just go for a Blightstone.
Oh.
But in that case, if Weaver gets the Blightstone, LC can technically get an Orb of Venom. They could just run down a hero, and
Yeah, that
two
could
of
be very scary.
them tanking up a Rocket Barrage is perfectly fine, to be honest.
That's true.
Especially if there's a creep wave nearby. And the last time we saw a Vengeful Spirit supposed counter,
Yeah,
that was
really,
what was his name again?
I don't actually remember, but all I know is that it worked out terribly. Like the Venge swap just looked so low range. And
His
then
name was Lord Guide Me.
Yes, Lord Guide Me. I didn't cast that game.
This guy, I'm not sure if he's guiding anybody, but I know that maybe if you swap somebody out, I know you can swap out from Omni Slash technically. Like it's very you have
to get it in between the frame of his attack, which is like honestly as good as you are. I don't think you can really plan for that. You just kind of press the button and hope for the best. One thing I will say though is that this draft from Bada Bing is a little bit funky because I feel like the only thing we have for sure right now is this Earth Spirit position 4. I doubt it will really go anywhere else. This gyro, like you said, could be a pos 5. I don't think we see that much gyro on position 1 now. DPC especially, if you guys follow that, a lot more gyro position 5. Yeah.
Now the real question here is what are they actually going to be picking? Because now if you look at the bans, they're banging on the Storm Spirit, so this actually will be a Viper offlane. And so it's probably going to be like an Earth Spirit Viper, the green team. And ironically, they're playing the Dire. But, you know, Juggernaut Viper, there is a tiny window where Jug, with the Jug hero especially, can actually kill the Viper because you slow him down, you spin him, he actually dies very early before he gets that, you know, that passive.
Okay, I actually have a prediction, and I think that this Viper is not off lane. I think that this Viper is going to be mid, and then this Venge is off lane, and then Gyro is position 5. Because I feel like Venge, like the Venge Earth Spirit support combo, I don't know about that, and also it's kind of weird to me that they would pick their Gyro so early on in the draft. It feels a bit counterable and abusable, but we'll have to see. Right now, Bada Bing, obviously, they have the Earth Spirit front line, but they don't really have a good way of soft initiating a fight other than a roll, right? It's a lot of follow-up and not so much. I think if the gyro is a 1, he's going to have a hard time walking up to the tower and hitting it just because of the Ice Path potential coming out, and the draft feels like it's missing a little bit of oomph right now.
I actually do agree with you there, especially since if you look at, you know, obviously like the last 3rd and 4th ban, there's a Faceless one in Drought, so they kind of saw that coming, and there's a nice like distribution where you could see they banned 2 mids, 2 carries, and the final bans were Barracudas. That kind of, I would say, kind of evens out the worries drafting wise for Bada Bing. So they're pretty well thought out by Canaries. And now the tricky part is to see what they choose. Like, do they go to the plan which you just suggested?
Yeah.
Which is it's still okay. It's just that Venge offlane at times can be a little bit you're basically useless for 20 minutes.
Yeah, agreed. That's the whole thing with Venge, right? She doesn't really have a good lane. We saw time and time again, even in TI10 and like the lead up to it, Faith Beyond piloting that Venge off lane. Even he, one of the best off laners in the world, could only barely make the laning stage look okay. Right? This is a hero that doesn't really do too well, even though she does have a stun on paper and minus armor. Sounds good, but in practice, very clunky. Doesn't feel that good to pilot. One thing, really scary last pick. Puck, because this Fairy Dragon can just disjoin every single stun that they have, and it's gonna be a last pick Queen of Pain. So to face off against this Puck, historically, you know, a bit of a age-old matchup, but Puck really just negates the entire point of the dagger, of course. But then we see a lot of Queen of Pains adapt by going just max Scream and then farming up.
So okay, I do like this matchup a little bit. I like the Queen of Pain here because it kind of solves the issue of nuke.
Yeah.
And Sonic Wave can basically kill Jug in the middle of the spin. But how does the Jug against the Gyrocopter matchup work here for you? Like, what do you think?
Okay, so you still okay. I mean, I guess it is a position 1 gyro, right? Like more or less confirmed. I just don't know who's the pause for right now. But the thing about Jug is that he has 2 power spikes, right? The first one is early on in the game, level 1 to 6. And especially at level 6, because that's when you get your Omni. You're quite strong. You have the level 3 spin, most likely. And that's where you can really run people down. But throughout the early to mid game, that's where Gyrocopter has so much magic damage that do you really want to spin to avoid that? Because then suddenly the Queen of Pain is going to come in the Orchid, you get stunned up by the Earth Spirit and the Venge, and then it's just bad news. Right? So this Jug, he's really going to have to rely on his team to tide him through that mid game if they get there, because this draft from Bada Bing really capitalizes during the skirmishes at the 20-minute mark.
Yes. Or, unless Barracudas, they bully Bada Bing's offlane combo, which is the Viper and the Viper Earth Spirit, which means that they have no tempo. And Viper is a very slow hero and actually sucks from playing behind.
That's true. That's true.
Actually, I just want to quickly touch on the Jakiro part where you mentioned, like you're asking why it becomes popular. It's because technically a lot of the, it's just a great hero. It's a great tanky pulse 5 that's good at holding the lane.
Yeah.
And more importantly, like especially when you pick drafts like cores that don't really hit towers, Jakiro basically alleviates that kind of pressure.
That's true. That's true. That adds, of course, liquid fire never can be understated. Just that chip damage on and too early smoke plays. They're out to fight. Everybody out for morning smoke.
I like this smoke party. Any smokers in chat?
Any smokers in chat, guys?
Clearly not me. I already inhaled enough secondhand smoke when I was living in China. Yeah, I remember. I remember
casually flaming your
my second home. Oh yeah, I was like, oh, I can see the sun like after living there for like 2 years in, and now I'm like, I can actually see the sun. No, actually, fun fact, like for the National Day when they want to make it like clear skies and stuff, they actually fly the planes through the city.
Oh, just to clear
clear
okay, but it looks like the smokes are gonna clear right now. They're looking for Leopold.
Oh, is Leopold gonna get caught here? Yes! Why did I even bother to ask? Actually, hold that thought. Now he's let's go down. Venge Whisperer gets the first blood. A casual orb going in doesn't really do much, and I love this 5-on-5 action. That's what everybody loves. No more spin. Minji trying to get the mid laner. He pops the Fairy Fire. Pretty big here actually for the Puck. Hashtag worth it, I would say, because that means the Puck, he does get the gold. That's going to help accelerate his bottle timing, and it's going to be 3-for-1 trade before the creeps have even left the base. These guys are not just awake, these guys are hungry for kills.
Yeah, I mean, from the get-go, you really see that, right, with this Earth Spirit. Even though the level 1 Rolling Boulder is so, like, relatively long cooldown, he makes it work for him. He manages to get 3 off, and the repeated stun is just not good enough. They managed to pick off Leopold first, and really living up to a bit to his account bio name. Gets picked off first. We'll have to see whether he continues this. Okay, all jokes aside, yeah, a bit unfortunate for him. I think he was just trying to guard the high ground, not expecting the whole squad to show up like that. Ooh, suicidal squad, living up to his name as well. Just doing a little drive-by.
Spirit was trying to help to salvage whatever was left of the creep block for the Queen of Pain.
Yeah,
because when you die that early on, your TP, there is quite a significant time on the timer. And yep, it will be the LC Weaver as expected. Negative armor strat, and I think they do decent. Yeah, let's go for the Bracer, no Quelling Blade. No Blights on the Weaver.
Can get really scary though.
Oh, that's unfortunate though. No like Blights on.
I think main thing I'm going to be watching for is a sentry in the lane. We already see this Weaver over and the highlights. This is the bench weakness that we're talking about. You throw a stun and what can you do? Just falls almost. It makes it look easy, right? Just Shikuchi's over and they just hit away.
Wait, what? Level 1 Sage Mask?
Oh yeah, as in for the build straight into Falcon Blade.
Falcon Blade, yeah, but I usually thought like you want to get at least to build up into the Wraith Band, considering you are facing against a negative armor strat.
Right.
And your base damage is pretty garbage as a Gyrocopter like early on. Ever since the nerfs it's really affected the hero a lot in the lane.
I guess that's where the Quelling Blade is supposed to come in, but I mean you can't really say much about that because with the way that Quelling Blade has always been, it's such a fine balance between it just being broken and it being like not that good, right? I think we're currently in a timeline where Quelling Blade is a must-buy even on ranged heroes.
Exactly. And we've even seen like some safe lane tinkers or Terror Blades, they will go for the Quelling Blade because Quelling Blade is very underrated on ranged cores. Range carries.
I need to stop you right there. Do you just say safe lane tinker?
Man,
your pumps are real different from mine, my friend. Who are you playing with? Is this some new technology?
I just want to say that it's my friend who plays this a lot, and we actually have a 67% win rate on this Tinker safe lane. That's because I play Jakiro, and that's why I can tell you like Jakiro as a pause 5.
Yeah.
Because it literally doesn't require any mana.
Yeah, value out the roof.
And you know, in lanes where like you obviously go into mangoes, once you run out of mana, it's just spammable, and you don't even give stick charges to the enemy.
Yeah, it's
That's
okay.
amazing.
I know exactly how you feel because I'm an ogre spammer, right? I love ferrying that regen and just winning the lane for my +1.
Why are you so selfless, man?
Huh? Are you not? Wait, as in you also got mangoes. Mangoes are like the ultimate like you mango up and then that's your net worth gone. Isn't that?
That's true, but you
Wait,
know, that's
you do
why
that too? Why you?
I like to pretend that I'm not.
Okay,
Let me pretend to be RTZ like the rest of Reddit.
Right. Okay. I mean the lanes. I mean we had a pretty action-packed start, but it's starting to cool down a bit as we break into the laning phase. This LC obviously having a really good time. It's like what you said, right? The gyro, not a lot of natural base damage and doesn't go for the anything like the Wraith Band to boost it up, and just is not really doing too well on the last hit. 7 right now.
Yes, I think he would have had more kill potential if he actually went for boots, sacrificing like some items.
Oh, you mean the gyro?
The Juggernaut.
Okay, okay.
Oh, another courier snipe, but that's because he did sneak that ward behind.
Yeah, that's really nice ward.
It is
actually
a common ward that in pubs people tend to forget. But alright, yeah, but back to this lane, like because you know Jug obviously when the poisons and stuff is on you really need the boots. And Viper saw this, that's why he did go for his own very fast boots early on.
I think boots versus Jug is just so important, right? It's like what you
20
mentioned.
movement speed, dude.
Yeah, it's so slow. No, the Jug has boost now, and just to say that, getting the hits out onto this Earth Spirit, can they make anything happen? Throws out the spin, but still has to roll, but blocks it.
This actually could be a kill.
Maybe a bit of misstep there from our boy Hani, and he falls unfortunately in the bot lane.
I think it would have been okay if he just sat there and actually tried to like...
Oh, what? Kills on the other side, traded out in the top lane,
and Suicidal Squad is not suicidal at all. This guy knows what he's doing. In fact, it's Leopold who has to pay for it. But this is the happy pause fall who is like, yeah, this is my lane now. Me core now. I carry game now.
Yeah, correct. I think Weaver, quote unquote, support. Smile.
Support.
I'm supporting. Let me just take these last hits.
Support is subjective. It is a state of mind. It does not actually exist, if you know what I mean.
No, I definitely exist for Leopold right here. He's definitely cosplaying it up as this Undying. Just so dying multiple times with making space.
But CS-wise, he's doing okay though.
Oh, dude, that scared me for a bit. I saw his own recipe. I'm like, wow, he's really buying into the support idea, but it's just a delivery for his Weaver. So
that would have been pretty dope.
Yeah, that's quite funny. I've never seen Earn LC before, but that would be the first.
Oh, top lane. Look at this Gyrocopter. He's not having a good lane at all. And you know, as a Weaver that have that earn so early on, not to mention, you know, he's got 3 kills to his name. He's having a great start.
Yeah, so once again, I think just really nice emphasis because this lane, they can actually turn it on this squishy Weaver if they have a sentry in place, but we already see he's establishing such clear vision of the side where he wants to play, and Kylex, you know, just can't get the stun off on him convincingly. I don't know whether they spotted that wall, but it looks like they're fortifying here. They want to put on the pressure and dive.
I love the fortification
use. That's so much new damage from the LCQ. Even though it's just 2 heroes, that's pretty significant. And yeah,
he did choose to go, obviously, for the overwhelming odds. And I would say the next thing that they definitely need to do next is just playing around the crew wave a little bit more. You can see they're just pulling the wave aside, and it is the card wave. And Gyro, he needs to be very worried about this, because if they just decide to drag the wave under, they could get some serious damage out, but looks like they're opting not to do so. Meanwhile, in middle lane, this could be a little bit of a different story. Canaries is kind of wandering around the mid. I think he's just trying to... I like this a lot. Contesting the rune.
Yeah.
Especially the power rune at 6 minutes can potentially be a mid-game changer.
Yeah, I think a lot of supports, you know, they think, oh, okay, I'm against the Queen of Pain, I'm a Jakiro, right? There's no kill threat, but people keep forgetting how important the runes are, especially for tempo mid laners like this part, like this Queen of Pain. Time and time again, we see these heroes squashed out by the fact. Oh, and he's right there. Oh,
he doesn't have the blink. He doesn't have the blink. Why didn't the puck go? Oh, the miscommunication. And they pop the coil. It's alright. It doesn't matter. And I'm pretty sure this Queen of Pain is dead. He's actually going to die first. Canaries, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. But the pause 5 for the mid, pause 2. Hashtag worth it. Still not too bad. It's still an okay trade. Although it could have been a little bit cleaner if the puck had just phased into the orb.
Yeah, a bit of miscommunication there, a bit unfortunate. I mean, if I'm this secure, I'm gritting my teeth. But still, overall, pretty good for my puck, right? It's just a bit strange that the puck didn't commit there because it was such a free kill. The blink was already so low level, right? So once you commit that, it's more or less, a nice little dodge.
Misses the roll. Does get the kick. They are, you know, walking on the Canaries, but he is pretty tanky. And Viper, your damage is not immediate. Sonic Wave comes in to clean up shop. And of course, Minji, he has the healing ward still. It's probably not going to matter too much. The Boulder Smash comes in, and you know, Hani not too eager to come down to cast just yet. He's still saying that I'm still pretty useful. And I was actually going to comment on him. Just as, you know, I'm pretty sure he did that because he knew what was on my mind. I was about to mention, I felt like he should have been the one going to contest him instead of sitting behind the Viper.
Because he doesn't do anything, right, at this point, but he, you know, he makes us look silly.
Exactly. And actually, if not for that kill, he would have been behind on the EXP, behind that solo lane EXP Juggernaut. And now, you know, after the kill on the Gyrocopter, which, by the way, he's not having a great lane. He's, what, 0, 2, and 4. He didn't even get the kills.
Dude, I don't really understand why as in, I understand because you want to sap EXP mid, right? But the second you leave this lane and you show yourself on mid as that Venge, they're just gonna dive you. Even when you were there, they were diving you. What makes you think this Gyro can get out alive? I think they're kind of like going for like sacking their Gyro game plan, right? But this Gyro, as much as he can recovery farm, I don't know whether he can keep up with the ramp of, you know, this LC who's getting
this is a
Saturn
very good flank
Level
if
6
they
now.
can get
Has
it
the duel?
off.
Has the move speed?
Oh, look at the pings, look at the pings. They do get the duel, they're going to do the spin, they want to get the Shikuchi in. It's definitely not going to be enough damage. Falling a little bit low, they pop the healing ward, and it looks like the Gyrocopter is probably going to go down first. Trying to go for the next kill, very unlikely, but the Omni Slash comes in the nick of time thanks to the kill. But the creep wave is there, they will still get the last click right there, and one more potentially. Will they get the triple? Suicide Squad is just having the game of his life right now. It's position 4, and a very ideal trade. And of course, Minji, this opens up avenues from basically a lane disadvantage. He's now somewhat catching up.
Yeah, this is some Yatoro stuff that we saw at TI as well, right? Because if you can't win your lane, if you're getting crushed, go make something else happen on the other side of the match. And he does, he just TPs up. Even though he's level 5, he knows I have that spin, I can bust some ass, right? And then he does.
This is why, right? This is why you need to learn how to play position 4, so you know how to rotate. You have to play the other roles of Dota, guys. You can't just play one role and think you know the game.
Yeah. I mean, Suicidal Squad obviously transitioning to position 4 from carry the way he's playing right now. Just absolutely dominating. Mega kill streak now, I believe.
Do you like this item though? First item Aghanim's after the urn. Like, what do you think about the rush?
I think it's really good.
Hold that thought. Our boy Hani looks like, just as I was about to praise him, this is where the Singaporean curse comes in. Singaporeans cannot be praised. And yeah, Hani goes down. And Gyrocopter, you know, doesn't have any right click damage yet. Really unable to do anything. And of course, you know, as Leopold, that overwhelming odds level 3. Oh, misses the ice path there, Canaries. Relax, don't panic. Don't panic. And he's, if you look at the minimap, he is one hero in between, surrounded by a trio. Oh, no,
yo,
a
this bench doesn't know she's in trouble right now. She's kind of being collapsed upon.
Oh, they know.
Viper's there though.
Kylax, ice path, does catch into the Viper. I mean, he has the time lapse, it doesn't actually matter. And poop time lapses out, wasting their time. He has a Shikuchi again and 21 charges. They pop the second dust. Fairy Fire, he's not going to pop in the nick of time. So that's a huge kill streak going the way of the Queen of Pain. This is going to accelerate her farm to the market.
You say that right, but okay, so one thing, yes, a bit of recovery for Quap over here. But that Weaver just ran circles around your jungle for like a good 30 seconds. And that was 4 heroes committed. To just chase after him. Meanwhile, Minji's just having some recovery farm all nice and dandy. Now has the Javelin on his way to the early Maelstrom. You were mentioning just now about the build for this Weaver, rushing the Aghanims, and I fully agree with it. Just because I feel like the main threat from Dire is the overwhelming burst magic damage. They can chain stun you with the Venge into the Rolling Boulder, into the Queen of Pain just blowing you up. But if you can break that combo with the Weaver time-lapse on your or on any of your cores, you can turn that fight around. And that's why I think he's gonna try and emphasize on as well.
This man is clearly Leopold 4.0, living up to his name. Going for the armlet despite playing into like what the Earth Spirit who's gonna get
damage over time, right?
Oh, like so many DOTs are like 3, you know, on the way. Kind of pending until if he gets earned.
Wait, they're standing next to each other. Leopold, does he know? Is he just a genius?
Oh, he's gonna get the deal. He's gonna hold him into the backup pipe, but the silence. Beautiful silence from the Earth Spirit, but Queen of Pain still goes down, not going to buy back here. And he's going to try out the Magnetize, but the time lapse doing quite a lot of work. Now the deal comes out, but it's on the Viper, not ideal. And the winner deal damage for our wonderful friend. And of course now Suicidal Squad, this is where they try to dive. Come on, no, dive! Guys, what are you doing? This is Southeast Asia Dota, don't go back!
They look at the tier 1, they want the tier 1. Objective gaming, baby. But still overall pretty good fight for them. That was 3 to 1. Dude, managed to get
the carry Gyro still not at level 6. This is so pitiful. Support Gyro, guys.
No, why is he at the bottom of the levels, man?
It's tragic.
Yo, did he not get the tome? Who's buying the tome? Why are you depriving this man? He's suffering so hard. He even went for like an earlier kind of pressure build, right, with the Rocket Barrage level 2. Sometimes you see this gyro, and we've seen this trend more and more often, just go for the flat cannon into stats max. Just to emphasize on that farm, but he's not gonna come back anytime soon with this build.
I mean, Puck still has the coil. That's the scary part. They didn't even commit the ultimates. And look, find all the free money on the floor, you know.
Yeah, that's
So
just a bit of additional net worth. I think one thing to point out is I was talking about in the draft, you know, this gyro is supposed to hit this nice mid-game timing, but at this point we're gonna have to wait at least like maybe 35-40 minutes before he comes online. And then at that point, with the game that Minji is having on this jug, he's gonna scale up way faster with his Maelstrom.
And not to mention the so-called position 4.
Yeah, no, position 4.
Yeah, he's out-leveling the enemy gyrocopter. Like, we talk about space, but you know, even if you stack the triangle for jug, except for the gyro, until he gets like a bit more stats, he's not gonna get anything. Meanwhile,
Leopold.
Oh wait,
Oh?
not dead just yet. Very tanky boy, but that's gonna force the Queen of Pain to commit the Sonic Wave, and I think he'll be okay with that because Sonic Wave has a pretty long cooldown. It's 2 minutes of downtime.
Yeah, that's 3 heroes as well. I guess it's a bit weird, right? Because honestly,
Oh
Leopold is
no,
really the only
that's
person.
David of the Witchblade. Actually, I think if he had committed the coil a bit earlier, he might have been able to get the kill. Not to mention, Weaver was kind of lurking around, so I guess they just didn't want to take the risk. And he's already halfway through the axe, 13 minutes in.
I think there is this certain sense of kind of anxiousness when you are ahead, right? Because I know for a fact with the way that Radiant are playing, they know they are ahead. As we see another kill, this gyro just gets caught out.
How the two
No, I'm pretty sure it's the ice path into like the Weaver just going on him, and
yeah, but
he's just so squishy, right? Look at his HP.
Oh my god. Yeah, and it's level 2 bugs as well, so that's okay.
You're not gonna peel those off you. Yeah,
I guess Hani, we don't get to see Hani just yet. They're doing great so far. 4,000 net worth advantage. How's the win probability looking for them? 83%. On route, and we haven't even seen the Juggernaut show anything yet. He's basically been catching up, and he is catching up. He's actually overtaken the Viper.
Yeah, he didn't really have that good of an early lane, but like we said, once that rotated to top, the nice fight. Since then, Man's just been farming up. Man's got his Maelstrom. Man's about to pop off. We're still honestly waiting for the side of the Dire or rather Butterbean to try and make a move, and the move they will make, it's going to be a smoke. But this entire jungle is covered so nicely by the vision of Radiant. They're about to clash. They find Leopold, but immediately the return from the Chikiro and all the spells coming out. Here comes the call down onto the entire Radiant team. There's a lot of damage. They're falling low. This Puck has a homing missile on him and he catches him. He's gonna fall, actually gets stunned up. And this is a really nice move. The buyback from Kylex actually could make something happen here. The Ice Path is not enough. In comes the magic missile onto Canaries and he's gonna fall on the back end. The Weaver does get this gyrocopter, but he's gonna pay for it with his life. In comes the Earth Spirit as a celebratory roll over that insect, and they actually take 4.
I'm just gonna quickly quote myself again right there. Singaporeans cannot be praised.
Wait, what just happened, Hades? We were like, yo, it's looking
going
a bit
great,
bad.
and then out of nowhere, a 4-for-2 trade going the way of Barracudas. The comeback is real.
Yeah.
It did cost them a minimal cost though, which was Kylex and the Adventure Spirit buyback, and it's position 5. It's cheap, you do it.
Yeah. To quote Sing Sing, nothing of value is lost.
Jesus.
Really nothing. As in, that's what you gotta do on these position 5 sometimes, right? Because Venge, your game, you just need to cast your spells, get your sword, and you're okay. You know, if you didn't manage to do that the first round, he's like, yeah, whatever, I'll buy back.
I mean, if you look at the breakdown, this is when you see the gyrocopter. Like you did mention that the mid-game team fight is significantly even between the two teams.
Yeah.
But, you know, despite the fact that they actually went up the high ground, I'm not sure why Hani and his team decided to take the fight on the low ground when they could have been waiting up here to just try to go for a gank.
Yeah.
Like they had a terrain advantage, but not using it really cost them big time. And you know, not too bad. Queen of Pain didn't even have the Sonic Wave back then. She's still able to fight and maintains that net worth advantage over the Jug by 1,000 gold.
Yeah, actually, this Queen of Pain having a real nice time. We talked about it early on as well. The Scream build just helps her ramp up in that net worth even more. Most of the time as Queen of Pain, you want to go for that dagger just to get the lane dominance, but against a Puck, there's no use for that. You focus on your own game, and you know, she's top on the net worth, really shows for it. And that might be why we were seeing a bit of hesitation as well from Radiant, because there is such turnaround potential. After all, you're fighting into the gyro. That's one of the carries you don't want to run into. That call down the slow, the team-wide just being wiped out with that magic damage is still very scary at this point in the game.
Oh, and I have to call you out. Sneeze. You scammed me again.
Oh, what did I do?
Oh, you told me, man. You forgot?
What did I say? What did I say?
Okay, I'll remind you later. I'll remind you later. Don't worry about it.
Oh, now you're scaring me a bit.
Yes,
Did I mess up?
I have to make you think. I have to put you in your toes.
Okay, give me a hint. Because
Okay.
right now it could be anything. I don't know what you're telling me about.
Okay, hold on. Wait, hold that thought. Meanwhile, here comes the Ice Path. Kylax in just a little bit of trouble. Still not too bad. Okay, never mind. It's my. I was just cosplaying a Permanent Season. I'm lying on stream. Hey.
Okay.
No, I'm just capping. I'm just capping. All right, so actually for now they're doing okay. You know, Kangaroo and Stag, they're just kind of chilling for a bit. And Gyrocopter actually now gonna, I believe, complete up the Maelstrom soon. Yeah, I think he should have the Maelstrom soon. Unless he's just leaving it a casual Javelin. And did you realize the entire team fight we didn't see an Omni Slash?
Yeah, he didn't even have to expend it, right? I think that might have been why it didn't go so well for them, because the Omni Slash is such a big part of the Juggernaut standing. But I think that fight wasn't one that they should have taken. It's like what you said, right? They kind of gave away their advantage by starting the fight on the low ground, even though they had the high ground advantage. They could have waited, but they instead just kind of bait Leopold to one direction and then it just gets scattered. The LC can't get a nice duel off, and then from there it's just rough times.
Oh my god, this is the position 5 dream item.
Yeah, Canary is just chuckling a little bit right now.
You want to get that Philosopher's Stone?
Yeah.
And then you're like, come to me!
More than anything, I kind of am wishing or manifesting for Kylax to get it, because this man, not having the best game, had to buy back so early on, sitting with a medallion
But
right
he's
now.
doing 4, 4, and 6. Like, he's doing the job of Avenge, but those are the limitations of the hero until he hits that level 12, you know, for instance. And okay, they're going for another smoke gank.
Yeah, I mean, historically, the two smokes so far for this Dire team have worked out in favor for them. We're gonna see whether they can make it a triple.
He just denied it in this room.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe he just doesn't see a use for it, even but a bit strange, I guess.
But actually, I just want to quickly point out that thanks to this ward, they know that there's someone in the jungle wandering around, because clearly in the top lane, the Juggernaut has already shown, which means that this area is not safe. They have great deep vision in the Radiant jungle, but because no one has shown in the lane for basically about an entire minute now, this smoke gank will not bear any fruition.
Actually, I'm curious, Hades, if you are the side of the Dire, if you're Bada Bing, who are you looking to find in that smoke gang? Because if you catch a Puck, you kind of need to, what's your instant disable? The Earth Spirit basically has to get his silence almost immediately, or the Queen of Pain has to blink Orchid, right?
I think if I catch the Jug or the LC, that's the great thing. But the thing is, Jug was top alone, right? And
yeah,
but because of the way they're playing.
But they smoke bot, so they must have been trying to catch the LC or something, or just get the jump on Puck, right? But just not, like you said, not being able to find anything. They're still trying to set up here though. They have a Philostone of their own, but actually gives it over to Earth Spirit. This is true pos 5 behavior.
I mean, after all, just to quickly answer your question, so it's also because, you know, none of these guys, they on the dice of Barracudas, they don't realize that the rest of the team on the Radiant are actually not sitting behind the Juggernaut, if you think about it.
Yeah.
But because of the lack of vision, they don't see it. Like for us as spectators, we can see it perfectly.
Yeah.
But you know, if you're them, they don't realize. You see, this is why you don't usually show too many. Like if you can't show in the lane sometimes. For example, right, if like LC or Puck were to show mid and the Juggernaut's along top, I'm pretty sure they just beeline straight to the top.
Absolutely.
Alright, and the thing where you scammed him about, you said that Puck can destroy everything. That's not true.
Okay.
He died so fast. I like how like in that last team fight he went here and he just got caught by everything.
No, actually, since we're on that point, I want to ask you about this. What do you think of the Puck Witchblade? I am personally not a big fan of it. I feel like this Puck can be so elusive and cast his spells on so many rounds. I don't know whether he needs to be right-clicking, because there can be so many stray disables like we saw coming out. He needs to be focused on getting his spells off, like staying alive with the use, maybe with a blink as well, which is why he's queuing up. But you know, maybe the over-emphasis on trying to get out the damage with his right clicks. I don't really like this, but I'm interested to see what you think. I
mean, to be honest, I don't really like Witchblade as an item anymore for the cost. I would prefer to just build into something, say, like a Kaya Sanj or Puck, because he builds into the Spell M talent where you can actually just decimate a hero.
Yeah.
And Puck can flash on real quick, right? So like, but you see, if he had rotated more, that would have been a very different story. But the mid lane was so stagnant that it didn't even matter what item he bought. But because of the mid game scaling coming up from the Dire side, like you mentioned, they are not exactly making it this an easy Puck game.
Yeah,
you know, Puck likes to be jumping supports, right? Just like zip, bap, boop, die.
Yeah.
But we're not seeing that.
I think one thing to mention is also how strong this Death Ball is from the side of Bada Bing, right? Because once they're all grouped together as a Puck, we saw that happen. It's not even really he didn't disjoint anything. It's just he's trying to get into the fight, but there's so many stray disables flying around everywhere. He blinks his eyes one time, he's stunned. This time it'll be Radiant.
Oh, this could be pretty big. He already blinked, and he blinked into the loving arms of the Radiant, and they're like, yes, thank you for your offering. You know, like when a hot girl runs into your arms, you take it, right? Sometimes, not all the times, but sometimes.
Alright, all the times. Okay,
I'm just saying, man, some people gotta be safe nowadays. You don't know what's up.
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
Be safe, ladies and gentlemen. If there are kids in chat, I apologize, just be safe.
We live in a pandemic right now. It can't
Exactly,
be just
social distancing. Social distancing, guys. And the tier 2 tower is gonna fall, which means that the shrine is, you know, very exposed. They're gonna take that, try to shift the EXP into that gain, and that was actually the debut of the LC Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
If Dire weren't paying attention, you know, Hani and friends might just be on the losing end.
I actually think that this is I mean, Earth Spirit goes for the use first. I think much needed this game. A good way of getting out of the Juggernaut. Omni Slash, good way of just kind of buying time during the coil. Good way of just using up whoever LC wants to do, right? You just use the LC and then that's a bit of damage. Or time bot rather. Actually quite interested to see that this Gyro is still queuing up his Aghanims after the Maelstrom. I don't know whether he can afford to be honest. It feels like he needs a BKB, especially against all this annoying magical damage. Yeah, he's still going for the X, which I feel like is really greedy.
But to be fair, to him, you know, against the Omni Slash, and if a duel holds you in place, there's not really much you can run away from, and it's not like there's anybody else to tank up the damage. Like, he's already level 16. That level 18 Omni Slash is gonna hurt, regardless if you have a BKB or not. And I actually still would have preferred to prevent the Maelstrom, but I can see why you said BKB is so important.
Yeah.
Like, if this puck was a little bit more active at jumping the backlines, I would say, yeah, sure, by all means, you definitely need the BKB. But this game hasn't gone like that.
Yeah, the puck not really kind of doing conventional puck things, right? Actually been a bit quiet compared to the Queen of Pain, even though Tired fell early on and there was a mid lane advantage.
Kind of feels like he's not assertive enough.
Yeah.
And Leopold's the one who basically is making the calls. It kind of feels that way. Or actually Canaries. Like earlier on, he was the one. You see, he's drawing the lines on the map.
I mean, he's the team captain, right? So
he's the puppy. Canaries.
Correct.
Oh my god, they're like cute animals. The cute animals are ones dictating. And okay, dueling it quick. Duel, double ice path. Barely misses onto the Viper, but okay, there we go, one down. And that was the dieback. The Sonic Wave flies out, doesn't really do too much. The counter roll, Canary's gonna go down 1-for-1 trade, and that's the Omni Slash I was talking about. Here comes the puck coil, and that's gonna be a nice 2-for-3 trade. Minji gonna hold this ground into Kangaroo, and Kangaroo actually dies. Hani, we'll see you in a bit, bro. Nah, I'm just kidding. He still has hope, but actually because of that, they actually have the opening right now to do Roshan. And this will be very, very easy for them. Leopold up to 30 deal damage. It seems underwhelming, but that's not actually true because this guy has been sacrificing his life to hold people in place so the jug can shine.
Yeah, it's like exactly what you say, right? The Omni Slash coming out, and I just want to say this Gyrocopter, so squishy with the build that he's currently gone for and still going into that Agnes, it's not going to be able to keep him alive through all of this. Of course, the whole idea is that you want your Venge to be the one saving you from these situations, but it's kind of impossible when the Venge is completely next to initiation.
I actually feel like it's also partially because of his farming rotation.
Yeah.
Like, he hasn't been allocated enough resources in here. There's still a double stack in the Ancients, and I'm pretty sure about his timing, he should have gotten the Aghanims by now, because he did go Falcon Blade, Javelin, and...
Yeah, he didn't even finish the Maelstrom, right?
Yeah.
I do want to point out that I feel like that might have been a bit of just kind of not paying so much attention to the map from the side of Bada Bing. Because if you take a look at the map state leading up to the smoke, there was no one showing on any lane. And the lanes were relatively neutral, right? So what, you're telling me the Jakiro's farming jungle somewhere? Cannot be right? It's like, you don't see anybody on the map, you don't see anybody on your vision in the river and stuff like that. You have to assume they're coming for you. And in those situations, it's a bit weird as a Venge position 5 because you want to be the one to tank the gank, but at the same time you want to be in position to swap in case your allies get gone on, and in that case it doesn't work out for him.
I'm looking at the MVP of that last team fight. Sure, you know, Leopold, they get a pick. You know, after, because of this ward, that's why they went in at the smoke.
Yeah.
And, you know, okay, cool, they get one pick, and to be expected, they're running with that, that Aegis momentum.
Yeah, well, I'm not really sure exactly when was the time frame where we saw this come out, but basically, there was a point in time where this Weaver got his Aghanims, and that's probably just messing up the fight for them real bad, because this entire time, the few fight successes that they've had, they managed to burst down somebody or just do a lot of damage in a short time frame, completely negated by the time lapse right now. He's even going for a Lotus Orb, which is going to be so annoying for this Venge to play into, and the Gyro homing missile as well.
he's actually chosen to skip boots as well, which I really like here.
Yeah.
I actually would have liked the Solar Crest just for the Juggernaut, because I still believe that you would want to play to the strengths of the bugs. Like the negative armor is ridiculously strong.
That's true.
And with Solar Crest, you know, you just buff up the Juggernaut. It's really scary when like he spins, you know, he slashes even faster, you know. And anyways, shout out to our producer. He actually helped us gain us access to Twitch chat. And yes, Insignificant Me, one of the players from yesterday's in Block 1. Yes, I will sign your chest. I'll see you on Sunday. Looking forward to it. I'm just waiting for one of our locals Twitch trolls, Wilfred. He's gonna ask me to go and sign his Neku again, his underwear. Oh, there we go, Kylex. That was the Swift Slash. And Minji, you know, you can't tell that this was the guy who basically got bullied out of his lane. You can't tell that this was the level 5 Jug forced to rotate to the top.
Channeling some Yatoro or Kaguya from yesterday, if you remember him, that Ursa.
Oh yes, and there we go, there goes the duel. The squishy gyrocopter. Sneeze. Why are you here? You're making these kind of calls. You're making this analysis is so important. You should be playing.
This gyrocopter is not flying anymore. He's like firmly buried like 6 feet under. I have no idea. Like, honestly,
Satanic, he has no damage.
Yeah, even if he gets a Satanic, then who's gonna kill them? Like, they're at a point where, I mean, they don't even need BKBs, right? Because of the magic ability, and they still have this Aegis for 2. Yeah, was that the shard on LC that I saw?
It's such a pity he didn't go for the healing ward cooldown.
Yeah.
It's really strong, by the way, because
I feel like it's a very
like
underrated talent.
Very. See, because it's a minute cooldown, right? You take away 20 seconds, you've effectively reduced it by a third.
And the duration is how long again on that ward if you don't get it killed?
If you don't get it killed, damn, 25 seconds, man.
Yeah, so that's like, what, 25 seconds, you only 15 seconds
yeah, 15 seconds downtime.
That's disgusting.
Or a Quickening Charm. This is actually really big on him. I actually like Quickening Charm on Jug with the Ags. Look at that, Swift Slash, every 20 seconds.
I don't know whether he's gonna take it though, because it looks like he's sticking with his...
Oh, giving it to the puck. Giving it to the puck is actually pretty good.
Yeah, puck is not bad.
Oh, there we go. There goes the roll. Honey! What's happening, honey? I'm not saying H-O-N-E-Y, yeah, guys?
Yeah. H-A-N-I.
Yeah, H-A-N-I. This is not the EXID honey, guys. We wish it was, but it's not. We got Uncle Roger honey instead.
Yeah, we have access to Twitch chat, but it's like 3 minutes behind, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I think a winking owl, hello. And yeah, the Sonic Wave. I completely whiffed my way in that fight earlier on. The puck managed to dodge it, so still disjointing things when things are going okay.
I like how you called that out. You had to.
Yeah, I need to defend myself a little bit. Just can't. It's first game of the day. Can't go down so fast.
So well, this is so cocky though. Like Mantis style, Mjolnir, Aghanims. Like, where is the Satanic? Where is the Butterfly? You know, where is the other thing else? No, not even a shard. The Healing Ward doing a ton of work, and the time lapse from the Weaver. He is clickbaiting them right now like a catfish.
That's literally why he's not scared, right? His suicidal squad right here is literally not letting him die.
Yes. Oh, this is great stuff, and they're just actually gonna get the high ground. There goes the puck. Oh, immediately silence. That is so unfortunate. Where was the follow-up when you needed it? Very fast fingers though from the puck. Elusive Fairy Dragon, and that's gonna be the siege beginning right now onto the racks. Oh, the Omni Slash, big kill. The duel holding me in place. There's no escape, and he's just gonna sit down for a minute in the fountain, reflect on his sins, waiting for the next creep wave. They can go back in. That would be the Aegis expired, but hey, that was a massive win. They're gonna try and force it back out.
I don't really know what the game plan was for Bada Bing, because it felt like they didn't really have one. If you see a fight now,
they're holding him in place. Now they should know there's confirmation that there's no buyback on the Gyrocopter. 20 seconds downtime. Sonic Wave onto 3. Make it 4. It's gonna redeem himself. Jug goes in, gets 1. Vengeful Spirit buys back immediately, but Queen of Pain, they want to right click the Juggernaut down. Ice Path doing enough to hold people in place, but will it be enough? Just barely. Okay, Hani goes down, and that's gonna be the LC also paying for it with his life. Barely, the Radiant will hold.
So that fight, I don't know if you saw, but actually they have so much magic burst damage that they managed to clip down this Jug. Suicidal Squad managed to keep him propped up with that time lapse, but it puts him in the thick of things without a spin, and he falls unfortunately to that magic damage over time. Just very nicely fought from the side of Bada Bing, holding their racks. It started out a bit weird, right? Because you see now with this new update to the game, you can kind of see the timer on the Aegis. You know it's going to expire in around 40 seconds. This Jug, he's just all up in your face trying to get it killed. But then they end up backing off, and then they take the fight again. The Jug's Aegis actually expires midway through the fight, so that's what allowed them to take him down. And from there, they just managed to hold 8k up at this point. But it's honestly not that big of a deal. I think the game is not as bad or not as over as we might have expected.
Exactly, and despite the 8,000 goal disadvantage, I wouldn't really call it a disadvantage, but you know, 82%, actually no, the win rate is still kind of going towards the Barracudas, but I have to quickly point out that, you know, if this gyrocopter really finally gets damaged, but you know, I think he still will do okay, but he can't be the one on the front lines. Like, he has to be more patient and, you know, farming the safer areas of the map. Like, you know, it's one thing when your Queen of Pain is, like, not smoking if he's supposed to try and make a play. Instead, he's farming the enemy Ancients. But, you know, that's just my opinion. And, okay, it looks like the Barracudas, well, they're looking hungry. You know, Barracudas, after all, are carnivores.
Yep, absolutely.
They have
And
a
they,
nice
they
shark teeth.
smell nice little reference there. But yeah, predatory fish looking for prey right now. Heading over to the other side of the map, they
Oh, they
do
might
pop a
catch
scan
somebody.
down, but it doesn't.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
they
was the
catch
radiant scan. That was the radiant scan.
they
Perfect
see someone-
timing!
Ooh! And the duel
Oh.
in immediately from low pole makes it count. Tired, he's gonna
Oh,
fall
barely
immediately.
enough.
That's the highest net worth on your team.
Nice
and immediately
coil.
The coil! Follow up, this Gyro has had an awful game and is not about to get better. He falls, that's both cores down. And this could be the beginning of the end over here.
Awful is the understatement of this game, Permasneeze. Because right now, they will have to, you know, they'll probably force out the Gyrocopter buyback. Queen of Pain has no buyback, which is a complete disaster. Considering they allocated so much farm to this hero, the one casualty that turned out to be their downfall. And this will be the top lane open as well. I don't think they want to use the Gyrocopter buyback. He does not have the deeps to, you know, to wipe the enemy team.
Yeah, he's gonna come back and die once again, I think, because by the time he buys back, it's gonna be like just nice dual cooldown up. Just another few damage just for this LC, and gotta really commend Leopold. You know, he didn't have the best early laning stage, but he makes it work with that Blink Dagger. Spot on, finds the Queen of Pain with that beautiful scan in the triangle, and just unfortunate, maybe a bit too far forward from Tired, not really respecting the smoke potential, and because of that, they're gonna claim all 3 racks. It seems backdoor protection though. I think, was it Earth Spirit that ratted it out? Or
They will abort the plan temporarily, but 2 lanes of racks, you know, they've just ripped a whole new one into the poor GG NORE stack. This is after one of their 2 teams, by the way. So even if this team is knocked out, they do get, you know, new Carnival playtime, board game play, and of course there's still one more team representing our Dota 2 community partner, GG NORE. So, you know, give them a follow, guys. If you guys are from Singapore or Malaysia or whatever, and you guys are just looking for friends to play Dota with, do check out GG NORE on Instagram. You can also hit them up, join their Discord to find more friends and participate in their weekly tournaments.
Yeah, while this game is cooling down, actually I did want to mention a bit about GG NORE, because I'm somebody who's always enjoyed playing Dota, and like the professional setting that we're putting on now obviously is very different from just playing pubs, right? It's a whole new world, and I only found out about them because of this event, so I'm definitely gonna check them out, and yeah, see some of you guys there if you guys do end up joining them and playing some of the games.
Great stuff, great stuff. Do you usually play with a stack of 5?
No, I don't, because the MMR difference.
Ah, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
It's a bit, as in, we can play unranked, but then it gets a bit clowny.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and
But then again, you know, maybe with GG NORE, it might hook you up, because after all, they did mention yesterday, you know, Hani did say that GG NORE does have that focus as well on trying to give casual players, you know, let them enjoy what it feels like to play in a competitive setting.
yeah, that's something I'll definitely do.
Oh, hold that thought. Leopold, maybe not the account buy we thought, but all the spells, the overwhelming damage. Gyrocopter is just gone. And, you know, Queen of Pain will have to blink away in shame. Can't do anything. The blink cooldown is there. Will just TP out. They're not even going to bother to try. No coil. And that will be 1 loss. Does have buyback, but like I mentioned earlier on, 0, you know, real strong overwhelming deeps from the Gyrocopter. It's an Aghanim's with no item progression. He can't find anywhere to farm.
This guy has a Falcon Blade, a Javelin, and 1 Axe. Like, what does this Gyro do? Maybe if it's like, what, 24, 25 minutes in? But it's far too late for that. You're 14k gold behind, and you just... I really disagree with this build from the Gyro, because I feel like he needed to go for more cheap damage options instead of this greedy build, and he's not going to be able to keep up. This junk has already scaled so far. Even though he went for a very greedy build himself with the Mjolnir, it's just fine because he just Omni Slashes you down.
It's working out.
Oh, and in comes Lopel again with the duel, but Queen of Pain hitting back the damage, but it's gonna be the swap to save him for now, but the Omni Slash comes in. Glimmer caped up though, manages to survive. It's Kylex to fall right now. 72 seconds on the deck, no buyback, but in comes Hani from the back with the massive Magnetize, catches them all. Minji falling really low, and this Juggernaut Suicidal Squad has to scurry away like the little insect that he is. Time lapses back, but in comes the Gyrocopter ultimate, and this bug is gonna get squashed on the backline. Meanwhile, on the rest of the fight, they can't seem to find the rest. This Earth Spirit had to kind of roll back to get him, and the rest of Radiant get away scot-free, but a bit of a disastrous high ground push for them.
A 2-for-1 trade worked out amazing. Despite losing the 2 supports, I would say that's still okay. You know, I would like to think of this as a psychological factor. Barracuda is asserting dominance, like, hey, you know, we're still here, guys. Don't get too comfortable.
Yeah.
But in all seriousness, you know, it still doesn't change the fact that the Gyrocopter has no item progression. Although Queen of Pain is trying to help him transition a little bit smoother. We talked about the Assault Cuirass. I know how you mentioned that this was a like a luxury item for Queen of Pains.
Yeah.
But back to the CTY days, you know, when he was known for his Queen of Pain, the famous Chinese player.
Yeah,
like, you know,
good old days.
Yeah, when people would just instant ban his Queen of Pain only against him. AC just made the hero so much more viable. Like her attack animation's okay, her base damage is alright. And the fact that she's always going to be in front.
She's sitting at 34 armor right now, and we saw it come into play just now during the duel.
I like this play. I like this play. They're trying to force the
sneaky.
Roshan, but Weaver's up at 5 seconds, and they have the tier 2 TP.
Canaries is onto them. Don't look at the map droids. He circles it immediately. Ice paths in. He sees them. He's laying in. Yeah,
Honey.
he knows. They know what's up.
Trying to catch. The TPs are coming in. Can they contest the Roshan in time?
Is it
Maybe not.
time?
The coil. They're going to try for the snipe. Hello? They haven't picked it up yet.
Aegis on the
Puck!
ground.
Again! Puck! Why did you pick it up? Queen of Pain, he's going to get the Aegis. And Leopold, he's going to get the dual win here. Gyrocopter's down for the count again. One more time. Shards on the floor. Earthspirit. Hani to fall. That's going to be the 2-for-1 trade. Instant buyback from the Gyrocopter. And that will be the end of the team fight.
They get the Aegis, but it's a complete disaster for them because they don't manage to sneak it in time. But just spot on call from Canaries over there. Even though he dies, he manages to narrowly prevent that from being just the complete heist that it would have otherwise been, right?
Puck, he could have made the play of greatness. He could have stolen the Roche Aegis right there.
I mean, it's what we talked about this entire game. You know, no doubt he's definitely played his role, but he's just a bit hesitant when it comes to those jumps in. Maybe a bit too scared to die after that initial 15-minute fight, but always not following through on the ops. Could have snatched the Aegis for himself.
And you have to take note as well that Minji has not even committed the Omni Slash. He's already going for the Satanic. And there's a Leveler and a Penta-Edge Sword at play.
What?
He can just keep both items. He can just swap them out. You can, like I mentioned, he's going to keep both of them in the stash. Because if you need to man fight, if you need to man fight, you obviously go for the old Sanj, which is the Penta-Edge Sword. But other than that, you know, the dire side, if you're Hani and friends, you are very worried. Hani has tried to make some sick MVP plays, like the backstab early on the bottom lane.
Yeah, that fight really was all him because he got that magnetized silence off onto so many heroes. But, you know, they do end up managing to get just the 2 supports. That's about it. I'm not really sure how they can come back from this one, to be honest. But
holding on for dear life. Like, at this point, do you just say, screw it, I'm just going for the Hail Mary play, the Rapier play?
Absolutely not, no. There are some games where the Gyro Rapier is going to turn it around. This is not one of them just because of how fast he falls. Once he gets caught by the duel, he's just going to melt. So, more than anything, I think they're really going to have to leverage on that Queen of Pain. We saw in the fight that they won, it was because they initiated on her 34 armor, so tanky. Now with the Aegis, they need to try and find a way to leverage that to their advantage.
And with a Timeless Relic, I mean, I would have liked to actually just see the Aghanim straight up. It just nullifies the usage of BK, like the efficiency of BKB in the first place. But that is what we call real luxury item in the Pause 5, as you know. But okay, now they do the smoke up from the triangle, thinking about invading the base. They're even walking in. They just want to walk in straight through mid. The creep wave is coming in with the Juggernaut. So this could be a really good flank if the Dire is not careful. Look at the positioning. Why is it the Queen of Pain pushing out the lane? This is the part I don't get. Wouldn't you want to allocate this farm to your Gyrocopter?
No, I mean, the thing is, if the Gyro is there, right, they just immediately run towards top. Like they have no fear whatsoever, right?
Oh, they're just going to walk in. They put the ward down, immediate silence. But the BKB from Hani, he's going to try and roll and start initiation. But over at the backline, they've caught the Viper. The last hero you want to catch, but it doesn't matter. The swap away to safety, catching him with the Ice Path. Juggernaut pops his own BKB for short while that was an LLC buff. And trying to pop an Omni Slash, doesn't really have the mana. They're going to hold that ground. Queen of Pain. During the right clicks out, Juggernaut does go down. That's going to be a 2-for-0 trade. And not to mention, I believe Hani, he's going to get a pick. He's going to find the puck, gets the silence off. Will he be able to clean him off? I think yes, just maybe in Hani. He's not done yet.
He's not done in the slightest.
And Queen of Flame, that was a 4-for-0 trade. Wonderful stuff for the Dire. And the GG No Stack says, we fight to the bitter end.
Yeah, it's not over yet until it's over, my friends. And that fight was so awkward because they walked up to the high ground, but right before Leopold, he sees the Earth Spirit, but that's not who he wants to duel. And Hani immediately knows, pops the BKB, even though it looks a bit weird for him at first. He's just kind of rolling across. He forms this weird wall between him and the rest of his team. We see the overcommitment by the LC and the Jug all the way under the tier 4s, and they're able to swap the Viper away, keep him alive, and from there, they turn.
And right now, they're just marching down mid. They're starting to gather. And as they gather towards the middle lane to finally take that first tier 2 of the game, Outpost open for the Radiant.
Yeah, no, they're making a beeline for the tier 3s.
Oh, they're going to force buybacks. They want to force
maybe.
buybacks. But they have to be careful, right? Who has buybacks on the enemy team? Like, everybody has buybacks except Gyro. And Queen of Pain still has the Aegis, not to mention actually the Bloodthorn.
1 second, one minute rather left on the Aegis, so they definitely can try and make a push, but they don't have any other tier 2s, so they'll be happy with this. I think overall still pretty good trade, really putting a dent in the gold lead that they had over Bada Bing, rather.
Man, Sneeze, I want to say it, but I'm so afraid to jinx it. Should I
Dude,
say it? Should I say it?
Don't say it.
Don't say it?
Don't say it.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
No, all I'll say is I believe in our boy Angus.
Alright.
Is that too jinxy already?
No, we shall not jinx our boy, because
Yeah,
you know,
it's just
one of GG Nor's co-founders is representing the community after all. So obviously we would hope for the best. We want to see them progress in this tournament. And I would like to say that I'm gonna just rescind my previous comment about the Queen of Pain taking the top farm, because that Bloodthorn actually helped in that last team fight. So he's actually going to be opting to go into the Satanic, which the only part that we have to question is that why he didn't go for the 20 damage instead of the 11 strength.
I think that was just a bit of an earlier executive decision because they were not having the best game. Definitely helped him survive a bit there in the earlier fights as well. And I think it was just kind of like a adapt to the situation kind of thing. I mean, you can't really plan for,
He just got the Dream Rune as a carry on the Radiant side. This would be pretty big for him. The double damage rune.
Yeah, really nice of the puck. I mean, obviously you do this in more coordinated levels of play. You don't see this that much in pubs, but passing the bottle over just for him to bottle the DD rune for later use can really turn the tides of a fight.
But this is an interesting itemization though. I would have thought you wanted to get like say a butterfly, because there's no MKB, there's no evasion, piercing item on the die side at all. Like butterfly would be amazing here, or even a Skadi for that matter, just to deal with it. But then again, who am I kidding? This itemization's working out. I think he's happy.
I think the read from this Jug is that we've seen a very different style Jug come out, especially with this shard, right? Like emphasizing on the AoE damage with the spin shard, and also with this Mjolnir active as well, just dealing damage to whoever hits him and deals damage to him. I think it's just kind of a read that he's not going to be auto-attacking people that much, but he is going to get his spin off, he is going to get those slashes off, and that's what he's kind of building for.
And it looks like the Radiant are going to be more cautious about the way they approach the high ground.
Look at that in the inventory of the Chikiro though. That's the Philo Stone for 42 minutes paying off the
exactly. This is why this is like every position 5's dream item.
Absolutely.
It just increases the GPM, and then you get get these like surprise items popping out of nowhere. But is it actually going to matter? Like, because surprisingly, you mentioned this Queen of Pain had what, 34, now basically 35 armor, and under the tower as well.
Yeah.
That's basically 40 armor. These heroes do not have like a counter AC yet, and this is where the LCE decides, yeah, I think we need an AC, guys.
Actually, one thing to point out, Leopold not really having a lot of item progression for himself. We talked about him going a more sacrificial route, and we've seen it throughout the entire game. Even though he does have 170 dual damage, he doesn't have a lot of items to speak of. A BKB, Blink, and Armlet, that's kind of 30-minute, 35-minute mark items. You would have expected, a bit of progression from him, but not much of that. It definitely came to bite him in the back just now when he overcommitted under the towers. Like you said, the armor bonus cannot be understated, and it's a bit hard for Radiant to take a fight now, because earlier on when they approach from all angles, that's where the Venge gets a bit confused.
Oh, they caught Hani.
BKB though, but the Park has the Agonyms.
Keeping him in place, and he's just going to have to hold his ground, just wait it out a bit more. Now comes the duel to hold him in place, and this is still okay. This is what we call space.
Yeah.
Because this is necessary pressure to sort of like force heroes back, and it is working for that matter. Oh no, but the TPL doesn't have a hex to really lock him down.
There's no way you could have stopped him there, but I think just they're making the decision now. Okay, since 4 of our heroes TP, let's pressure top and play top side instead. There's no reason for the Jug to be there alone. They definitely get caught out unawares if he's not careful. So
still a very good queue though, however, for like the for the team to really walk out. It was a good call.
Yeah.
And you can tell that this is where everyone is kind of very jittery at the moment. It's very tense between these two teams. And this you can see the huge difference in mentality from the Radiant side. They went from being cocky and arrogant, like doing whatever they want, to now showing a certain degree of respect in the way they make these movements around the map. So I just want to just ask right now, what are both teams' win condition? Let's start with the Radiant.
Okay, so right now Radiant's game is a lot harder to win. They need to catch someone outside the base, because if you try and fight inside the base, the fight is way too easy for the side of Dire. They have a very linear swap for the Vengeful Spirit, can always get people out, and they have the refill of the fountain. You cannot play into that even with the time lapse. They need to try and drag someone out or starve them to the point. Where they feel like they have to come out, like this Queen of Pain right here. They need to be able to set up on these stragglers and pick them off and then go high ground once they have a disadvantage.
Oh, and it's a double card wave, but because the top lane pushed in, that'll be the range frags gone. And don't forget, this is a leveler. These buildings will fall like Lego blocks. And the fortification will be forced out, gets the stun, but can they break? It looks like they will be forced to play against the Mega Creeps. Kangaroo, okay, somehow actually doing okay. He's just so tanky. But the time lapse from Minji, the coil in place, the Swift Slash clearing up the Vengeful Spirit. Duke gonna hold the Gyrocopter in place, and he's definitely dying here. Is he gonna buy it back? He will be forced to. Throwing everything on the line. The Dire side will try to hold the base, but it's too late. The damage is done. They will be forced to play against Megas.
Ratting in the bot lane. He has taken the Rex and he wants to take.
He's gonna force them back. He's going straight for the tier 4. That's so cocky. There's nothing left at stake. Suicidal squad. He is suicidal indeed. He will be sent to the grave. An immediate blink out from the Queen of Pain. This game is not yet over. And actually over back inside the base. Gyrocopter did catch the Jakiro. Wow, what is this chaos from both ends of the map?
Really nice play, honestly, from the opponent as well. Once again, catching the Gyrocopter. You have a Satanic? Yeah, it doesn't matter when you can't pop it, right? Takes him down. The Gyro is forced to buy back. This presents a really dicey situation, but I still can't decide whether that was the right decision or not from the Queen of Pain to stay at that bot lane, but creates her own pressure and threatens the end of the game and forces all of them back.
So it's kind of like two options, right? You're like, okay, can we defend? Or they probably went in with the mentality like, screw it. Let's just play against Megas. It's better than losing the game.
Yeah.
Thinking of the bigger picture here.
Yeah. I'm just a bit worried though, because if you take a look on the side of Bada Bing, their heroes don't really do the best. When I'm talking about heroes, I mean the supports. Can't really clear out these Mega Creeps as well. Of course, not a problem so much for these cores, but the cores want to be the ones who are putting on the pressure if they do win a fight. So a bit of a weird situation over here now against Megas. And the constant lane pressure coming in, you're always going to need somebody to answer that, but that's where the mobility of the Queen of Pain might come into play.
Puck opting to go for the Octarine core this game, instead of going for like a Hex or even upgrading the Blink into an Arcane Blink. And you know, actually one thing I did think about is that there is initiation issues for the Radiant side right now.
For sure. It's just Blink Duel, right?
Yeah, I was actually hoping that Minji would opt to go into, like, say, a Swift Blink, which would actually really help. He just has to sell his Space Boots. And right now, it looks like Barracudas, they want to close the game out. That second life and buybacks on basically everybody on their team is so huge right now.
Yeah, this is where we might see the Swift Blink actually, because I understand his decision. He just wants to save buyback just in case the fight goes wrong, right? But once he gets this Aegis, nothing to fear right now. Picks up the Aegis for himself. It's Shard for the Puck and the Cheese for Jug, it seems, as well. His inventory is so full, he's running so slowly.
Yeah, he's running out of slots. I mean, just sell the Wraith Band, dude. We're 48 minutes in, 49 minutes in.
Yeah, his backpack too heavy already. He's just like,
But hey, we're not complaining. For the first game of the day here at the Singapore Comic-Con Online Dota 2 tournament, we could not have asked for a better warm-up game.
Absolutely. And it's not even over yet. Like, I wouldn't even be able to call it right now. They do see the ward that they just placed down, so they will be privy to the smoke.
They try to go for the initiation, blinking in with the BKB. They do get the duel on the Earth Spirit. Not the target you wanted, but he does have the buyback. And now the Colon's going to be thrown out under the tier 4 towers. Minji's going to get the dieback onto the Vengeful Spirit. Not trying to get the slashes. It's not there. You'll step to destroy the silence from the Queen of Pain. Sonic Wave's going to fly out, hitting only one. Kangaroo on the other hand will go down. Will he be buying back here? I think he will. Aegis from the Juggernaut expended. They hold for now. Canary's probably going to die here. And this is where the Radiant, they have to fight towards the south. Canaries goes down. 2 heroes dead. And like you mentioned, this game is not yet over.
Wait, Minji dies?
Wait, how did he die? And it looks like he was caught on the wrong end of the enemy base.
No, that was the Venge. The Venge Aghanims. She dies immediately and she doesn't have buyback, right? But she doesn't need it. She completes the X and catches them by surprise, because as soon as you die on that Venge, all your cooldowns are refreshed, and she just bided her time, waited until the Jug got a bit too cocky and swaps him straight into the fountain.
This is truly the chess game that we call Dota 2. A fight does not just happen in one location.
Yeah.
That team fight effectively took place in 4 different ways. Communication, strategy, and knowing who you needed to focus in the fight, like, accurately, was everything there at that base. But somehow they hold. And they charge down the middle lane.
Beeline for the mid. They know this is their time. They're playing against Megas. They don't have time to spare. They can't be hitting jungle right now. Game plan, all on one page.
All blinking in. They tried for the initiation.
And the buybacks immediately come out from all 3.
They run.
They have to bail. They have to bail. They can't.
They have to bail. Oh, but the duel catching the Viper in place. Macro prior to follow. This will be the dieback onto the Viper.
Kangaroo is gonna
2 minutes
fall
down.
there. I mean, that's the slowest hero of all, right? That's the one you like. If you had to pick one, that's the Viper should die over the Jug and the Queen of Pain, I'd say. Exactly. Still not the best situation for them right now. They are stuck in a bit of a 5v2, or rather 5v4 situation.
Now the question is, can they manage the waves well enough? Hani, you can see immediately going to the bottom lane, even with the Cloak of Flames.
Does he have the rolling boulder damage? The talent?
Oh,
yeah, he does. He does.
Oh, that's
15.
why.
So that's why he can actually still clear out these creep waves like at a reasonable time. If not, he's gonna be kind of like tickling all of them, just giving them a little pat on the back.
Well, Gyro, we've been talking about his item progression the entire game. He's had barely anything.
Okay, completes the SNY.
So this guy is tanky. This guy is looking, he's not looking at a race, he's looking at a marathon.
The marathon of like 60 minutes, still got 10 more minutes to go.
Exactly. So Sanch and Yasha, you know, on top of that, the status resist and
Oh,
hold
I
that
hear a duel
down,
though.
the duel. They're going to the elf spirit. He dies
Oh,
here.
Hani
2 minutes
gets
down.
caught.
Hani, that's not what you wanted to do. Choking at the most crucial point of the game in what seemed to would have been an amazing comeback. And this is Barracudas. They're going for the jugular. Hitting the TFOs, the fortification is forced out one more time. Can they finally close the game out after 52 minutes?
How do they fight without their Earth Spirit? He's their only initiation, but tired. He wants to go in on this Shakira on the sideline, but the time lapse saves him for now. Minji in the thick of things with the Omni, and the Queen of Pain dies. Does that buyback?
Oh no! This is
over.
the end. No buybacks at all. And after 52 minutes and 20 seconds, the Barracudas will put Bada Bing in their place.
What a slugfest of a game to start things off. What an absolute slugfest. I mean, ultimately, even though Bada Bing don't manage to kind of close out that game, we saw moments of brilliance from them. From almost everybody, right? Kylex just kind of surprising them with the Aghanim swap. You know, this Gyro was having just has to be one of the worst Gyro games like I've seen in a while. Like, had such a struggle early on. Look at his net worth; it's really atrocious. But he still manages to kind of almost pull it back with his team. But ultimately, no cigar. You know, they managed to get the initiation that they need onto Hani, picking him off. It's what we said, right? Just find someone outside of base, and Hani, he was right there for them. Just free pickings.
I mean, I would have actually loved to see this in a best of 3 format,
For
but
sure.
unfortunately not, because you know we do have other games in Block 2 that will be played today to decide who makes it to the semi-finals. And not to mention, you know, just to quickly touch up one more time, is that Queen of Pain really didn't assert enough dominance in the mid game despite having good timings. Like, you know, we saw so many times they won fights without Sonic Wave. You had a fast orchid timing, which you couldn't transition into, you know, more space. And this Gyrocopter honestly had the worst game. You can see it right there in the net worth reflected 19.2k. That's not a lot for a 52-minute game.
I mean, you can't. I guess we can't rag on the Queen of Pain too much, right? Because she really did her job. But I think there was a bit of an identity crisis going on. I think that's what you're alluding to. Because she's like, oh, my carry's having an awful game. So do I need to go right-click now? But then she's thinking, oh, I'm the carry now. So I'm just going to play a bit more passive when she's the only one that can really make moves happen on the map. And we didn't see that come out. And that's what kind of gave Barracudas the space to make the counter plays that they wanted to. And the smokes as well. And they come out on top. They are going to go into the quarterfinals later on today.
Exactly, and you know, really well played to these teams. You know, GG NORE, the Bada Bing stack. You know, even though they lost, you know, these guys still get New World Carnival playtime. So thank you for participating in this tournament, and I hope you guys enjoyed that cast. Because don't forget, you can also follow Elysium Esports, GG NORE, and Esports Entertainment Asia on their socials. I'm Hades Cast. This is Perma Sneeze. We're gonna take a quick break, and we'll be back shortly for Game 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, and this is the Singapore Comic-Con at Asia Esports Festival online Dota 2 community tournament. I'm Hades, joined by the wonderful Permesnes, who did not throw a game to stay here in cast.
Someone else who did that is going to be coming very shortly, though.
Yes, he did tell us he'd be here by game 8, which is basically the game after this. And okay, here we are. I'm just going to cut to the chase, as we did take a while to get the place set up in the lobby and everything. This is a very highly anticipated game because we basically have a very, very high MMR battle.
This is the match of the day. Like
Really?
I'm just gonna come out and say it. This
Why?
is without a doubt match of the day. You have DPC players, you have high-ranked streamers. What else could you ask for?
Exactly, and we have basically 2.5 of Nigma Galaxy,
Yep.
where you have a bunch of Singaporean veterans, some that have played at TI on a major level, and of course in the western regions, like Miracle has played for Complexity before. He's played around a bunch of Southeast Asian teams. Pelosan as well, most notably, he did stand in for Quincy Crew at the Singapore Major by One Esports. And X Freedom, well, he's already played at TI with Team Zenith before. And just a bit of insight as well to the other two teammates, Insidious C, Insignificant Me. Other Singaporeans who are also pretty high up, and I believe at some point were even playing Tier 2. And they are very experienced players. This is a very, very experienced stack.
Yeah.
But maybe you can tell me more about Glap Glap actually.
Yeah, we're not there yet, so you just have to bear with me with the names. But Glap Glap, basically a team made out of some of the streamers and some of the high-ranked MMR players. They are basically, once again, we've seen this yesterday, we see it here again. It's kind of the veterans versus the up-and-comers, right?
Yes.
So most notably, I think it's J-Dog. He's a streamer and an off-lane player, 7k MMR. I think, I'm not sure where he ranks on the leaderboard, but very high MMR player, obviously. And he is an off-lane specialist. Plays a lot of annoying heroes, most notably Brewmaster, Timber, and Visage. So definitely going to expect that to be coming out. I think the other more notable player is this guy called Diamonds. I'm not really sure which one of these IGNs he is. I think it's Mood. So we'll have to watch for him, but I believe he is a core or carry player. So the rest are just kind of like a regular stack that they all play with. They're all pretty highly skilled and they have been playing together for a while. If I remember correctly, you did mention that this is a stack that always kind of plays up against these other really high ranked stacks.
Yeah, they have not exactly found I would just to cut it down. They do, fortune does not favor them.
Yeah.
Like, it's not the first time I've seen them like in a tournament, in the early stages of the tournament especially, they end up queuing into one of the giants of the tournament. Like, there is no surprise. Glap Glap is basically on the other end that by somehow, the fate has decided that these guys end up on the opposite bracket of the Exile stack. Which, because if you guys didn't know, that Chinese name, that Xia Kong, that guild, these guys are all in the same guild of Exile. So these guys, they're already
Yeah, they're all friends, right?
There's some fraternity like going on kind of thing over there, some bromance. And with Glap Glap, you mentioned that J-Dog is an offlane specialist. I'm assuming that the Brewmaster, the Night Stalker, would just respect bans to him.
Yeah, they are very completely unsurprised, because if you want to stand any chance against beating J-Dog, like, you just ban his Brewmaster, right? I mean, obviously, he's not just the Brewmaster player. A lot of other things he can pull out, but we'll have to see. I think one of the biggest things is that, just to wrap up on this whole rivalry situation, we talk about how they always face up against these high-ranked stacks. But that's because I think they're worthy, right? They can most definitely put up a good fight, and that is why we're all here to watch this today. It's going to be an epic match to watch, for sure.
I mean, young blood, they have to face off against the current veterans or current pros to kind of, size up where they're at.
Yeah, you really need to prove yourself, because you can't just come in and like, you can't be the next big thing without beating the previous big thing.
Exactly. Right? I mean, it's not like you can join a tournament and just expect to have it like smooth right to the finals. It's never like that. You have to expect, you have to like factor in these kind of situations where you're just not gonna have any luck. So first, but regardless, I would say if they overcome this test, if Glap Glap
this is their biggest test, right? This is their biggest test, without a doubt.
Because if they overcome this test, it's actually really big for them. It sends a message to the Singapore community that there is fresh talent in Singapore.
For sure. I mean, regardless of the outcome of this match, it's really cool to see so many high-ranked stacks, right? Because these players showing that there is talent in Singapore. Whether win or lose in this game, one thing's for sure, they're going to put up a good fight.
Exactly. And, well, one thing to mention, even if they do lose, they're not going to walk away or stay at home with nothing. They still get VR experience, time, and, of course, board game gameplay for an hour at the wonderful Somerset outlet of NORE Carnival. Shout out to them for sponsoring this tournament, and of course Esports Entertainment Asia, GG NORE, and Elysium Esports for organizing this. And one thing to also mention about Glab Glab, these guys, Babs, I do believe he's also a mod on or like a VIP on X Island stream. So
Yeah, they're all just friends, right?
it
A
would have
whole
been
bunch
really
of
it would have
pals.
been really fun if we saw Glab Glab play against the X Island stack just
Yeah,
for
for
just
sure.
for the memes.
Yeah, but we're not going to see that. This is still pretty good by itself, though. Glab Glab versus Gambus over here. Let's get right into the draft. We didn't really talk a lot about it, but Snapfire Mirana picked up. That probably is the support duo. Very strong. Stuns, not any real direct disable, but just a lot of nice setup. Along with the Faceless Void, the typical Mortimer's Kisses and Chrono combo, and of course the J-Dog, we were talking about it. His Timbersaw comes out. On the other side of the coin, a bit more of an unconventional draft. Enchantress, which we haven't really seen a lot picked up in these games so far. I don't think we've seen it at all, actually. And Wind Ranger, this is presumably the support duo, a Queen of Pain as well. We saw Tired really pilot that to success earlier on. And a Bloodseeker, this could be an offlane or a carry, still undecided.
I mean, the draft, I would say, actually looks to favor Glab Glab at the moment. Gambus, however, seems like they have a lot of faith in their experience and mechanical skill, because you can tell, they picked Enchantress, Wind Ranger, Queen of Pain, Bloodseeker. These guys do not exactly scale into the late game too amazingly compared to a Faceless Void, like who I believe it was you who mentioned yesterday that a Faceless Void, one Chronosphere can actually just turn things around. But imagine if a Faceless Void has a great start.
Okay, so Faceless Void having a good start is one thing, but I will say that for both of these teams, regardless of the start or the mid game, it's a very high execution draft on both ends. These are not drafts that really play themselves. Don't have straightforward stuns into one another. You always have to get that nice setup or individual outplay and stuff like that. So we're bound to see some really sick Dota coming up. I'm interested to see what the last picks are, because I'm pretty sure Glab Glab, they're going to look for this mid in the last 50 seconds. And for Gunboost, it could be an off lane or position 1.
And we're also thinking, do we want to see this as a Wind Ranger core? Are we going to see this as a 4? Do we put a Bloodseeker in the off lane? And Gunboost, these guys, bros for many years, and veterans of the Singapore Dota 2 community. You want to put a Bloodseeker in the off lane. Do you who do you put against the Faceless Void? Who do you get against the Timbersaw? There's so many questions yet to be answered. But Glab Glab, they say, nah, no more speculation. We're gonna pick up the Storm Spirit mid. No surprise there. We saw that coming as we didn't need the mid hero, but now the Medusa comes into play. Medusa into Timbersaw. Is it?
I think it's not the
yeah,
worst.
it's a miracle mid on Mizu on the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, so Insignificant Me, like you mentioned, the veteran offlaner, he's probably going to pilot that Bloodseeker in the offlane, and I think, is that Insidious on the Wind Ranger? Most likely our position 4 over here.
Yes, it's definitely a pause for Wind Ranger. So, also a bit of a shout out to Jia, the J Army, the Jia Army.
Yeah, I saw that.
One of Singapore's highest MMR female players.
Top 200.
Top
no, just one of Singapore's highest MMR players.
I think she got to top
period.
100 at one point too.
Yeah.
Like, she's very high up, and that is really outstanding to show that it doesn't matter. Gender does not discriminate in esports, which is amazing to see. And hopefully we can see her play in a tournament the next time. Hopefully maybe she'll join the next one.
Yeah.
But alright, the cards are on the table. Is there a draft you're favoring at the moment?
I gotta say I favor Glab Glab just because of the fact that their draft makes a lot more sense. Like right now, I don't see what Gunboost are going for. Obviously, it's a Medusa draft, right? So they're gonna try and play around her, buff her up. It's gonna be the Enchantress with the Solar Crest, that kind of thing. They all want to play behind her. But once again, like I said, high execution on both ends. It's gonna be really interesting to see how they pilot this, because obviously I'm not nearly anywhere high skill enough to see how this perks out.
Alright. So, the upcomers versus the veterans. Old school versus new school. And, I'm not sure about you, but the last time I watched The Last Dance, old school won. But I'm hoping for an upset, because I like to believe in the underdog story, just because I watch too much anime, too much for my liking.
That's true. Always like to see the come up. But since you threw that question over to me, I don't really have an answer. But what about you? What do you think draft-wise? What do you think both these teams have going for them?
I know you mentioned that this is high skill drafts, not easy to land stuns. But I would point out that in terms of team fight, Glab Glab feels like they have the advantage because of the Chronosphere. It's easy setup. For Snapfire, you hold people in place. Storm can easily hit the back line. And it's not like you can hold a Storm Spirit too easily in place. Because of the lack of stuns, which you already called out. There's just no reliable way to disable that Storm Spirit if he decides to be annoying and if he gets to that point. But the question is, can he get to that point against the Queen of Pain?
Yeah, the one key thing over here is the Rupture, right? It really grounds these otherwise elusive cores in Faceless Void, Timbersaw, and Storm Spirit in place. As much as it's not exactly a disable of sorts, you don't want to be moving around with that just because you don't have the health pool to survive it. I'm interested to see how these lanes will play out because, like you said, they pick a Medusa into a Timbersaw. That's not necessarily the lane that you think will threaten the Timbersaw a lot, but with the Enchantress backing her up, they might just have something to say about that.
And this is how you know it's a high MMR game, by the way, because that's where all the voice lines are coming in. No voice lines, no high MMR Dota, because Dota is pay-to-win game, you know. The more you spend on your cosmetics and stuff, that's how you know you're definitely a good player, Kappa.
Kappa. So are you a very good player, Hades?
Oh no, I'm not. Clearly I don't spend enough on the game.
Unfortunately, X-Freedom actually walks up a bit close there. Could have gotten himself in a bit of trouble. Didn't have the vision, but not scared of anything right now. Once again, for those of you who don't know, X-Freedom, Polosan, and Miracle all part of Nigma Galaxy, so an DPC team. So it's basically DPC, Old Guard of Singapore, Dota, versus the up-and-coming. I guess in this case they're the underdogs.
They
right?
have to cut. They're cutting it real close. I'm not sure if they have a DPC game on today or tomorrow.
Yeah, that'll be a bit dicey.
That'll be very tight with the schedule. Not to mention because tomorrow is the semifinals and the finals for this tournament, which is live at the Esports Experience Center at Kallang Wave Mall. So if you are in Singapore and you want to watch some amazing Dota 2 gameplay from your local players, aspiring pros, streamers, and whatnot, or even casuals, you just want to have some fun, drop by the Esports Experience Center tomorrow 12 PM and catch the action live. So well, the bounty units have been taken up already, and
typical 2 for 2, no big deal.
How does the Storm Spirit Queen of Pain matchup go here for you?
It's a little tough with the Storm because I don't think you can get a lot of harass out, and the Queen of Pain is never going to be silly enough to blink into you. The thing about Storm Spirit early on is yes, you can harass with the auto attacks and of course with the prop, but apart from that, the Queen of Pain definitely wins out that harass war. And especially Mizu, not really. I guess we've seen him play off lane now, and we've also seen him play carrier, of course, back in the old days. But mid, I'm sure he'll be a-okay. So it's gonna be a relatively Queen of Pain favored matchup, in my opinion. Storm though, he's gonna look to kind of push out the wave with his static remnant, and then just rotate into jungle, farm the small camp, rinse, repeat.
How do you feel about this Enchantress Medusa into a Timbersaw and Mirana? I mean,
the Mirana Enchantress matchup, very interesting, right? Because actually you would consider Mirana kind of a counter to Enchantress. Every time she brings a creep over, you just arrow it. It's free real estate. There's always these mind games when it comes to these heroes that want to play around the jungle camps early. Because do you block the camp? Do you let them take it and then you arrow it for even more gold, or just make them waste their resources, right? For now, it looks like no blocks coming out, and they're just gonna kind of trade off the sidelines, letting the Timber and the Medusa tee off on one another.
And after all, you can see that over in the bottom lane, Faceless Void not having the best time. Now he's starting to climb back into CS. For a moment there, it was getting a bit worrying. And you know, as I was saying earlier on, back to the Mirana lane, this is where it can be a bit complicated, I would say, because you don't know if the stuns are going to come out and kind of bite the Dire in the ass, per se.
Actually, I think it's quite the opposite. I don't think they're going to try and get any kills in this lane. All their focus is going to be getting J-Dog to that high level of reactive armor, and then from there he can solo the lane, opening the Mirana up to make moves on the map. Because as much as you can apply a lot of early pressure on Timbersaw with the, you know, if you just get your first 2 skills, right, pump out that damage, I think it's a lot more efficient for him to just get those levels up and become this immovable force in the top lane. Because if you take a look at the damage on the side of the Dire, they don't have a lot to really deal with him once he gets those armor stacks up.
And not to mention as well, you know, Timbersaw, significantly higher win rate right now in this current tournament. And just worth noting that this is actually the first Enchantress position 5 pick that we are seeing in the Singapore Comic-Con Online Dota 2 tournament. So meanwhile, Freedom on the Enchantress is gonna just casually pull up the hard camp, but it's a bunch of the tinier creeps. Hey, actually no wait, Anaron does catch the creep wave back in the nick of time. It will be a battle for the pull. Does get the 2 melee creeps, so tiny details may seem insignificant, but actually on the other hand, speaking of insignificant, you know, we look at the bottom lane. How is our insignificant Me Bloodseeker doing? He's
doing a-okay. Nothing much is going to amount from this because the lane of Faceless Void really not going to be able to threaten any kill against this off lane. They have a lot of nice right-click damage between the Wind Ranger, and we already saw it earlier on, right? This Wind Ranger with the Wind Run, it's such a weird kind of situation for 368 because he wants to kind of harass, but he can't really face up to the right-click damage of the Wind Ranger. And then if you do, even when it gets a bit dicey, you can just kind of wind run away and then you dodge all the little shredder shots. So it's like, okay. Doesn't really do much and doesn't really match up well there.
I know you don't really watch anime, Sneeze, but you know, this is like that typical anime though, however, that usually you would have thought by now 3 minutes, you know, in all the previous games you would have seen kills by now. But this is the first game where by the 3-minute mark we are seeing 0 kills. This is like basically that anime battle between the 2 raid bosses.
Yeah, this is literally that scene in Naruto where they pan left and right between the 2 fighting characters, but no fighting actually happens. We need to wait at least 2 or 3 more episodes before they even say a line.
Oh yeah, this is the dialogue part.
Yeah, you wait. Maybe at the 10-minute mark we'll get like 2 or 3 flashbacks.
Oh, I take that back.
You say that.
Anaron, first blood out of nowhere onto the Enchantress, and bottom lane we're just getting random kills popping up. We jinxed it. Trying gets a couple of bashes onto Insignificant Me, the 1-for-1 trade across the map. The 5s are suffering.
It could have been a bit dicey there because we saw the bash come out. Obviously, can't control that from Clown Juicer, but narrowly misses the kill on Insignificant Me, but he manages to salve up. Meanwhile, in the top lane, actually, Anaron manages to outplay X Freedom there and get a kill on him in the jungle. So pretty simple.
Oh, Miracle. He might have just outplayed the Storm Spirit, and he just did a solo kill for this Queen of Pain. Who has the blue Arcana style. It means he got the 1000 Sonic Wave kills. That is a very, very long achievement to get.
Yeah, now 1000. He's about to rack that score up even more right now. Already early dominating this Storm Spirit. It's what we said, right? This Queen of Pain definitely has the advantage as we see a Shackle shot.
Oh, would have liked the silence there, but it was on cooldown. Insignificant Me getting stunned by the Snapfire, and they do get the return kill 2 for 2. And Youngblood says, hey, don't shut us out just yet.
Wait, can I take a look at whether the Void had that time walk up? Does he have it? Oh no, it was on cooldown, because I was gonna say like that's so scary for him to hold that time up for so long, but just, you know, didn't have it up, only level 1. Actually goes for 2 levels into the bash, and that's what helps him get that kill.
And Mr. J-Dog, the faster he gets to that level 6, the sooner he can apply some real pressure, making this Enchantress life complete hell. And if you look at it right now, Mirana's actually secretly rotated to the bottom lane, just trying to sneak in an arrow here to turn this bottom lane around, make it very smooth. Here comes the setup, the cookie into the arrow. It's perfect. Execution is perfect. Now we get the silence out of the Blood Riot, but it's not going to matter. They have 3 heroes. They can dive this. We need 1 more right click. It should be enough. And over back in the middle lane again, they've got the gank off from the Enchantress, so that's going to be another death on the side of the Storm Spirit. A 1-for-1 trade, which was more worth it though.
I think that has to go in favor into the Dire, right? I think Ganbu win that very handily because your Queen of Pain is off to a fantastic start. Queen of Pain, like we talked about earlier on in that game, is a hero that really relies on the tempo. We didn't see Tire capitalize on that, but with this early start that Miracle has, he can really make something happen on the map while this Storm has to quietly like farm up. And honestly, apart from the Storm, who's going to make moves happen, right? Because you have your Timber trying to pressure solo, you can really put a dent in him with all this magic damage coming out from the Queen of Pain. So a bit scary now for the Radiant. This Storm is going to have to find a bit of assistance. And the thing is, they don't really have a lot of good wave clear apart from the Timber, right? And if the Timber is clearing wave...
Was that thought? They want to catch this Insidious Sea Wind Ranger. They need 1 more kill. Pops the Fairy Fire. Is he able to get away? He does get the double shackle. The TP out. No way! The disrespect! Doesn't he even get the overload charge in? Oh my god, it's a disaster and space created.
That is really a series of unfortunate events there. And I don't know if you saw it, Hades, while it was happening, but those 2 heroes walking side by side, I was like, doesn't this look like the perfect shackle? that looks so set up for me. I'm like, how can you not see that? It was almost like slow motion to me. But
tunneling a little bit. We like to call it tunneling a little bit.
Yeah, Insidious getting out there just by... like you say, kind of disrespectful right there, just wasting all their damn time just for them to get nothing.
This is unheard of as well, because Miracle as a Queen of Pain has already taken the mid tier 1. As a Storm, that's not ideal. But, you know, obviously on the Dire side, the experienced boys, they identified this already. You see, the Enchantress, he can't do anything top lane. He left the Timbersaw and is farming the enemy jungle to help the Queen of Pain pressure that Storm Spirit, who is so vulnerable to these ganks before he hits that level 6.
Yeah, maybe this is why they picked the X Freedom, you know, Enchantress, right? Because now this Storm Spirit is behind, where can he go? He can only rotate into the jungle and farm, but X Freedom taking that away from him. So even if he comes in, it doesn't really have much to work with. And I really like this move from Polosan in the top lane as this Medusa. Because a lot of times when you see, okay, I can't stay in this lane anymore, right? You'll just kind of abandon it. But he makes sure that he farms the small camp and the hard camp before J-Dog can get to it. Most of the time, these off-laners, we saw it a few times yesterday as well. Once you get that dominant start, you just want to rotate throughout those 3 camps, pull the creep wave over and get that early tower pressure. But now, not as efficient for J-Dog. He'll be A-okay if this though has basically free lane and free tower waiting. Good completer as well, so very tanky on this team as well.
So tier 1s are going down very fast, 8 minutes in. We're already seeing 2 tier 1s down. This is the difference in, like, I would say these, high MMR gameplay compared to the more casual players.
Yeah, a lot of emphasis on the towers, right?
There's a lot of emphasis on the tiny details. The timings are basically accelerated. Of course, we're not like, shit talking anybody. We're just talking about the difference. But
yeah, no, like it's so formulaic, right? Like they all know what the priority is. They want to get this safe lane tower as soon as possible. J-Dog secures it in the top lane, and Insignificant Me, he's here with the creep from X Freedom as well to give them the armor. The Wild Ring Ripper, buffing up the entire creep wave, giving them just a bit more tankiness to keep that push going.
And Miracle already stacking for the Medusa Pelosa, and he's ditched the lane, so they understand. See, this is just about not farming the dead areas. Both teams kind of understanding the necessities of this game
to
hit to that timing. Will they get a kill though? It's very hard. Like, we talked about the lack of stuns.
Yeah, this Storm only level 6 too. I mean, they do have a good start off to the fight with this Storm Spirit if he zips in and Electric Vortexes. That could set up a nice arrow.
And
but
Chakram.
Okay,
the
they
zip
see
in.
him. Miracle. He's gonna get gone on. Blink out!
Oh, the timing was just a little bit off by a microsecond. And this kind of opens up the Ancients. You can see that J-Dog, he's rushing to the Ancient stacks. He's going to try and clear it with the Chakram and the Timber Chain.
Yeah, really smart from him.
Is it good enough though? Is it
yeah,
going to be enough?
for sure.
Oh,
Timber has more than enough damage. More than enough damage. Especially if the nuke's coming in from the Snapfire
he gets the Fairy Trinket as well. This is huge.
Wait, this is actually huge for that. Even though they don't get the kill on Miracle there, they kind of force him back. And now, even though we saw Dire, they got the bottom tower and they're playing in their own triangle, they kind of reverse sides a bit, right? And this works out a-okay for them. Now, Ganbu only 2k gold up, not the end of the world, yeah. They put a lot of pressure. Oh, okay. And Iron actually gets Insidious out in the...
out.
Can't fix the screen but doesn't want to waste it on just the support. Miracle forced to blink out, but here comes Insignificant Me. And Iron...
Oh, the leap! He cancelled his TP!
I guess he saw the Centaur coming in and knew he wasn't going to complete it either way.
Is he going to be okay? He's actually going to be okay.
Oh no!
He's wasted that time. The blink out back to the river, and Anaron will go down, try to do whatever damage he can. Mizu on the killing spree. And it looks like Mr. Eric's Freedom thinking about playing a bit with the Timber Saw, but Timber's just like, whatever, you can't kill me, I'm cool. And Storm Spirit just goes back to, farming the jungle with the Faceless Void. I mean, he's getting towards that Orchid. He's close, he's close.
Yeah, so we see a lot of mids, right? A lot of the time when they realize they need to make action happen, they want to rush these orchids. They don't even get the medium items like, finish their power threats and stuff like that. None of that. They just go straight for the orchid. He does have a Soul Ring, so that's gonna, like you mentioned, I think we saw it in a few of the games also, just increase the farming efficiency for him. But on the other side of the coin, we see this Queen of Pain manage to, get off to a pretty good start, finish that power threats, and that kind of just makes her just that bit tankier. Let's take a look at the net worth real quick. I want to see how everyone is doing. It's Queen of Pain expected on the top of the net worth, but J-Dog leading the pack for his team. I kind of want to see this Timber make action happen because he's kind of been relegated to trying to defend with his team. Right now, he's going to be the one to push the mid in, but not a lot of tower pressure by himself.
And you will have noticed by now that while all this has been happening, Pelosan is basically safely farming the entire Dire jungle to himself. This is where we saw the difference for a tiny bit, except the difference between these two teams is very tiny. It may seem insignificant, but that's because the Dire side, they've been playing a lot inside the enemy jungle. Look at this. He's here, and even the Wind Ranger paused for, even if he hasn't been like super flashy, he's been playing around that area so much. And now they want to play, they want to go into the Timber Saw, the Raptors onto him, the Blood Ride, he's going to silence him for a tiny bit. But this reactive armor stacks, he is just so darn tanky. Here comes the Mortimer's Kisses, Sonic Wave flies out, only bounces onto one, not too far in terms of the range. And the Moonlight Shadow will be procced, no detection whatsoever. And Iran, we're looking for a Shackle. And the time dilation, not really doing too much, and they can't kill this pesky Enchantress, who for some reason as a pause 5 is playing super cocky in front of all three heroes.
Keep it PMA, keep it BSJ.
Keep it PMA, keep it BSJ indeed. Like you said, the voice line's coming in hot and heavy, but I do want to say that might have been a bit of just, I don't know whether it's miscommunication, but if you're pushing up solo as a Timbersaw, you kind of have to expect the response, right? At top side, maybe not so much because nobody wants to run all the way over there just to see you Timber Chain away. But now all the ultimates are up. They throw out a Rupture and a Sonic Wave just to get that Timbersaw, and it's well worth it, right? This is the main threat in the game right now. He's the only one who's kind of been able to make pressure for his team, and that's, the Timbersaw falling. The rest of the team just not in position to capitalize on all of them using so many skills. And the side of Ganbu, they're going to get away with it. And since we have some pause time, I actually want to talk about the team names. Ganbu is not... for those of you who didn't catch the reference in their team name, Ganbu actually refers to the Squid. We can say this, right?
Yeah.
The Squid game. If you guys missed it, it was the old man telling the main character, yeah, we're buddies now. Basically means what you call your old time friend when who you share marbles with.
So
and
the
stuff
dire side is outplaying them because of the power of Ganbu.
correct. The
It's the
power
power
of
of
friendship. Exactly. And I mean, we've seen the power of friendship work before. That's exactly what won OG and TI, right? So
Now the smoke play, I mentioned how the Snapfire Faceless Void combo is so deadly.
well, they sniff it out. They
Yeah,
sniff it out.
look at that, Queen of Pain immediately pushing out. We're not seeing the Faceless Void farm anywhere, and that's because of all this invasive vision inside the Radiant jungle. Insignificant me, even as a Bloodseeker, he's farming the enemy jungle, so they know they have necessary info. So Faceless Void, he's just gonna have to content himself with farming the dire side jungle, and this immediately. Look at that, Peloson, he's already migrated to his triangle.
I think this is really nice recognition from them, right? Because they placed that X Freedom position 5 dream come true, just bring the creep wave to your carry. But they placed the ward inside their own jungle, mostly to help Peloson hit multiple camps at once. But it's not so much about what you see, but what you don't, right? The only place that their wards didn't cover is the triangle, and you see a missing Mirana, Snapfire, and a Void. Are they all sitting in the triangle farming? No, there's no way that's the case, right? So even though there's a ward there covering him, and technically he should be safe, he considers the smoke and sniffs it out, bounces away before they can catch him. And Miracle just having a pretty clean game so far, not under threat at all, top of the net worth, just narrowly above Peloson, and yeah, putting on quite a performance.
That 3-man counter smoke, just not really showing much. They smoked back into their jungle to try and chase heroes off, and I think that's going to be the end of that story. Oh, Aneron, however, that Orchid Silence looked like he's going to be the main casualty. It will be enough damage. Mizu on the mega kill streak, so that's going to be 1 death, but not the biggest loss considering the Faceless Void managed to escape unscathed.
Yeah, so speaking of the Faceless Void, quite interesting to see that we have not seen the Chronosphere come out just yet. He's had it for quite a bit now, 40 minutes in, still no Chronosphere. I kind of get it because there isn't a lot of damage outside of the Mortimer's kisses, but I would like to see them make a play. I guess that's what they were smoking for just now, but it feels a bit passive from him, and the rest of his teammates can't really do anything, especially with how squandered the Storm has been throughout this early game. It just feels like the moves that the Radiant can make are so limited right now.
But that's not entirely on them. The dire side have been amazing at playing the map really well, like really well.
Yeah, between the wards and just farming in the right places and sniffing out ganks and stuff like that, they just know exactly where they need to be, right?
Yeah, I always love seeing whether it's like an Enchantress or like a Chen, just go inside the enemy jungle and just use the creeps to gank the mid. That's always so satisfying to watch.
Yeah, it's not something that's easy to pull off as well, so very nicely done from them so far. This is a bit strange, but I guess they popped the Moonlight Shadow to try and save the Storm Spirit over there, but still gets picked off by Miracle. Gets the Orchid jump onto him, I assume, and blinks out to safety before he can get arrowed. Very nicely done from him.
And Moonlight Shadow is not going to matter because, to these experienced players, they always bring detection. And at best, it's going to give you movement speed. It really doesn't offer much. The cookie away to the east, it's going to be okay. The Orchid Silence. Now they pop the Rupture. Well,
they want to run under the tier 2. That's still
a bit of a tricky
dicey,
situation.
Right?
The Faceless Void is here. They're looking for a catch, but there is no catch. Like, where is the catch? Because, if you look at the Faceless Void, he's literally their only catch.
Yeah.
So
I mean, apart from a lucky arrow, right, which once again misses on X Freedom as she jukes it.
Yeah, we talked about lack of disables on the dire side, but they're also really elusive.
Don't be mad, he says, and I can't imagine how they wouldn't be, right? Because they're up against, just such a... It's not even necessarily an elusive draft, right? It's just that they don't really have a lot of catch on their own. We've seen time and time again this Enchantress just dance around and just not be afraid of anything at all. But Clown Juicer now, he's finished up that Maelstrom, his farm is going to start ramping up. Hasn't been sitting too pretty in terms of the net worth, but it's going to start picking up for him, hopefully. And, he's going to have to hope to get his items soon because this Medusa has been missing for far too long. And there's always that dread, right? You don't see a Medusa for long, you know she's farming up.
Exactly. And this feels like it's a ticking time bomb. The Manta style Dragon lands at 16 minutes and a half in, and you're already building towards the Eye of Skadi. They haven't even seen her in action.
The only time they see her is when X Freedom drags a creep wave over to her to farm.
Exactly.
That's so terrifying.
Like, it's just like tiny updates like every now and then, like a casual reminder, it's like, hey guys.
Hey, by the way, I'm still farming,
Still farming, Medusa's still free farming, guys.
Don't mind me. Okay, they actually are pretty close to this Medusa though, but I don't know whether they have enough damage to burst her down.
Look at the level difference and the net worth difference. Already level 15 because of all the solo EXP and money. All the space in the world that is a carry you can ask for.
I will say though that I feel like this game is far from over, right? Because the draft is still very linear on the side of Ganbu. They are playing around this Medusa, and their Enchantress, even though she's very strong now, she can really easily fall to the overwhelming magic damage from Timbersaw later on into the game. Sure, the Storm can't hit her, the Void can't, but there'll be a lot of bursts meant just for her flying out, and the Wind Ranger as well, even though there is the Gale Force, just absolutely annoying spell to deal with. Not sure whether she's going to try and transition into some sort of DPS build or maybe just emphasizing on the Shackle Shot and the catch, but we'll have to see.
It's really scary how the Dire side, like, once they chose, you could tell, they chose not to fight. Like Peloson, he was standing in the trees over here, and he just backed off, and he just went straight back to farming. And I looked at the other 4 heroes, none of them were showing in lane. And that's why it may seem like, you know, Glap are playing super passive or like very scared when they creeped up the spot, but no, that's the psychological battle. We can see no fog of war, but they can see they can see only one side of the story, you know. We see everything.
Yeah, and it's really nice wards from Glap actually. I want to commend them because they are warding to try and make aggressive moves. They have this ward in the middle of the jungle, they have one behind the lane, so anybody who's coming... Yeah, I'm pretty sure they saw the Dusa walk in, but that's not the target they think they can kill right now, especially since the towers are up, right? You can just very easily TP in and save her. Holy Locket now completed on the Enchantress. Meanwhile, Timbersaw picks up his Yule Scepter, so the silence not going to be nearly as bad and able to dodge out that blood right for himself. Definitely going to keep him alive for longer than he has been able to.
The pressure is on the Radiant. The J-Dog stack, I mean, after hold that thought, is zipping into the Mortimer's Kisses. They want to go into this Enchantress, but it's actually not going to be enough. Actually, wait, just maybe misses the final kiss. Oh, no kisses for you today. Mizu, the Sonic Wave Orchid Burn will kill. Oh my god, and there comes the Chronosphere catching 2. Oh, only catches 1. Just outside the Chronosphere range. Peloson chasing after Anaron, and it's going to be a complete disaster for Glap. Now they're completely exposed. Aniron out of leap charges. The silence comes into play. There is an ATOS. You're not running anywhere. All you can do is just watch your own death. You know, your own death on the stream. 2 minutes delay, of course.
Yeah, you can come back here and just take a look at that sad death. But really nice bait, I guess. And very unfortunate for them. I talked about this magic damage, but maybe just a bit too far ahead on this Enchantress, managing to stay alive by a sliver of HP. And actually, the Sonic Wave from Miracle stops J-Dog from pulling the Chakram back in time. So doesn't manage to throw it out and catch it back in time, and he ends up falling for it. We saw him get ruptured, and then halfway while he's timber chaining away, and then that's just bad news for him. He can't move and he's already on such low HP. Really nicely played fight from the side of Ganbu over there.
The timing was really bad too on the Timber Chain because like the rupture came just as he was in mid-air, and he took so much damage without any reactive armor stacks. Now J-Dog and friends, look at that, an arrow. Oh, he does get the Enchantress crypt, but that is a consolation. They are going to try it once more for the pesky Enchantress, and zippity-doo-do, Bambi goes down.
Yeah, she finally goes down, but it takes 4 heroes, but you'll take that, right? That Enchantress is so annoying and pesky. I hear a Rupture coming out, it's going to be an Anaron. I mean, once again, it's a Mirana. It's not that big of a deal. We're gonna have to see whether they can convert or more.
They do get a shackle
onto this. Yeah, and this cookie lady is toast. J-Dog is trying to clear out the creep wave and get out. He'll be A-okay. Not a lot of spells anymore. Rupture
trying to
already.
Go for a Halberd, I believe. He does have the Sanj queued up. Faceless Void still farming top. No Chronosphere. It's so unfortunate that earlier on the Chrono, you couldn't even tell that the Medusa was outside the Chrono.
Yeah.
That's how close it was. And Peloson is just going to be saying hi. Oh, hello, where's the
ATOS?
Oh my god, the Blood Ride giving vision. Timbersaw, what are you doing?
No, it's not even his fault, right? Because he thought that was like, he was trying to be cheeky there, but ends up paying. He can't get out of this situation. No mana, no HP to work with. Insignificant Me just nails him right there with the Rod of ATOS. Meanwhile,
oh, Mizu.
Yeah, that must have been another Orchid kill. He's just killing 2 people by himself.
Yeah, this... they're having the game of their lives. Everything is falling apart. This seems to be the beginning of the end for Glap.
No, I don't want to... I'm not a disbeliever just yet. The Storm might be behind, but all they need is a Chrono. That one fight that they lost at mid, right? A bit of the... Oh, as they go, zip forward, but immediately... Was that blink out preemptively from Miracle?
Yeah, if I'm the Mirana in this game, I'm very, very annoyed because, you know, you're starting to feel the amount of impact that you can have on the game slip away and consistently decrease over time.
Yeah, I mean, all of these heroes just so annoying to deal with, right? And so speedy as well. The Enchantress, not the fastest hero, but like really can just skip around and it's so annoying. The Queen of Pain has the blink, now Peloson has the finished Manta style, can just use one of the Manta illusions to tank, and the other arrow target's really not that attractive for you, so...
Don't forget with the lack of the outpost as well.
Yeah, the
They're
EXP is just
supports.
taking away, right?
They're so underleveled on the Radiant side. And the difference is staggering to a 13k net worth disadvantage. They have mountains to climb. It feels like they're climbing one right now, actually. Stone Spirit zipping all the way out. And okay, you know, they find a Timber Saw, but I guess this is the freebie that the dire side they're just gonna take, and no complaints. J-Dog goes down.
Yep, and they take him down. The Timbersaw not having the best game. Had a bit of an early start and we were doubting, you know, the solution that they have, but the Rupture seems to be enough. It all started from that rotation at mid, right, where he was kind of alone trying to pressure the tower. And from there, it's just all starts going downhill because every time he gets Rupture, there's nothing much he can do. Just clean play coming out from the entire side of Ganbu over here.
I mean, this is the thing, right? You know, you go into a community tournament because everyone has to be pretty comfortable and confident in that rank. But then the surprise when you end up, you know, queuing in the bracket to like freaking half of Nigma Galaxy, that's just bad luck.
Yeah, but I mean, to be fair, anybody who's going to queue up against them is just like... I mean, it's too early to call, and it's not trying to dismiss any of the other teams, of course, but this is not a stack that is going to be fun to play up against. They just... I mean, they've shown it so far, and I'm sure it's not a coincidence that they won this game. Like, even though the game doesn't look too good for the side of Glub Glub, they are not any... Like, they are nothing to, like, just laugh at, like...
Oh, they want to try and catch somebody. They do have the Chronosphere, but without the Medusa and no one else showing on the map, they just have to hesitate right now.
The BKB?
The Cookie, the BKB, the counter BK. Okay, there we go. There we go. The Mortimer's Kisses combo that we are finally starting to see. That'll be the Aegis pop, and that was the combo they were looking for. Pelosa just standing in the front line. He actually doesn't even care about the Faceless Void. He just brought him down just like that. And with the Spirit Vessel, he didn't even Manta style to dispel it. He's just right-clicking away 2 cores down, and they threw everything they had at the Dire, but Glap Glap, well, they're glapping it away to the fountain. No buyback.
That was a bit strange, right? Because we saw Queen of Pain pick up the Aegis and you commit everything, the Chrono, the Kisses, the Arrow, all onto this one Queen of Pain who just respawns and BKBs, and then where's the rest of your fight? Like, and even though this Timbersaw had a pretty decent early game, the Dusa has a stun, like your health, your regen means absolutely nothing, and the Blood-Righted Dusa just pumping out so much on her own. Even though X Freedom is the one to fall, he's more than happy with that.
I mean, I like to think that there's a reason why, even though these guys, you know, it's not even their full roster, and they're just here playing a bunch of friends casually in a community tournament to support the Singapore Dota 2 scene. You know, people, there's this controversial opinion that these guys might be like the gatekeepers to the pro scene, but I would say there is a reason why they are the gatekeepers. They're a wake-up call to tell you that, hey, if you're thinking of going pro in Dota, this is the level you need to be at, or the level that you should aspire to at least be at.
Speaking of that though, I didn't manage to finish my point because a fight broke out. But the thing is, it's not even that Glub Glub are playing bad, right? They're not playing bad at all.
Exactly.
They're just kind of being out-executed, and they didn't really draft like any way of coming back into this game. They needed to execute these fights as insignificant.
He has his own dust.
Bashed up though.
The double shackle? Oh my god,
can he finish him off? The Yule's
dies.
up. Insignificant Me is gonna fall most likely. Yes, gets cleaned up. Thank goodness. If he didn't, I don't know what you do.
Still worth it, right? A 3 for 2. Okay, the arrow finally connects. And there we go. The Enchantress goes down. This is the beginning of a comeback. Some hope. Wind Ranger gonna try and kite him around. There you go. Mizu, Miracle, cleaning up shop. The double kill. 3 heroes down. Another shackle onto the Timbersaw. Miracle's gonna keep right-clicking away. Bloodthorn off cooldown in 4 seconds. Is there anything else to cancel?
Ooh.
Oh, the Sonic Wave. Just a little bit off. But it doesn't matter.
The laugh from Timbersaw manages to get out by the skin of his teeth there.
Oh, that's something for him to be happy about.
Yeah, and I think he very nicely played fight from them. They managed to pick off Insignificant Me, maybe going a bit too far forward, getting a little bit too cocky. He does get the Storm but pays for it with his life, and ends up baiting his Enchantress in as well. They don't manage to get anything else before Miracle swoops in and cleans them up, but still pretty okay for them. Although overall in the game, 19k gold down. They'll take anything they can get, but what else can they really get?
Exactly, and Miracle, it's gonna be even bigger pain in the ass. You know, he has the quickening charm already up, and poof, you know, the Bloodthorn BKB, big items. I like that he went for those items to play around with this Timbersaw. It actually makes it a lot easier for the rest to kill him, man. It's so scary how the Medusa literally walked in and just went like it's like he just went a click on the floor just to hit anybody. The faces was behind the Medusa,
Yeah.
just like hitting whatever he can. It's like bash for me, and it did absolutely, you know, nothing.
No, but to be fair, Crown Juicer did get the chrono that he needed to get, right? And we saw it right there. There is still that comeback potential if they nail the chrono. Just now that fight, it went disastrously, but it's not because they didn't do their jobs. It's just because they just took the Aegis. It allows the Queen of Pain to come back to full HP, full mana with all the skills and items up. But you can just imagine what it would be like if they managed to pick that Queen of Pain off first. That's so much of their damage taken out, and from there they can dance right around the Medusa and hopefully draw out a win. It's most definitely not over for Singapore.
Okay, bottom lane. Now they pop the chrono. Where's the Mortimer's Kisses?
Onto a BKB
Enchantress,
quad,
yeah, he
though.
can't save him. The bash into the arrow. It doesn't matter. The BKB timing was up, and he's going to blink away to safety. Now they get the Vortex up, and there we go. The Gale. So annoying, but the Enchantress will go down to the Timbersaw. J-Dog over in the backline trying to kill somebody, but no, those are not the heroes you want to walk into. You're tanky, but you're not that useful at the same time. It's so sad that there's double shackle once again from Insidious. See, he's just punishing them, tying them to the wall, and there's nothing that they can do. And this is where the high ground siege begins again at the bottom lane.
Yeah, so really unfortunate there because J-Dog, he actually goes in and yules the Medusa because he tries to keep the Medusa from attacking his poor faces boy who got shackled and dusted over there, but not nearly enough. They have more than enough damage to take him down, and they do. Now without the chrono, I wonder how they can push this off. Most likely it's going to be one Rex, and that's going to take them down to 2 Rex deficit. Yeah, X-Freedom tries to stomp the Centaur stun, but misses it on good over there.
Okay, so 26-9, 23,000 gold net worth advantage, and this win probability. Yikes! Okay, we didn't see that.
Yeah.
Storm and Spirit gonna go down here. Faces Void is up, but there's no Chronosphere available just yet. Bloodseeker's just gonna walk away again, just kind of waddle his legs around. And the Gale trying to keep Anaron in place. It actually succeeds, and that's gonna be 2 down. At this point, they're throwing bodies in just to keep the throne alive. Pelosa clicking really away with the butterfly included. There's no MKB even close to being built on this Faceless Void. He had the chrono up in how long more? A minute. Can they hold that long? Miracle now blinking forward, and this is a very dead Timbersaw. He's gonna walk forward, hope for the bashes of his life. Can he get it? The Sonic Wave, he's punished. Medusa even standing in front of Mizu to cover him. Wow, the gameplay, the team play, they're just getting outplayed on every single different level.
Here comes J-Dog, he's gonna try and make something happen, has bought back for this. The Faceless Void can also buy back with the chrono, like you said, in 1 minute, probably like 30 seconds now. But J-Dog, he's gonna fall, and they call GG. It's over. The old guard has taken them down once.
31 kills in as many minutes. It's a rough game. It's a rough game.
I mean, this is kind of retribution, right? Because yesterday we saw the new up-and-comers, the underdogs, kind of, not really the underdogs, but the new up-and-coming players take it over the old guard, and now the old guard fights back.
Was it really fighting back though? It felt like they were having a very casual game. Like the vibe that I was getting from Gunboost, it was like, you know, they didn't even need to take the fights. You can see that Glock Club were they weren't even like being reactive. They were being proactive. It's like you mentioned, it's not like they were playing bad. They were trying to make all these plays. They were trying to make something happen. But Gunboost was just so smart.
I think that really, that entire game just kind of teed off with Miracle having that great start to the mid lane, right? Managing to solo kill the Storm, and from there it's just a struggle for the Storm to get that recovery farm that he needs. You got all these heroes swarming around you in the jungle. Yeah, sure, you have the Vortex out, but every time you try and get out of a situation, that's back to base, even less efficiency. You even see Insidious C dancing on them at their bot lane, just wasting all that time, and the Storm never really got back into the game, and from there there's so much pressure on Timbersaw to make things happen, and there's just so much you can do, right?
I am curious about the Marana pick, because like I don't want to harp on it too much, but I am curious because like Marana and Timbersaw is not known for its synergy per se.
Yeah, the only thing I can think about is what we said, right? You kind of, when you're playing a Timbersaw, you kind of like are okay with picking these roaming supports like Mirana, like Tusk, who can kind of leave lane and just leave you alone, because the Timbersaw, really, he just wants to be left alone.
Yeah, because like, you know, it was a, like for example, an Enchantress pause 5 pick. You know, even like a Hoodwink would have been more useful in that sense because of the just some form of lockdown, something reliable.
Yeah, the weird thing is for Timber, he wants to be left alone in the early stages, but after that, like we saw mid, he needs his teammates behind him to apply that early pressure because if he's
True,
there alone, he
true.
can just get taken down, and that's exactly what happened, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
So, well, kind of underwhelming compared to game one, but that's to be expected when you have a whole, like, okay, if it was just like, say, 2 or 3 players of experienced competitive players, that's one thing. But when you're playing against a full team of experienced competitive players, you can see the gargantuan, like, difference between the two universes. It's just overwhelming. But that's not something to be ashamed of. If anything, I actually would, even for me, that was a great learning experience to see how they played the map. You do realize half of the dire side spent more time in the enemy jungle than their own jungle.
yeah, for sure. They definitely had a game plan coming in and an idea of how to maneuver the map. I will say though that if I don't know what exactly are the ambitions of the side of Glub Glub. Maybe they are trying to break into the semi-pro or pro scene as well. But they definitely did put up a bit of a fight. I mean, it was really brilliantly executed for Gambus, but this is kind of the type of game that it's what you just did
Yeah,
on your
I'm
own time.
literally downloading the
He
replay right
downloaded
now.
I'm literally gonna download this replay because this is such a game for you to learn from. And
Exactly.
it's unfortunate that they bow out so early on in the tournament. We'd like to see more performances from them, but ultimately they participate and I think you can lose with honor here.
Exactly. This is not something where you walk away with shame. It's more like you walk
Absolutely
with your
not.
head up, like looking at, your head up,
Absolutely not.
proud, saying that, hey, at least I faced off against these guys. It was kind of even in the beginning too.
Yeah,
But
they did make the moves and there were moments of brilliance as well. It just never really fully connected and I'm sure they play together quite a bit and have that synergy, but maybe just lacking a bit of that competitive
yeah,
experience.
it's kind of like, you're from like a team from the S League and a team from the English Premier League going and facing off the Champions League. The,
Yeah,
the, the
wow.
difference in experience was the overwhelming factor here on top of like obviously the mechanical skill part, which wasn't too big of a deal. But other than that, thanks for participating, Glap Glap. Hopefully we'll see you for the next one.
Yeah.
And these guys also do get some time from NORE Carnival. And I hope they like their VR games because I actually haven't tried it yet. And I'm very
Yeah.
excited. They're like, what, on third floor at 3-on-3?
Yeah, I
And
think so.
It's such a huge place. But shout out to them. Shout out to all the players. And of course to all of you guys. I believe we had 70 over of you guys tuning in. Thank you guys for tuning in. And hopefully you guys will continue to stay tuned in. Share the stream with your friends here at Esports Entertainment Asia across on Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. This is the Singapore Comic Con at Asia Esports Festival Online Dota 2 Tournament. I'm Hades. That's Perma Sneeze. Hopefully we'll see Hani next game. See y'all after the break. What is up, guys? Welcome back. Game 3 here at the Singapore Comic Con at Asia Esports Festival Online Dota 2 Community Tournament. Hades here with my boy Perma Sneeze. What's up, dude?
Hello, hello.
You ready for this next game?
Absolutely. We already had two really nice games. One was just like this amazing technical game that we both just witnessed, and the other was like just a slugfest 50-minute game. I think that was the longest one of the tournament so far.
Yes,
Right?
yes, indeed. Longest game of the tournament, and not to mention the most intense, as the GG NORE admins would like to casually slide in.
Yeah. He put on a good show. He'll be here with us shortly if you're missing him right now. But
Are we missing him though? I'm enjoying it. It's just us. We're having a
Really,
we're having a bro time.
Yeah,
we
yeah,
are
this is-
gambos
yeah.
now.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Wow.
I had to
touch.
slide it in there. Shout out to Nelly Teehee, you know, a wonderful Dota 2 streamer who is in Twitch chat. You know, if she's still there, you guys can also check her out on her Twitch channel when she streams Dota 2.
Yeah.
And okay, so before we continue this conversation, I just want to quickly give a quick shout out Esports Entertainment Asia, Elysium Esports, and GG NORE, our partners, and of course organizing parties. And of course, a huge shout out to the wonderful sponsor from Somerset, New World Carnival. Like, please give me VR time too.
Yeah.
Why casters no VR time? Only players.
Hades' dream is to go to level 3 Somerset or 313 and then just play VR.
And then after that, I will go to the 7th floor for ramen.
Ah,
Yes,
the man has
ramen.
taste. Man has
Not
taste.
the Michelin like.
Yeah, no, that one don't say it.
That one's a little bit too high ses for me. I kind of go for the upstairs one where it's more. I forgot what's it called.
Is it the volcano one?
Yeah, that one. That
Oh, you like
store.
that one? Okay.
I mean, not the
Interesting.
volcano one, but I like how there's so much lard in it. It's not halal, unfortunately, for the Muslim viewers, but it's so sinful. I love it.
Okay.
So me and some of my streamer friends like Leslie, NGG, and Sukas, we go there, and every time we go Somerset, we have to go there.
Wait, why do you say Leslie NGG? Isn't it just his surname like Ng?
It's actually just like that. And no, it's N triple G.
Right.
Yeah, Natsute, correct.
Okay.
Alright, so of course, let's head into the draft. So for you guys who don't know, the current teams that are playing now are NORE versus KBW. I
I think it's
believe
Keyboard Warriors. Yeah.
yeah, the Keyboard Warriors. I do believe Kaleon was asking where is TDK playing now, and yeah, he's playing now. Just that there's a 3-minute delay on the stream. I love Keyboard Warriors like team logo. Can we show that again real quick
Yeah,
before we do
dude.
it for the draft?
Dude,
I love it. I love it. Like, yes, this is the SAF picture, Kappa. Oh
Yeah.
my God! Yeah, that is the next this is the next generation of military forces.
Yeah.
I love it. All right, and now we can go back to the draft. You know, we talked about the Tide Hunter being such a popular pick on day one, and we are finally seeing it again. So it's about time. And of course, your favorite hero, the one and only twin-headed dude.
Ooh,
Not
this my-
Jakiro.
Yeah, this is my boy right here. I'm a renowned ogre spammer, and I'm-
Renowned.
Yeah, no, okay,
So on
renowned
Reddit
by
as
my
well?
renowned by my friends because, believe it or not, if you play enough games of ogre, you can actually multicast on command. I don't know if you believe me on this, but the whole thing with getting familiar with ogre is as soon as you kind of like get a little bit of a feeling in your gut, you just know you're about to hit the multicast. So every time I play with my friends, I'm like, hey, let's gang this guy. I confirm can 4 times. Then it just happens. Like I'm a prophet. I don't know what to tell you. You need to play with me to find out.
Wait, what?
How do you think I got to Immortal?
Oh, this guy is he's
How do you
he's sliding into my DMs. Is this how you got your girlfriend?
Yo, huh?
I see what you're doing there.
What do you
Sneeze.
mean?
I
Like,
see
as
what
in
you're
telling
doing
her
there.
I can multicast 4 times. Smile.
I'm
Anyways,
not gonna go there.
yeah,
Oh my
anyways,
God!
KBW versus NORE here. We got TTK. It's gonna Kaleon. Sorry, it's like Hades said, a bit of a delay right now, but he'll be right on. In fact, he's drafting for NORE here, picking up the ogre. So I'm starting to be a TTK fan myself.
This is a bit of a tongue twister as well. It's not McCrispy. I think there was a spelling error there.
Cripsy.
Yeah, McCrispy.
I think that's on purpose, right?
This is
that's
the
hilarious.
pirated McDonald's burger apparently.
Yeah.
We're not sponsored by McDonald's. Don't worry. And
Smile.
wait, Shadow Demon Disruptor. Okay, we haven't seen Shadow Demon yet in this in this tournament, so it's nice to see that we are seeing some new heroes, even though it's day 2.
Yeah, I think this is quite an unorthodox pick. It's definitely like a signature type of hero where not everybody plays a good Shadow Demon. It's such a strange hero, right? Because I was talking about this to my friend the other day. Shadow Demon is really a hero that gives you a lot of one end of the spectrum, but doesn't really have the other. It's a very skewed hero in that sense where he does the save mechanic and just stacking, farming, and just all these different aspects very well, but lacks a lot on some others. Disruptor, similar vein. I think one of the best things about Disruptor that is always talked about is the glimpse, of course. I think yesterday we also talked about it, but it's more useful when it's from when you are ahead, because that allows you to get pick off after pick off and extend your lead. A disruptor from behind, not the best thing to play up against. Against a TIE Hunter though, that's a lot of harass. As much as you can Kraken shell it off, it's going to be a lot of magic damage that you're eating regardless of which support you're up against.
Most random question, why do you think they call themselves the Keyboard Warriors?
Well, I don't know if we can open the chat or whether they'll be all chatting, but we will find out very shortly. Because if the voice lines come out, then I just salute them. They're really living up to their name. I mean, everyone knows what a Keyboard Warrior is, right? I think that at this point everybody knows what that is. Hopefully they can put up quite a fight when it comes to playing the game as well. Because most of the time Keyboard Warriors is all talk no action, right? But
let's see if they can pull off the action. You know, I found it very weird how like Faceless Void is taken out, but they still pick Disruptor anyways. And you know, like Faceless Void Disruptor is such a classic and satisfying wombo combo to see. What else do you think could potentially go with the Disruptor here?
so interesting thing that apart from the disruptor, I'll get to that in a bit. But one thing I want to point out is the heavy emphasis on carry bans right now.
Ooh.
And they pick up the tiny.
Oh, missing! Oh, this is a forgotten hero. This is actually a forgotten hero.
Yeah, he's been so strong, especially with the 3 toss like shard buffs, right? Just having no charges on that, and the amount of damage he can do to towers is insane. The thing about Tiny is that it's one of those heroes that actually matches well up into Tide Hunter just because you have that overwhelming magical burst to catch him off guard before he gets tanky.
So Tiny Lycan is what we are looking
I
at.
don't know
TI
about
strat.
that one, but it's a bit strange because I feel like the Shadow Demon doesn't seem like there's a place in this draft right now, so it must definitely be just a hero that they're comfortable with.
Oh, that's not entirely true because with the Demonic Purge, you know, you immediately lower HP by 50% immediately.
Oh, you wait, that's not the Demonic Purge. The Soul Catcher.
The Soul Catcher, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. So that's actually really good against tanky heroes, which I think it's something which is neglected. And I think so far in the DPC, only Fnatic actually runs this, and maybe some.
Actually, Ponlo played it in Quincy. Like
Oh,
he's
yeah,
been
yeah.
spamming it quite a bit. So maybe a Ponlo fan on Keyboard Warriors.
Singapore Pride, Ponlo,
Singapore.
now our boy from Singapore, now all the way in NA, playing with Quincy Crew in the NA DPC. So, you know, Singapore talent starting to get their tiny bits of progress overseas. You know, like Def Sama as well, another
Yeah.
Singaporean that made it to TI most recently, but strangely that wasn't mentioned, and I think he didn't get enough credit, but credit to him.
Yeah.
It's not an easy achievement.
I think Ponlo is following the Ice arc, right? Because Ice played in Southeast Asia for a long time, went to NA, and now he's in EU. I think maybe like next TI
Didn't
will
he
see.
play in China, not NA?
Right, China of course, yeah, but he was always in between Southeast Asia and China, right? And then Ponlo also tried out for a Chinese team, and then now he's in NA, but he's like speed running it. So by next season, he's gonna be a EU stack. Now Ice in Team Secret, right?
Ah, I see what you're doing there.
Yeah.
And okay, Void Spirit, I can see the appeal behind the Void Spirit. Very nice pick against this lineup so far. On paper, because of the lack of disables, you can just dissimulate away, Astral Step. There's no real way to catch him, but the overwhelming damage on the Tiny could technically kill him in the burst combo.
I actually don't know whether this is that good of a Void Spirit game, especially after this Ursa pick, because on one hand, like you say, the Dissimulate and the Astral Step makes him slippery, but you can always, as much as you can dodge the glimpse with Dissimulate, if he ever catches you using it to farm a creep wave, that's an easy glimpse into Static Storm, and then from there it just gets a little bit scary.
Dude, this is so meme. I love the versatility from the Keyboard Warriors, because not only many, you know, could it be just an Ursa mid, it could be an Ursa safe,
Tiny offlane.
and no, just because they picked the Tiny, it could even be positioned for Tiny, Disruptor 5, and Shadow Demon mid.
Shadow Demon mid. That's something I haven't seen in a long time, and I don't know how it matches up into Void Spirit actually. I can't
mean,
even imagine.
Unless they decide to go full, like, really, we're not even talking about outside the box. They have already thrown the box away level, and that's Disruptor mid.
Okay, I'm going to say that Shadow Demon mid, now that I'm thinking about it, actually seems pretty good against Void, because Void relies on using his Dissimulate and Resonant Pulse to clear waves, right? But Shadow Demon can just do that as well, clear waves, and the thing is you can never really predict when that Shadow Demon wants to pop his poison, right? So when are you going to Dissimulate, like, dodge? Because he can throw those out every 2 seconds. So actually could be a thing, although I doubt that they will first pick it as a mid. One thing we didn't mention is this Snapfire Tide Hunter combo, a lot of minus armor. We've seen this combo time and time again. Snapfire Weaver, the premier armor reduction supports right now in the meta, along with this Tide Hunter paired up with that Gush. We saw it a few times yesterday as well. The Gush paired up with just the pure physical damage can be overwhelming for these carries. Ursa could be under threat of that, but he can really be a position 1 that fights back and puts his own pressure as well.
We also want to just quickly point out, like, I want to quickly point out that yesterday when we saw the Tide Hunter, even though he got counted into an Ursa lane, they won that lane, and that was Tide Hunter and Weaver But
Yes.
now the common variable in that is negative, the reduction of armor strat, right?
Yeah.
Snapfire Tyranitar does the same. Gush into the splitter. It's very, I mean the shredder. It's very, very strong. Especially like as it scales with, like you say, with a Solar Crest.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if you Gush, Solar Crest, and the shredder?
Yeah,
Ooh,
that's
my
a bit
lord.
disgusting. I mean, we did see it happen in the previous game as well, but the thing about Weaver is that he doesn't really provide a lot to the team fight. Snapfire kind of rounds that out a lot better. So up against this Ursa, it's definitely going to fare a bit better in the later stages of the game. Yeah. Ogre as well, I feel like this Ursa pick is really good because they have a lot of mini disables on the side of no throws. They have the Aether Remnant, they have the Cookie Stun, they have the Ogre Stun. It's all stuff that just Ursa shrugs off with an Enrage on, right? It's minimal. And do you really want to... I mean, you most likely will be ravaging this Ursa, but you can't really burst him in time before he could pop that Enrage. I'm really going to be looking at this Void Spirit to perhaps get a...
They banned Wraith King.
Okay, interesting.
Isn't that the hero that we are seeing picked up a lot more because of the way it pushes towers? It's self-sustainable and it's just a great counter in general to like a lot of these melee heroes.
Now, I would say that most of the time people pick Wraith King up against these big teamfight ultimates. And definitely Ravage is one of them, right? Because once you blow the Mortimer's Kisses and the Ravage, that's most of your damage in the teamfight gone. And then from there, he just reincarnates. It's the same thing as we saw in the last game. You blow all your teamfight ultimates on one hero and then it just comes back, and what do you do now? So,
I haven't seen this in a while. The Klink's carry pick. Very, very random. An Ember Spirit against Void Spirit. I mean, I like Ember into Void Spirit, but after the nerfs to his mana cost on his spells, it feels like Ember Spirit is... It's even harder to execute as a hero now. You know, it's really popular in the Western regions, and a little bit, like, it's kind of 50-50-ish in the DPC in Southeast Asia at the moment, I believe, even from, like, the lower division. But... what do you feel about the Spirit matchup?
I like this Ember pick mostly because it can play high tempo along with the Ursa and the Tiny. The only variable I'll say here is that this Tiny offlane might not be the best because Tiny usually does a lot better in the position 1 and position 2, but the magic damage definitely can come in handy and burst down these supports. Ember Spirit is going to be really annoying with these chains because it's so annoying to catch him out with these very telegraphed stuns. Every time Ogre, when he wants to stun you, he has to swing his meaty arms up and pump it forward, and you can get just a very easy slide dodge off. Same thing for the Cookie, same thing for the Remnant. I think actually Ember Spirit, people argue about this all the time, but I think Ember Spirit actually has a pretty decent lane against Void Spirit. It's a very skill-based matchup. It's going to be about whether he can get those range creeps, because Void Spirit can instantly get those with the Resonant Pulse, but for Ember, he kind of has to slowly take them down with the Flame Guard.
Exactly. And actually, now the next question I wanted to ask you is who is actually going into the offlane? You know, if they pick the Ursa for the offlane, I think that's kind of backfired on them. Maybe they picked him as a counter and they picked like Tiny offlane, for example, which would be pretty good. Tiny offlane doesn't really rely too much on tree toss. It's more of like, you actually do max up to 4-4 sometimes, or like 4-3 with 1 point in the tree toss, and it actually does a lot. It's actually strong enough to kill Klinks without Death Pact.
Yeah, I think that's what we were talking about with the Tiny as well, right? Bringing so much overwhelming magic damage and can really burst through these squishier heroes. Klinks without the Death Pact definitely not nearly as tanky, but we are into the game right now. It looks like they are going to start. Keyboard Warrior is going to start off with a smoke. So
what is the Shadow Demon double Sage Mask build? Like, oh lord. Keyboard Warriors are so PMA.
Yeah, nice GLHF, my friends. Feels good, man.
I didn't even know there was that Halloween, the pumpkin emote. Am I just like old and not paying attention to emotes anymore? Producer, stop nodding your head. I saw that.
But yeah, smoke out from both sides right now to start off the game, and I don't really know what they can make happen in terms of first blood because this Shadow Demon didn't get his Q, but looks like they're just trying to establish some vision or just group out around the triangle. It's not too clear what they're up to. Both teams just playing a little passive right now, don't want to get into anything too early on.
Klinks does not have damage early on. It's very unlikely you do get the first blood. If anything, it's even better if you give it to the Void Spirit. Honestly, like getting the first kill to the mids is way more significant than people give it credit for. Especially in these like somewhat even matchups where it's so skill reliant, like you mentioned, to dominate the lane, and of course to scale into the mid game. So, as yes, I believe one of the McCrispy people, it's not a typo, it was intentionally spelled that way.
McCripsy.
McCripsy equals to mildly spicy food. Okay, noted. Thanks for the heads up, guys.
Okay, so someone in chat is actually saying, why is TTK drafting so vanilla?
Is it really vanilla though?
Goal.
Oh, TTK.
He's gonna die on this ogre. I respect it. He got the bounty.
First blood to the Disruptor 2, Ember Spirit, why no right clicker? That would have been so good. And you know, when your support gets first blood, it's so big.
They just tip their own teammate.
Yeah,
All
dude.
4 teams coming out on this ogre, just giving him a bit of a like retribution for getting that bounty.
I mean,
Like,
he walked the opposite way on purpose, right? Like he went down alone, and the moment they saw 5 heroes, I like how his teammates were just like, nope.
yeah,
And he kept walking in. He's like, I'm going for the bounty room, guys. This is worth it.
yeah. He literally, his whole team just dipped on him, but. Ogre, just such a menace in the lane, can definitely stand up against this Tiny and just chase him back. One thing I do want to point out is the early wards coming out from the side of Keyboard Warriors. They actually have a really nice ward in the mid lane, just on the opposite end of the cliff, managed to get that down with their smoke, I believe. And a nice ward covering the bottom kind of entrance to the bottom lane, the cliff. So really like that from them, just can kind of get a bit of a look behind the bottom lane and perhaps tag on that aggression with the Snapfire and the Tide Hunter.
Actually, quick question. Why would you favor Klinks over Drow Ranger here? Like, isn't Drow like pretty darn good, like against most of these melee offlaners?
The thing is, Drow doesn't really get away from an Ursa ever. The Ursa can always come up to you and just kind of rip you apart. But the thing with Klinks with the Invis, he always has that getaway and he can really maneuver around the map a lot easier.
But by that logic, doesn't that apply the same to Gust as well? Not to mention I believe the 10 or 15 talent where you have the blind, 50% blind.
Right, but you kind of like, as in, I guess in that scenario, you're assuming that the Ursa is already on top of you, right? So even if you gust him away, if his enrage is up, it doesn't really do anything to
That's
him.
true.
Like,
But
you can't
okay,
get him
hold
away.
on. Blaviken over at the bottom lane. They're having fun. They already got one down, and this was the Gush combo that we spoke about. And actually, I've actually tested this matchup a few times, and Drow to Thailander is actually really good, especially if you
Oh, you
have
mean
like
Drow
a
instead of Ursa? I thought you were meaning Drow instead of the Klinks.
I mean, like even for both these teams, like I actually liked the Ursa mentality into the Void Spirit. I think that would have been great when you pick a Drow. But even if you pick like a Drow instead of a Klinks, I feel like Drow would do better against Tiny because generally, like with the way the hero has been buffed, it's so ridiculously strong at the moment.
Okay, so here's my read, right? The thing with Klinks is that Burning Barrage fires in the straight line, and you can line it up into a really nice kind of like firing range where you line them all up in one shot and then you just knock them down with the Burning Barrage. I think that with this Burning Barrage, you can definitely capitalize more in the teamfights and the Ravage as well. The multi-shot, it's a bit sprayed, it's not so... I mean, it's a bit of a spray and it doesn't really concentrate that much damage onto one target. So maybe the emphasis is they want to concentrate that damage onto one target with the Aether Remnant locking someone in, or the Ogre Magi stun, or the Ravage, something like that.
It just feels like a bit of a waste because, you know, like you said, you want to use the Burning Barrage to farm or do damage in team fights, and it does not like amazing synergy with Ogre Bloodlust, for example. But I guess this kind of opens up the Ogre to play like a very specific way of Dota this game, which is like your max ignite and your stun.
Actually, I think either way you rarely ever go Bloodlust now, just because of the value of the Ignite, like the early levels in Ignite and the stun leveled up. It's just a bit better. I most of the time when I play Ogre personally at least, I like to just leave the, unless the lane goes really bad and I feel like I can't do any pressure, put any pressure on, I'll get like maybe one level in Bloodlust, but usually not too much. But we already see
the
tower
toss
here.
back to the tower.
But this is a
The
tanky
teamwork,
Ogre.
the
He
blocks.
doesn't care. White Icy. He has to be a bit careful here. Ogre can actually turn around and smack him.
These guys want to tip TTK again. I can feel it. They want to tip him again.
Yo, this is the vibes, man. Like you make a play and then nobody tips you, but you die first blood. Then your whole team tips you. That's like
this is why they are the keyboard warriors.
Absolutely.
Like we will BM anybody, but we will BM only our teammates, but anybody else.
yeah. That's
It's kind of cute. It's kind of
yeah,
cute.
kinda
Not gonna
cute.
lie, it's actually cute.
shows. It's like tough love, right?
We
Just
talked
messing
about
around with each other.
solidarity yesterday.
Yeah, solidarity for sure. Actually, one thing about if you still want to talk about the Drow thing, doesn't the Drow ultimate reduce armor to a flat 0?
Yeah. it's
So
pure.
so isn't that kind of like counterintuitive with the existing minus armor? Because if I'm not wrong, it doesn't additively stack. So if you put them below negative armor, it actually sets it back to 0.
I mean, it's pure damage, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Or it's just the
It's
procs.
just piercing, yeah. It's just
Piercing.
piercing, yeah. So I think that might be someone like TTK's biggest fan going, TTK please. I guess he just like saw the first blood or something.
So we just keep the camera on TTK the entire game apparently.
Yeah, this is the
All the
TTK fan cam, I believe.
TTK fan cam. Anybody like looking our
Ogre
boy?
Magi gameplay.
Doesn't
smile.
even have the Ogre Arcana. Not an Ogre player confirmed.
Shaking my head, bro.
No Ogre Arcana equals to amateur level, right?
Yeah, bro. If it's not a blue Ogre Arcana, what's the point? all the red clowns just like messing around. Yeah, serious.
What is this conversation? How do I exit this?
Okay, but we can exit this by talking about the lanes. Once again, It's what you talked about. This Ursa, even though he should be a lane counter to this Tidehunter, the addition... Oh, a mid-kill solo. The Void Spirit actually takes out the Ember, and like I said, it's a very skill-based matchup, and they actually pick the Ember into this last pick Void. So, oh no, sorry, it's the Void pick in.
Yeah, he picked the Ember Spirit into the Void Spirit, and if anything, it was probably because he knew like once the Flame Guard was over, like he went for level 1 Flame Guard, which is not the best going into a Void Spirit, and I think he kind of misread that because, for example, when you go for the Resonant Pulse, it's actually shield duration against physical damage, not magic damage, and you know, Sleight of Fist is physical damage, so technically he's like trying to break steel with like, I don't know, with a rock.
I would have really liked to see more levels in, or at least a second level into the Flame Guard instead of the Chains, because the Chains doesn't really do much for you. If you have high levels in the Slide and the... Because the thing is, Flame Guard is such a big part of your damage early on, and once you get that knocked down by just a Resonant Pulse, because the Void is confirmed going to max that, right? And then that's so much of your damage gone, you can only rely on the Slide, and that's probably kind of what ended up letting him slowly bleed out in the lane there. And as we see the net worth of the Void firmly ahead, and the Kling's just having a really good time bodyguarded by TTK over here.
And Tide's having a very, very good lane here against the Ursa. I mean, yeah, against this Ursa.
Yeah, already the early arcane boots
It's
as well.
just like the, you know, the highlight of this tournament. Tidehunters just bullying
stopping lanes.
Yeah, this is like when Prey bites back kind of storylines. You know, it's like that TV series. Zoo
Yeah, they've been countered way too long. Oh, as we see
the top lane,
TTK dying in
TTK
top
again.
lane.
I'm so sorry, TTK fan club. We didn't mean to miss that. We were memeing about our McCripsy, who looks like actually came at the right time.
Ooh.
And he's about to go down. Look at that. Little Shredder, Blightstone, and Gush. So let's do the math. -2 of okay, that's -4 armor. -6 and plus the Little Shredder. Oh my god, that's -11. This guy, you can't stand against this. Like,
yeah,
you
Blaviken
really
and
can't.
Blaven and McCripsy actually just roasting that Ursa alive, but I mean, quite unfortunate for him. He's gonna have to probably go into the jungle and try and recover, because at this point I don't think he can stand in the lane. And this is how you know the Tidehunter's having a good game. He has an arcane boots. How often do you see?
Oh, there we go. The Ravage comes out, and Ty probably about to follow his teammate.
Wait, Ty, how is he? He's already so low.
Did he just TP in to die?
White Icy is here as well, but Ember, he wants to make something happen.
They found
McCripsy,
him.
the one level in chains finally comes in
and the
handy.
double damage.
Yeah, healer actually makes up for the earlier death and makes a nice rotation to bot to secure Ty
Somewhat
the lane.
similar build to yesterday's Tidehunter, where instead of the max Gush, he is putting 3 points into the Anchor Smash, which is amplified as well by the Gush, because it is physical damage.
Absolutely.
And top lane, you know, they've managed to kind of zone out the Tiny, but they do have a few stacks for him, and because he has points in the tree toss, he's gonna be perfectly fine. Now Void Spirit, you know, he's looking for a kill. He's looking for something. Might be thinking of finding
Icy is here,
Disruptor.
probably spotted him out with the ward at
Yeah,
the
he's like,
the
hey, where's
jungle
my
over there.
food, boy?
Yeah, but White Icy knows better. Sees the rotation in from mid lane because they have their own mid lane ward, and he just dips.
What do you feel about the first like item Maelstrom? Do you want to use, or is the Maelstrom okay?
I think Maelstrom is okay because use doesn't really do much for you.
Oh, yeah, it just basically sets you up for the Remnant.
Yeah, like why you give him free use? You know what I mean? I like this Ember Maelstrom build, and I like that he's not stopping for any like small items because he kind of realizes that he needs to be the damage dealer. His Ursa's not having the best of times, and once he gets this Maelstrom, it really enables the early team fight from him, and he can be the one to make the action happen.
Yep. So I think as well, like the way this game is going up, Tiny goes down again, and I mean you just have to you just have to like look at it. Okay, the smoke play just comes out. I mean, like the Ravage has already been expanded bottom, which means there is however a bit of downtime, a bit of respite for the Ursa. And I think as well, like right now, this is the best time. They have to make a play somehow. Ember Spirit needs to be more proactive on the map. The reason why I mean,
he just picked up his Javelin though, so I think this is probably, if any time, it's go time now, like once he gets it. Because it's such a nice boost to the damage, especially once you get the procs. It's a bit of magic damage that they probably won't be expecting.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why I was asking about the, you know, why would you go for Maelstrom first item is because I have seen like some Embers, right? They still go back into the Orb of Corrosion despite not going for the Maelstrom.
Oh yeah, that's a really good early game item as well.
It's a really good item, and then you can build into a Yule Scepter. It does decent damage, and I think he has enough raw damage to do something, but this is a very farm intensive build. Bottom lane, they're really just bullying this bottom lane at this point. Like, I don't even know why the Ursa's even going back.
We talked about, like, you know, how the Radiant side needs to make a move, right? But it's a Dire actually, while we were talking about that, that smoke the bot with 3 heroes. They bring in the Void Spirit along with both supports, and they just melt the bot lane again. And it's at this point in the game, right? Like, this is where Tiny offlane feels a bit weak because you can't really TP in like a TIE Hunter and counter Ravage to turn the fight. You have like one set of spells and you don't even really want to leave because, you know, you're not highest HP as well. And yeah, they just take a free bot tower and they could even look to defend the top lane if they want.
Well, it looks like they are strong enough to. The Ravage is already up. When you said they have to defend the top lane, I think they might even contest it.
Yeah, but the thing is, the Void Spirit already almost has his use at like 10 minutes. He's like 100 gold away. From then on, the game gets so hard because this man is a one-man setup show. All he needs is Mortimer's Kisses or Ogre alongside with him. Even the Klings can tag along with a cute
And
little Burning
Disruptor
Barrage.
6 doesn't do anything against that.
Yeah.
Like, you can catch him, he does like, and he's safe. But this is actually, if I think about it, it's actually a pretty good like super yields game. The Windmaker.
I think so too.
Like
He's
saving
quite
a
super
core.
use.
Saving a core from that is so darn good.
Okay, but it might be a bit grief to rush it though.
Yup, and
As
hey,
we see
look
Fate,
at this!
getting
Our
gone
boy
on.
is so scary, it doesn't matter. Okay, maybe it does matter, I'm kidding. The Astral Step, the Cookie away to safety, TTK and the Snap, such good supports.
Yeah, they're holding for now. But the Pig Pole gets out, additional movement speed,
This
percentage
Pig
base,
Pole
very
is such,
nice.
it's such a meme item, dude. It's such a meme item, man.
Oh.
Ogre was looking, but hey, this ward, I think he should know, right? TTK?
Yeah, because he just literally walked away the moment. Oh, very nicely spotted out. I think he wanted a dewalk, but it might be a bit too
Or someone
deep
wants to
there,
go back in.
TTK.
Yeah, there's a glimpse. TTK will definitely die here. The Cookie, the stun,
Hang
the
on.
little Shredder, he's taking half his HP with him. He actually might...
He doesn't have mana for the glimpse.
Oh no!
He doesn't
Oh,
have mana
wow!
for the glimpse and
The
the Pig
Pig
Pole. He's out. TTK just like casually strolling by.
Oh my god, I can see why this guy, why there's so many, why he has fans. I should never have doubted you.
This guy's
oh
a
my,
chat. This guy's a
oh
chat.
my god.
Now 4k gold up
That
at
is
12
so
minutes.
that is so dirty. But over the top lane, I do believe we're seeing a bit of action, and the Tiny goes down. And Blaviken, once again, it's really the power of the Snapfire Voice Spirit. They're doing too much this game. Ravage is going to be expanded over the top lane. They actually steal the rune right under the
Damn,
Ember Spirit's
Mac
nose.
Yo, Mac Cripsy, this whole team is playing like a bunch of ballers. Actually, he just ravaged just to take that arcane, and then he throws up a high five. This man does not. He has Midas on TIE Hunter. Huh?
I'm done.
Wait,
I'm done.
dude, this looks like Ogre's inventory. Like this looks like it could be Ogre's inventory. I was like, what is going on? But this man,
Guys, I'm done. I don't even know what is this DOTA anymore. Like, why does the offlane have a Midas on the Titan to help?
McDonald's is a profitable company.
Oh, they
guys.
find a white Icy, and this should be an easy click. Although I would like to give that kill to the Klings for tanking the ultimate as well. You know, this is one of those moments where like, oi, my kill.
Wait, take! Walao eh.
And now he's farming the enemy jungle. Over the Maelstrom, he's gonna clear those
Oh,
stacks
that's-
very efficiently.
Oh, stack, nice, thanks guys. Might as well just take a mid tower, roll up as well. It's so scary when a TIE Hunter can just do that. That's okay, a disruption. And once again, I'm just a bit confused, right? Because they first picked this Shadow Demon and hasn't really been able to do much for them. It was supposed to be a counter or like a response to this TIE Hunter, or maybe just something to enable their draft, but just hasn't really worked out in that way. Sure, you've gotten some stacks, but then who's farming it? It's
I
just
mean,
the Klings, bro.
they are enabling. It's just that they're not enabling their team; they're enabling the other team. That's why like
Yeah.
the Maelstrom is very counterproductive.
Oh,
like-
why do you say that though?
No, because like if you go for the Maelstrom, it's not exactly an item that wins the mid game for you. If anything, it helps you scale. And Ursa is already having the worst lane of his life that he could possibly imagine against a lineup he thought he would be very strong against. Like he's 0-3, he's got 48 CS to his name, he's half the net worth of the Void Spirit, he's half the net worth of the Klings, he's almost half the net worth of the Tidehunter who he is supposed to counter. What do you do?
So it's like you said, you would like to see something like All Corrosion or maybe something like an
Exactly.
even earlier item.
Like-
Yeah, I guess you have a point because the Maelstrom, it gives you a lot of damage, but doesn't really give you a lot of fightability early on, and you still don't have it complete yet, especially with all your farm being stolen.
Exactly, and on top of that, this is why I actually asked why is Monkey King not being picked up? Because like with Monkey King, at least you can kind of like disjoint certain spells. Like for example, Gush, you disjoin that, you only have to worry about Shredder, and he scales better than an Ursa from behind. Because even if you lose the lane at this score, you max your tree dance, you can clear stacks.
I think their point of view is that they want a hero that can really lead the charge and go in. Monkey King doesn't really like that so much, not a very traditional frontliner because he takes a while to get to that point. As we see Tai now getting gone on right now, enraged but instantly use the A Chol Ursa counter, just toss him up into the air and he gets hit.
I mean, in general right now, I can tell you that I feel like Ursa just doesn't do as well, because more importantly, like at higher level gameplay, the safe lane is most probably gonna get shot on, especially since we're looking at this strong offlane duos in this tournament. I feel
Yeah, I
like
feel like Blaviken has just been put on
Yeah.
so much pressure, right? I don't even think it's like...
it's not
I
even
mean,
funny, man.
Yeah, it's not even funny. Like, the amount of minus armor and the bear just gets
And
shredded.
he has the medallion already. Look at that. He's gonna get arcane boots. They have all the sustain. They have all the team fight. They have literally every single spell at their disposal. 15 minutes in, a tier 2 is already going down. It seems like this is like the most insurmountable task of coming back. It's so hard. Like there's just no space to breathe.
Okay, but this is not the first time we've seen an Ursa from behind, right? If he can channel his inner, if he can go mode Kaguya here, then he can really try and pull it back. But once again, it's this early game is really going to rely on healer, but he's queuing up a Deso now. I don't really know whether that's what you need, but I guess his read is that they just need a bit more damage. The thing for me is, how do they even try and look for a fight or take a fight? Because it feels like the rather the dire side keyboard warriors, they're just kind of walking up to your towers and grouping up and taking them, and how do you break that?
I actually dare say that because of the lack of teamfight on the Radiant side, Dire could actually potentially make this the fastest game of the tournament.
Ooh.
They literally can just take a tier 2. They already control the outpost.
Then they go Roche.
They go
there's
Roche,
a DD.
double damage, the negative armor, the overwhelming teamfight. You just go high ground, and they have very good siege with the Clinks, who's already got the Maelstrom. He's going for a glide near after Dragon Lance.
I like that a lot. I like that a
Yes.
lot. Just additional control on top of their heads and keeping them in place. Looks like they're smoking up though. They want to make something happen, baiting the
Yeah.
TIE Hunter here, but TTK shows himself instead.
And Void Spirit already has the Aghanims queued up. In fact, he's almost done. 16 minutes in. That's outstanding farm. He's hitting all his timings.
Okay, they want to fight though. They go
Oh,
on
the
the
pick.
DDK and he's gonna fall instantly. But that's just the
Ultimate
ogre. You
kisses.
use so much. In comes the Kisses tie. Forced to
Ravage.
engage, but in comes the Ravage and in comes the Void Spirit. Dissimulate doesn't go on this Shadow Demon, but he falls anyway. Tries to save himself. No, but it's not gonna be nearly enough. He's gonna be the last one standing, walking away slowly, but gonna get chipped down by Blaviken, and it's gonna be a 4-for-1. TTK will gladly give up his life again, and probably is gonna get 4
And this
kills.
is the walk of shame, and hence why I said like, would you consider another item like a Yule Scepter? You needed to rotate. Look at that. Now he's going into a Battle Fury. He even had a Desolator queued up earlier on. Like,
No, I think this man's trolling. There's no way he's going for that. I refuse to believe it.
I think
There's
he's
no
just-
way, right? There's
He's just
no
getting
way.
out itemized and outplayed at the moment. And look at it.
For
This
sure.
is what I was talking about. The Roshan. You can scan the Roshan, but we just saw they took you 3 cores or two cores to kill an Ogre Magi. A pause 5. And after that, you just lost the team fight, hands down.
They
What do you do?
wasted the Static Storm as well on the Ogre. Like what? Then the rest of the team just has free reign to do whatever they want, right? And this is gonna be an easy roach for them. We saw this again. It's following a similar trend as the game from previously. They claim the first Aegis away from this Ursa, which is gonna take away a lot of his timing. Actually, I want to look at this TIE Hunter's items because I don't know what he has other than a Midas. Looks like he has a Possessed Mask or some sort of lifesteal.
I think so. He does. No, wait. No,
Oh,
Thomas,
yeah, he has a literal Morbid's Mask.
He could
Morbid
actually
mask.
go into a Vlad's if you wanted. I feel it's not too bad this game because of the armor. Like,
Yeah,
it
the
doesn't give
armor is quite
It
significant.
doesn't give any. It doesn't give a lot of armor now, like the bonus aura now, I believe.
Wait, does he even give any armor actually?
No, like Vlad's now is mostly just
Isn't it
like
built by
mana
the-
regen and lifesteal.
No, because it's built by the Buckler now, so it
Oh
does
yeah,
give
yeah.
armor.
So it gives you the 3 armor. Like, okay.
I think that's quite significant, but I mean, he's definitely going to ramp up, right? Net worth wise, all 3 cores on the side of Keyboard Warriors.
Oh no, I
on the-
mistook that for Bassi. Bassi used to give like a bit of armor, but not anymore.
Yeah, they switch it over to
They
the
switched it to the buckler.
Yeah.
And alright, so now they look like they'll be making a play for the tier 2. And Ravage is coming up very, very soon. 1,000 gold away to a Blink Dagger, and he can do whatever the the fudging for the fudge he wants.
Yeah.
And I don't know, like what is the comeback play? I feel like I asked you this question so many times, but
They need
there even
to
an
get
answer?
a pick off, but if you look at the map, the beautiful vision setup, there's just such nice wards placed, not only in the mid lane, but on the triangle as well. And they're not really falling into the trap of placing their wards too far forward, right? Because usually when you control the triangle, you want to put one on the cliff, but that's kind of an easy ward to deward, because you know it's going to be there. Instead, they put it a bit further back, so anyone who ventures a bit too far forward can just get clipped. So I really like the vision control here from the side of Keyboard Warriors. And they have McCripsy over here, completely no fear.
wait, what is this? Oh my,
Oh.
wow.
I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for the shard, because then he can kind of just dazzle away on those towers with the anchor smash, because it does damage to buildings and reduces the building armor, if I'm not wrong. So this is definitely living up to his name a bit, not more than a bit mildly spicy. This is some spicy stuff coming up from the TIE Hunter. But speaking of minus armor, they're gonna Lil Shredder away on this tower, and the Clink's hitting onto it. I don't think that Radiant can really contest this. 4 to 17.
Yeah,
now.
they actually can't do anything because none of them have like BKB's defensive items for that matter against this Void Spirit Aghanims. He can literally just go in like that. He gets the double silence off, he's stunned, and whoop, he's one dead boy. He's not even close to dying. And this tiny so what if you have a Blink Dagger? It's already 20 minutes in, everyone is having the game of their life, and Mortimer's kisses will linger for a tiny while. Void Spirit cleans up, and this is almost depressing to watch. 19-4, 20 minutes in. This is, I mean, he says he's mildly spicy, but I guess everyone on the Radiant have no spice tolerance like me.
Yeah, I just want to say that, like, I usually don't like to call games so early, right? But it just kind of feels like this might be
Oh, sorry, we didn't see the win probability too.
Yeah, I mean, Fate Fina is gonna fall again, and I really don't know what they can do. How does this Thai Hunter literally have no tanky items, but he looks impossible to kill right now?
He's even playing with the Ravage animation in front of the enemy fountain.
Bro, this Disruptor is level 8, like at 20 minutes. I really don't know what you can do here. Yeah, he gets the shard as we see. He's actually gonna get silenced up. The Static Storm coming out. This Thai is actually gonna fall McCripsy, tempting Fate a little bit too much.
I know, right?
And
like
falls in front of the fountain.
Actually playing so cocky, but
Yeah, here comes the pumpkin emoji that you're talking about.
it's not even the biggest loss per se.
Yeah.
Purely because, you know, he hasn't even used Ravage. And
Oh,
alright, just
and
like
White
that,
IC
the
gonna
Disruptor
fall.
is gone.
In comes the Void Spirit with the silence again. Tai pops the Enrage, but it's not gonna
Oh.
matter. He's gonna get melted as it extends.
Oh, that was
And
with Enrage on as well.
yeah, and
Jesus.
Healer is gonna get hit away on. Once again with this Maelstrom build, not able to pump out enough. This Klink still has the Aegis, and he's gonna even eat his own one of his archers just to survive, along with the heal from Blavicon's cookie.
I find that very silly, the fact that he can eat this.
Yeah, it's so
1,000
dumb.
HP.
It's actually so dumb. Like,
It's so stupid.
yeah, Klink's used to have the trouble of having to go
Like to the jungle and
yeah,
fight
and then
back a
find a
creep.
good creep, but then now you just eat a skeleton, and then suddenly one whole aspect of it is gone.
Wow,
But I mean, this Klink's pick really paying off, right? Being able to power farm up and just kind of make it happen. More than anything, I think the entire side of Keyboard Warriors just played out of their minds. Like a lot of space and well-played lanes really to spur these advantages off.
I mean, it feels like the Radiant are also playing out of their minds, just not in a good way.
Yeah, maybe like some like just floating up in the sky kind of vibes right now.
Kind of feels like, you know, maybe they should just chill with some BR gameplay.
I mean, win or lose,
enjoy.
they most definitely are going to get that because all participants do. It's just, it looks right now that they might be going there a bit sooner than they might have.
You know,
planned.
I do believe they're going to get 1 hour of gameplay, board game time, right? They should take the time to play some Monopoly because what they need right now is a get out of jail free card. And their base is their literal jail. They're not able to leave the steps of their own house.
Oh, but it's YB who comes out in front. He's going to get stunned out and cookied onto. Can they turn it though?
Oh, the
He's gonna
toss back?
the Snapfire back. Blaviken finally falls
But-
for his
but-
sins,
but-
but that was a static stop, huh?
What?
I mean, they trade 1 for 1, and that's a good kill for them. They get the Snapfire, but let's now your static storm is gone. How do you team fight?
To quote IG Emo, question mark? Actually, question mark?
Actually, question mark. Now, don't type that in chat. That's gonna be a bit BM. In fact, this is the exact spot he did it to, and we have a Void Spirit, and he's dancing around just like him. McCripsy.
You know, with the Deso proc, obviously, like these Raxus, they just
This
fall.
Thai Hunter just clipping away on these towers. This kind of looks like Turbo.
Like, why
right
does
now.
he have a Midas? He's 23 minutes in with a Midas Arcane Boots, Cloak, and a Morbid Mask. Look at that!
Oh, and the Ravage.
look
to
at that,
finish him
what is
off
that?
as Well. Oh, and the toss
Toss
is though,
back?
TDK, gotta fall. And this YB Tiny finally coming in handy, but this is not really the impact you wanted. Tips coming out again, they must be clowning on their captain.
Guys, we have just found Singapore's Xiao Ba is TTK. Director TTK.
Correct, Director TTK.
Director
I'm-
Titty.
Okay, so the thing I'm interested is that, okay, as we see a
they're
fight
trying
here,
to go on
but
the
really,
boy.
how much of a fight is it? It's just gonna be, yeah, it's just gonna be completely
Wow.
melted. They're not gonna stand a chance. Keyboard Warriors just completely dismantling their opponents right now, and this is a bit unfortunate. I think they just lost the lanes a bit too hard, right? Like, from there, it's so hard to come back with this lineup, and they didn't really build for the early game as well. They tried to scale up, but pedal to the metal this entire time for the Dire, and they never let go of the pressure, just snipe it right through. 25k gold lead right now as they go back in yet again. This Void, not
Wow.
afraid of anything, yules himself up.
He's
gonna
going for a
be A-okay.
Dagon, by the way. This guy, the disrespect is so real. Like,
I mean, Void Spirit Dagon
guys,
isn't that bad.
end the game. Stop diving the fountain, guys. This is hide your kids. This is not
Blaviken.
safe to watch.
Blaviken, he could be gone on here. They're putting a lot of pressure, and the glimpse back. This is where Disruptor comes in handy. Not so much for the rest of the game, but in those few moments where you're actually ahead. But in
Oh,
comes
no,
the Gleipnir
the
and the
Gleipnir.
Burning Barrage. They're melting them apart, but this Klink's falling low. He's gonna be able to get the Skeleton Walk off, and YB, he's gonna be caught in between 4 Skeleton Archers.
Blink.
Nothing much he can do. Tai gonna blink in, but immediately fall. And this Static Storm, just not being able to do nearly enough damage to this Void Spirit, has the shield and the Dissimulate.
Oh, he has
Stays
the shard.
alive.
He has the shard.
He's
the
not
Gleipnir.
even dead. He falls in the end, but YB, he's definitely going to fall
Look at
for
our
this
boy
right.
TDK. Look at our boy TDK. He's gonna tank the gang. He's gonna
He's
tank
gonna
the tower.
die.
He's gonna die. He
Time
tried.
the buyback, takes out this ogre, and the tits come through again, as is Ritual.
He's like that, you know, he's like that streamer Bradley Dragon. I mean,
Bradley Dragon, yeah, Bradley
I
Dragon.
can hear him saying the guy, he's hacking!
Yeah, the guy's hilarious, but
this is
TTK
funny.
definitely a lot of fans himself. As you see, YB starting to lay in the damage. One thing that we talked about this offlane Tiny not really seeing a lot of effectiveness, but has managed to climb it back a little bit with those toss kills. Actually level 15 now, so pretty respectable.
Wow, 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 wow!
Wait, where's his health? Oh my gosh, that was a bit of a jump scare right there.
I think we discovered a new variant of COVID that's actually the Gleipnir Clinks.
No,
Like,
bro,
holy
there's
snap.
a reason why they were putting that Halloween emoji. They're just out to jump scare the Elsa, bro. They just spook him out. I don't know where his health went, but that's not a... doesn't look like a bear. That kind of looks like a
I'm
Teddy.
pretty sure someone on the Radiant, like, owes TDK money because the way they
Yeah,
are
the way,
playing,
the
the way they are
chasing it-
playing is so BM. It's
Yeah.
unbelievable. Like,
Yeah,
like I see a
TDK
void spirit with a Dagon for crying out loud. Go for like a Kaya Sanj or something.
No, I think he's going to... like, he went the Spell M talent, which really helps. Yeah, Spell amplification. So that's kind of what he's going for, just the instant burst, right? But I mean, I don't know how much it matters at this point. Did he just... Okay,
Yep.
like
Yep.
Cripsy under
Yep.
the...
Yep.
There we
Oh,
go.
he sees him as well.
Oh,
Nom,
and
nom,
in he
nom,
comes.
nom, nom,
Oh,
nom,
the
nom, nom, nom.
Dagon finishes him off. Just clips his HP, and they're not even done yet. Tai gonna fall to the dissimulate damage.
Oh, the toss.
in.
Trying
And
to get out
okay.
here. Oh, but he's gonna die again. But you know,
chains.
at this point, Clinks is just having one heck of a game. I don't want to say it's impossible, but at this point, these guys are just having fun.
Yeah, I mean, the voice view line said it best, right? 漂亮. Really, really
This is the
漂亮.
final countdown. They're even leaving the melee racks on purpose. They just want to have some fun, rack up the kill score.
The stats,
yeah,
30k gold up now, 11 to
Look at
7.
YB.
11 to 38 rather now. And healer, oh, that's half his HP from one
Wow.
anchor smash. Say no, they're not gonna live through this. As McCrispy who falls, but they managed to take down the healer. And the rest of the side of Keyboard Warriors gonna be left to take out this Rex.
Is there like a tournament rule where you have to stop this massacre? It's too.
Oh, GG, well played. That's
Oh,
what
they
you
called
call
it.
it.
They called it.
Good luck, Nix. Well played. Well played indeed. TTK leading the squad. He ran out of voice line time, so he just said 漂亮 in all chat. But very nice. Hopefully these teams still have fun, and they most definitely will have fun at the 1 hour, or rather 2 hours, is it? How many hours? Oh, it's some amount of one session.
Yeah, that was
Of-
so fast. Like, Honey is still on the way here after that loss. Like, oh my god.
Oh, dude, we literally misnamed the whole the teams the entire time. It's actually Keyboard Warriors that
Keyboard
lost that.
Warriors won the
It's
Radiant and no
throws.
throws on the Dire.
It's pretty funny that they're called no throws because the entire time they were trying so damn hard to throw it.
Yeah, like they were actually trying their best to throw.
Yeah, but really nice game from them overall. A bit of a stomp. We've
bit.
had.
You're so kind. You're so nice.
Just
You're
want to
so
give some.
positive.
Just gotta give some respect to the teams,
I'm
my friend.
I'm pretty sure to you viewers out there, if you guys are from the Singapore Dota community, always from Southeast Asia, I'm pretty sure you guys can disagree that Dota 2 is usually toxic in our region. We're supposed to be a little bit more like raging and angsty.
Yeah, but that's what GG NORE is here for, right? They're trying to make
Exactly.
PMA a real thing instead of just something you meme about in RTZ streams. So yeah, that is it for this game. We'll definitely have one more. I think it's one more game of the first round before we get into the quarterfinal matches.
Indeed. And hopefully Hani will be here, and that means it'll be his turn to cast. And then, Sneeze, I need you to interview Hani later. Have you thought of some questions?
No,
for
for
him?
sure. I have many questions about this man and his performance. I mean, he's saying he's throwing to come here and cast, but I mean the last
Content.
death
He
over
did it for
there,
the content.
he did it for the
It was a
content.
close almost comeback.
Almost.
Okay, actually, real quick, if any of the TTK fanboys are still in chat, help us ask him what is going on through his mind when he drafts. Is he the big brain drafter? Let us know. Anyways, I'm Hades. This is Perma Sneeze. This is the Singapore Comic Con Online at Asia Esports Festival Dota 2 Community Tournament, brought to you by Elysium Esports and GG NORE, sponsored by New World Carnival. We're gonna be taking a quick break, and we'll see you guys for the next game shortly.
Hello, welcome back to the Asia Esports Festival and Singapore Comic Con Community Tournament for Dota 2. My name is Permasneezed. I'm joined by,
Honey.
also known as the Earth Spirit that threw the first game of that we saw today. But he's finally here with us. Obviously, he really was itching to cast, so he just threw his team under the bus and made his way here.
Hey, don't say that.
Yeah.
My team shouldn't. You didn't need to tell like the whole world and my team. Like it's a secret.
I feel like you should have mentioned it's a secret before we went live.
Oh,
But
okay.
well, we're here now, right? But once again, thank you to our partners for this, the organizers as well, GG NORE, which you are from.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to talk a bit about GG NORE?
Oh, like currently right now this game
Okay,
we have
okay.
another representative.
Exactly. So
From-
his team already knocked out, unfortunately, but we'll be casting the second game of the GG NORE representatives in Bonkers Chonkers, but we'll get to them later.
Yeah.
Alongside the other partners that we have, also organized by Elysium Esports,
Yep.
and last but not least, Esports Experience Center at Kallang Wave Mall. And of course, our sponsors as well, every single participant, including yourself. I know you're very excited about
Yeah.
this.
Consolation prize, right?
Yeah, consolation prize. VR game session at 3-on-3 Somerset, level 3 New World Carnival. So look out for it.
Yeah. Can't wait to go there.
You sound so excited.
Yeah. Of course. First time.
Yeah, you sound really excited. But with that said, let's get right into the draft and let's talk about the teams. We have McDonald's versus Bonker Chonkers. Okay, you are the GG NORE representative.
Yeah.
What is Bonkers Chonkers? What does that mean? Any insight whatsoever?
Oh no, I have no idea.
Absolutely.
Probably like how cute a cat can be. I don't know. Like,
That literally tells me absolutely nothing. Thank you for that. But yeah, okay. I mean, McDonald's, everyone knows them, right? There are a bunch of I mean, from what I understand, there are a bunch of pretty high-ranked players who also do some coaching, so they're obviously nothing to mess around with. Bonkers Chonkers consists, as you can see from their guild tag, a bunch of GG NORE representatives. So it's gonna be a bit of a final slugfest of a game for the round of 16 here before we move on to the semi-finals.
quarterfinal. Right. After this is the quarter, right? Then the semi.
Yeah lor. Hi, stupid. Thank you. Good thing you're here. But yeah, so starting off the draft, let's just take a look at the bats. Magnus, Weaver, Void Spirit Faces, Void Invoker, all heroes that are so bloody annoying and have done so much in the game so far. Meanwhile, it's gonna be Spirit Breaker, Tinker, Life Stealer, and Spectre. We have a Snapfire TIE Hunter, which I don't know if you're watching the game right before this, but just ripped the Ursa apart.
Yeah, very classic combo now with a lot of negative armor.
Yeah, and on the flip side, we have Mars Rubik, also another good offlane combo. A lot of damage and pressure coming out from the Fate Bolt along with the Mars spells. Just nice little teaser, pause 4, pause 3 start to the draft. Nothing too special here as we get through. It's gonna be an Elder Titan ban. That's pretty interesting. I feel like this hero just gets ignored routinely if you're not literally like Fly from EG.
Yeah, I personally feel that like ET is not a very easy hero to play. As in if
Yeah, for sure.
definitely. And usually people will just go with a normal position 5 hero with like just great disables. Like you have a Bane, you play a Jakiro.
Yeah, it's a lot more
that.
straightforward, right? Like the game plan kind of plays itself. And speaking of straightforward, Ogre Magi, Bonkers Chonkers, I don't know if they were watching the previous game, but they've like mirrored quite a lot of picks from the previous. This is literally TTK's draft from last game. So yeah, maybe some TTK fans on Bonkers Chonkers, who knows. But actually McDonald's, they're going to switch it up. It's a Lich. We haven't seen this hero so far in the tournament. And a Monkey King as well. One of the heroes that we've seen less of, if not at all. And speaking of not seeing anybody, it's going to be a Ricky position 1 pick.
Yeah.
What do you think about this hero? I feel like we don't see him for a reason.
Yeah, so that's the unfamiliar part for you guys. You guys don't see Ricky often, but then me being in the community, we play against his Ricky many times.
Who is his? Who are you talking?
Simbi. Yeah, so he
Oh.
plays actually a very mean Ricky.
Okay.
Like some of his outstanding heroes were actually a Weaver carry faceless for carry and also the Ricky. So finally somebody that doesn't do homework and he finally gets to play the Ricky as a position.
Yo,
1.
I just know this man's rubbing his nasty hands together about to run a train right over them. We're gonna hope he has quite a good performance because the Ricky, I mean, you mentioned his signature heroes. I think there's something in common over there, right? He likes these heroes that can get in, get out, and be all slippery, and Ricky definitely is one of those. Can really capitalize on these immobile backline supports. You just jump in, you trickster the trade right over them, and their health bars just melt.
Yeah, precisely. And I feel that Ricky is also a hero that can get an advantage over Monkey King if he has to man fight. Especially if, let's say, Ricky is the one who is initiating first with that smoke screen, right? He definitely can stop Monkey King.
Yeah, if you can't get the Wukong's command down, it's a bit tough. I do want to ask you though, how do you feel like the Ricky matches up to the Mars?
I would say that it's a fairly even trade up, but then again, because you have a Rubik there, Rubik generally don't do very well in lane. But then, however, with the Fate Bow, I think it should give Mars a slight advantage in terms of just the laning phase. Mars should be able to have a comfortable lane.
Yeah, to be fair, it is Ogre Magi Ricky lane, so Ogre Magi gotta be that meat shield that Ricky needs to tide himself through the lane. I will say though that in game Ricky, I think he can always, if he doesn't instantly get speared, he can always blink strike out of the arena.
Yeah.
Right. So that's something that we didn't account for. But it's gonna be a Wind Ranger last pick and Lina mid last pick for McDonald's as well. These are two very, very scary drafts with a lot of potential. Which draft are you favoring, my friend?
Oh, if you are asking about draft, I would...
Yeah, draft alone.
Okay,
draft
alone. I would still favor Bonkers Chonkers.
Oh,
draft. Yeah.
interesting. Okay.
Like, I feel that they have... they are very versatile. Like, they can start fighting very early on. They have big skills, like the Mortimer's Kisses, the Ravage. They have big team fight. They also have a lot of single target pickoffs in Ricky and also Winra. Then Ogre Magi offers a lot of buff to Ricky too. I think they are able to bring the game straight to Radiant before they can actually start fighting, probably in the mid game when Monkey is ready to fight.
That's true, but I will say that McDonald's, they have a little bit of fighting potential themselves. Lich very strong in the early game. And one thing I'm worried about is even though they have minus armor and the magic damage coming out from the kisses as well, they kind of don't have a lot of damage apart from that. Because Ricky takes a while to ramp up. Even with the Ogre Magi buff, he's not really one that has a lot of natural damage before maybe his first few like small items. And that's when the Monkey King, the Lina, can really go crazy. I feel like this Lina... I don't know, do you know Sir Action Slacks?
Yes, of course.
Do you know his famous decree? When you pick a Wind Ranger in an elimination game, it never goes well for you. And I feel like the thing with this lineup for Bonkers Chonkers is it feels like it's such a high variance lineup. You could Ravage into nothing happens. Your Wind Ranger could just fall flat and shackle absolutely no one. And then where's your Disable right after Ravage? So this feels a lot riskier to me for Bonkers Chonkers, but like you said, that's draft alone. We are not accounting for Mr. Sinbi on his Ricky. How scary is it? How bad is it?
He's very dependable on the Ricky.
Dependable?
Yeah, very dependable.
Oh, that's not usually something I would describe Ricky as, so this is kind of scary.
So hopefully he'll be able to carry this game for Bonkers Chonkers.
Yep. We got Sukiya, Lich, Vertigo, the support duo of McDonald's just kind of running after this Monkey King on the courier. Some early voice lines coming out. They do know he's up to no good. The Mischief could run in and steal a rune, but already... Pope Town Armpit Hairs is his name. I'm just gonna call him the Ogre because I'm not saying that again. But yeah, so early rune battle. It looks like this Mars is approaching top, but instantly sees a few heroes and dips. Yeah, it'll be a 2 for 2 as usual. No big deal. And yeah, as the lanes pan out, it's exactly what we expected. Everyone going into the proper lane, so no real spicy stuff just yet. All pretty conventional if you can count Ricky and Wind Ranger cores conventional. So the Monkey King is something that Hades pointed out earlier on, right? Because he said that, oh, you know, it could have been a Monkey King and he can really beat back this Tide Hunter, whereas the Ursa takes a lot of damage. The thing about Monkey King is he can actually stand and fight and sustain in that lane.
Yeah, definitely.
So
and especially since you have such a strong support 5.
Yeah,
in
for sure.
In Lich, you definitely can capitalize on this.
Yeah, and actually we talked a lot about the minus armor strats, right? Lich with the Frost Shield can kind of negate that quite a bit. Like really just... Yeah, and nice little gush dodge over there. He does tank a bit of the damage, but I think he dodges like an auto attack or something. I'm not 100% sure, but he doesn't look like he takes nearly enough damage from that. So yeah, the early game little tangle around the creep wave is already starting off. I think mid lane is gonna be very even because I don't think anyone's gonna get a kill very early on unless there's a really big misstep from this Wind Ranger and she's caught with her pants down.
Yeah. Having a Lina at mid is definitely like it's like a Viper and Kunkka. Like Lina generally does so well in the lane.
Okay, Scrubbalicious getting
bottom.
gone on here. Gamer, a real gamer, like living up to his name right
Oh,
now.
it might be 2 kills.
Izzy, he's gonna fall to take damage. And we talked about the strength of this minus armor lane, but like this Monkey King just sustains up, and like I said, the Frost Shield just keeps him topped off, takes not a lot of physical damage, and manages to turn that lane around. This is only gonna get harder and harder for the TIE Hunter.
Yeah, definitely you wouldn't want to fight against a Monkey King so early on. But then again, you want to apply pressure really early on. But it's just you can't man fight a Monkey King as long as he has the buff. It's almost
it's
impossible.
against a Lich, right? And this Lich, like the strength of him is that he can kind of slowly pepper you down with those Frost Blasts, and that's exactly what he did. By the time the fight started out, and Scrubbalicious tried to start trading, he was already so low on HP. He kind of was like, do I run? Do I try and fight? And he just ends up falling, and it's a double kill. I mean, the gold lead still not anything too substantial. Last hits though, not really looking too good. Scrubbalicious and the Ricky as well, not really getting a lot of farm. I will say though that I feel like this mid lane could kind of favor this Lina, because the Lina has a lot more conventional wave clear when it comes to the Dragon Slave, which works whether the creeps are lined up or not, because you can always line it up for a free clear on the entire wave. Whereas for Wind Ranger, you kind of need to wait until the creep wave is walking in one straight line.
Yep.
Right, if not, you can't get the full clear off. I'm going to be expecting this Lina to just kind of push the lane in and go back to, either applying pressure or like moving on the map or farming somewhere else.
Like, Wind Ranger, as compared to Lina, will definitely take like a few more minutes before she is able to dish out efficiency.
Yeah.
Like, definitely you'll need at least a Javelin or perhaps a Millstorm before you can start getting solo pickoffs, whereas as compared to Lina...
Sukiya.
Oh no, another kill.
Yeah, just roast that grandma alive, man.
Yeah, so as compared to Lina, all she needs are levels, and then with more levels, she basically just like...
Yeah, just so much spell damage coming out like naturally in a kit, right?
Yeah, and that's how she snowballs anyway.
So do you think the Boots of Travel, like we've seen, almost cliffing their Vertigo, chuckling to himself a little bit, almost put that Ogre in a real bad place. Yeah, but I think overall, like, last hits wise, look at this Lina, she's completely dominating the mid lane. I mean, the net worth, I mean, the difference is just about by 4, right? But she's still in a very commanding position, as we expected from the Lina, like you mentioned. Real concerning bit is the fact, okay, so level wise, let's take a look. Yeah, so nobody at that level 6 just yet, but Lina is real close. Look at the level difference, that really tells the hugest story.
Yeah, the crossover on Daya are not having a big game.
Yeah,
like, they basically pick TIE Hunter and Snapfire to win the lane, but then you look at this, they are just getting turned on.
Yeah, exactly. As IZ falling a bit low, the last tick of Frost Shield doesn't even matter, the Frost Blast is there. Lich completely dominating this lane and turning it around. And maybe this is the answer, like the rest of the teams, they need to study this one, because this team, they're showing a perfect example of how to deal with this pesky minus armor draft. We see most of the time, like if the tide is not dominating, then it's like a ban out of the tide, but they're dealing with it just fine.
Like, I was expecting Ogre to probably be able to make up for this Ricky pick, because as you know, Ricky is generally not a very good laner at the start. He'll probably need like at least a diffuser blade before he can come online. But it doesn't seem like Ogre was able to make up for this difference, and he's basically getting bullied as of now.
Honestly,
I wouldn't say bullied, but then there again, you're giving Mars way too much space right now.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like as an Ogre, right, you're sitting in lane with like almost full mana and almost full HP. Like, do something with your resources. Your Ricky's kind of tanking, and even though you're pulling, the waves already coming in. Like, I feel like there's a lot more that you could be doing as this Ogre, but he's just playing it real safe. Man has 5 clarities, but why is he like almost full mana? You know what I mean? Like it doesn't really...
Just as we're saying, they're making a go for Ricky. This will be a very good
the
kill.
TP out! The recognition. That's so smart from Vertigo. Gets out scot-free, and they wasted so many resources on him. But that's a-okay, right? You have 5 clarities. That's so weird that he bought so many clarities, but I guess he wants to play the long game in lane. But it's not really working out for him so far. Gamer going forward. The slow. The cookie a bit off the mark. Stuns the Lich, but it doesn't matter. He's already melted.
And you wouldn't want to give him free hits, man.
Yeah, and the Snapfire kind of in a weird spot. If the Monkey King is hitting away on you, why are you so far forward, right? But oh, actually, there's another player named ABC as well. So 2 ABC players. But so it's the 5-minute mark. The catapult gets denied. A bit of pressure on the mid tower. Nothing too substantial though, as we see the lanes cool down for now. I wonder what this Snapfire plans to do, because this lane is like 100% lost, right? Like Scrubbalicious can't even get any last hits with his Gush. As we see, oh, the Lina actually get a kill on mid. Was that enabled by the Lich? It had to be, right?
Probably a rotation that we
Yeah.
didn't catch. Yeah.
Really nicely done. So Sukiya playing the support to perfection, right? Wins the bot lane for his core, leaves the core alone, and then wins the mid lane for his Lina as well.
Like, I think right now their only game plan is that hopefully Windrunner gets like a Javelin soon. Then they have to start rotating with the two supports to make space for Scrubbalicious and also Sinbi.
The main thing is like, okay, you rotate with the Wind Ranger, right? But if you like, who's gonna start the fight? You kind of need to come in at a really nice angle to get that shackle, or maybe like pray that they are like foolish enough to let the ogre walk all the way up to you and level 1 fire blast you. It just doesn't feel substantial, you know?
Yeah, I guess they can start making a move in like another 1 minute or so.
I don't know whether
try to get as much levels as you can before you go, then try to make it up with a smooth
the
play.
arena is out though, and here comes the Frost Shield, melts down this Snapfire yet again. Sinbi forced to tricks of the trades out, but immediately the AoE damage is way too much for this Riki to handle. Not a lot of HP earlier on, and they're on to this ogre. Poor little boy with all his clarities. Can't help him now. He's gonna fall under his own tower, and ABC walks away from that with a triple kill. Really nice rotation there from both supports, and set up all by that beautiful, beautiful arena.
Yeah, such a mean Mars, man. And
Yeah.
that's the good side about Mars. You are so strong early on, you get this good arena, you snowball, and then you can just basically fight in another minute.
Yeah, so on top of what you said about the Rubik giving such an advantage or giving an edge with Fate Bolt, now the Lich as well. 1 bot, 1 mid. Now, what's the only lane left?
Yeah.
Moves to top, cleans it up for his squad as well, and look at them, they're trying to do something
And look
sneaky
at how
there.
they snow, and they're more than perfect to, like, more than happy to fight as a
Wait,
tree
they
now.
want to dance onto this Wind Ranger, could catch her off guard here. I don't know whether the Vision is seeing her, but this dancing around, she pings. She knows. She's gonna get out. Could have been an absolute disaster if this Wind Ranger was to fall again. The power shot coming through. Yeah, and this Vision, they must have seen that ward, they must know, but they were trying to play right around it. Yeah, the support's just gonna contend with a bit of pressure for now, forcing the Wind Ranger power shot from range. And this Snapfire really hasn't had the effectiveness that we've been used to seeing, right? Just not able to get a lot done in the lane, and then even when she's trying to rotate, can't really make anything happen as well, just melts to this Lich's damage. And this is the Lich now level 5. Pretty high level, all things considered. And Vertigo actually gonna get gone on by Sinbi. Like you said, Sinbi on his reliable Riki, can he make something happen? Already level 6,
no,
the fear. But he has the tricks of the trade and chases onto that Rubik. He's gonna fall, but in response is the Ogre. They're more than okay with that though. And in comes Wind Ranger with the focus fire onto the support. Did she mess up there?
Oh, she's still...
And the spear saves the...
no.
I think she didn't channel that power shot long enough. Like, she kind of thought she had it, and then she just left it in the air, and Lich just floats away. That's not what you want. It's 11-1 now.
Yeah, and then Lina just comes in at the right time and then gets a counter kill on the Snapfire. That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, when you play this mid and you're from behind, right, you kind of want to out-tempo the enemy mid. So you want to make moves, force them to respond, and then you get the better trade-off. But the thing is, it doesn't matter because Lina was farming. You had to commit your TP to top, and she gets the same as you, and then she just goes back to mid to farm even more. So it's like, what do you really accomplish, right? And the Lina look already. I was gonna say, when is the boots of travel coming out? 10-minute boots of travels on this Lina right now. They're just gonna terrorize the rest of the map.
Yeah, right now is their goal time to start pressuring the map.
Laguna Blade up in 5, and I think the arena cooling down as well. They have almost all their ultimates up. Is it only the Rubik that's not level 6 yet? I'm not too sure whether he skilled it or not, but I don't think it matters at this point. They're just gonna take this top tower with ease and probably look to mid or the jungle, catch someone off.
Their only comeback mechanism into this early game, right, is definitely the Ravage. We'll have to... Scrubbalicious has to get a very nice Ravage.
But how does he, right? Because if you take a look at the Radiant lineup, they've drafted so nicely around this Tidehunter. They have the Rubik to steal it from range, they have the Lina to disable from range, and they even have the Mars who can just stand up against the Tide, and he doesn't really care whether he gets Ravage, because there's not a lot of damage coming out actually from the side of, you know, Bonkers Chonkers. Scrubbalicious just has not had a
Okay,
good
they're
game.
making a smoke rotation.
Yeah, they see somebody here. It's gonna be Gamer. He's gonna be caught out in the jungle, but how much is he
It's a
really
good
getting
kill.
caught out?
Oh,
He
no.
gets the Wukong's command off, and there is the bonus armor coming in. The Ogre, he's gonna melt really low, but the Cookie is gonna save him only tentatively before ABC comes in and spears him in the gut. Poor old Ogre cut down to size, but they wanna keep the chase on. In comes the Lina with a boost
They
of
have a
travels.
Ravage.
What can they find? Oh, and the Arena catches Simbi, but the tricks are straight out. This is what we talked about, but the
We're
Fear
pulling
back
in.
and then the Laguna. The Ravage nowhere near enough. And Scrubbalicious, he's going to be next to fall. Here comes the Cookie though, serving it up like Famous Amos, but it's not nearly enough. It's expensive and not worth the
And
time.
a spear.
Here comes the Spear as well. They're going to follow it up onto this Wind Ranger.
So
That's
much new
another
damage.
kill for this Lina. Oh, and now at this point, they're just steamrolling. And the stolen power shot as well. This is an absolute disaster.
Yeah. Oh my god.
They're
they-
giving you flashbacks of your game as well. This is what your early game looked like, my friend. This is not. This is not. This is Lina just running a train wreck with, over them with this boost of travel, seeping in and turning the fight. And we saw that initial goal on the Gamer, but they don't manage to synchronize their goal. Like, they don't manage to connect. The Ricky goes on with the Ogre, but they don't have enough damage to make it happen, right?
Right.
And then from there, they just turn it around, and the Monkey King doesn't even die.
Yeah, I personally feel that like it was just such a bad execution. Like from the start when they wanted to go on the Monkey King, Ogre wasn't fast enough to cast the stun, and Monkey King actually gets the arena off. Then the Wukong's command off, and that was where it became a disaster. Then subsequently, when they wanted to turn the fight, they came in one by one so late, and basically they just died one by one before
Yeah, it
they
just
even
felt like
had
they
a
were
chance to
bleeding
fight.
kills, right? They
Yeah.
were just like one by one getting caught off, and I mean, you don't really hack the Radiant lineup McDonald's for their chase potential, but they managed to line up kill after kill after kill. Even though this Ricky can get out of the arena, Lich right there with the like pull straight back in. And this game is looking a bit tough. It's 16-1 now. 8k gold lead only at 12 minutes in. This is really big advantage for them, and they are looking towards this mid tower. They want it down.
Radiant is doing such a good job now. They know they are super strong, right? Even fighting through the Ravage, they are not even scared.
Yeah.
Like, just come at me.
And
Like,
more
I
than
dare
anything,
you
I
to-
think Scrubbalicious, like after that initial one, like after initial the gank went badly, he's just like, okay, everyone get out, right? And then slowly he sees his team die one by one, but you don't want to Ravage there because it just increasingly feels like a worse Ravage, right? So even at the end there, we saw him double back, but then he ends up paying the price for it. Doesn't end up getting a Ravage off, and you said the only way back is if they get a nice Ravage. He's not really being set up for it. Look at the vision, it's all defensive, only one in their triangle right now.
Yeah, just look at Radiant, they're just playing so aggressively now. They know they are so much stronger.
They see Scrubbalicious. They can make a go onto him, and the lift immediately. Here comes all the spells, and the Laguna.
No, the Ravage.
Stolen Mortimer's Kisses, that's huge, but the Ravage, he doesn't want to pop it because his team's not even there. There wouldn't have been follow-up, which is smart in all things considered, but Scrubbalicious to fall.
Yeah, this more timers cases is gonna be such a pain. It's
Yeah.
such a good steal, like okay, look
Arena.
at this.
You
Have a
can't
follow?
win run out of the walls, baby. You're being chained. But no follow-up at the moment. They're going to shackle him over Sinbi straight onto the Mars. He's going to be A-okay though. He's so tanky. And here comes the Lina as well with the stun. Puopei Town trying to come forward. Sukiya as well. Both the POS 5s running in fearlessly. We'll have to
Thai
see.
Hunter is
Yeah, Thai Hunter is back. So they're going to have to give some respect to that. Sukiya fearless though. Still trying to de-ward. And he gets jumped on by Sinbi. Nice little pick off for them with the minus armor from the Gush. And the little Shredder rips them apart. Sinbi finally gets a kill. Puts one on the board for his team. 17-2 now, 10k gold up. I mean, that's a kill on the Lich. You take it. You know, you take anything you can get right now. But Monkey King already with the Battle Fury of Corrosion at 14 minutes.
Well, it's as if
Uh,
he's farming like an AM.
Yeah, he's farming. No, the thing is, he's farming faster than an AM at this point. He's been involved in like all the fights, like 205. Okay, not all the fights, but he has been involved in the fights. And he's just making it work for him with this Battle Fury. I don't know whether the Dire can scale up in time.
Yeah, just look at Mars. Mars has already completed his Blink Dagger too. And they are in almost
Oh,
prime
this is
time
go
to
time,
fight.
right? This is go time because
Yeah.
this is the blink. The Lich has his Chain Frost up. The Lina, she's going back to base the heals, perfectly synchronized so she can boost the travel into wherever the fight happens. And this is very nicely moved
Yeah,
from
not to
them.
mention the stolen Mortimer's Kisses that
Yes,
hasn't been
yes.
even used.
I don't know how much time he has left on that, but it must still be a bit. Let's just check the Rubik skills real quick if we can. Yeah, still has it for I think a decent amount of time. So no risk of that. They are just storming into the jungle. There's actually a Ricky farming right there if they could find him. He's I mean, he's invis at the moment, but they must know that I see a ping coming out. But I think there was a ward that spotted him there. They must not be very scared. Here comes Simbi though. They see him and the dust immediately, the pull back. Oh, and here comes the Mortimer's Kisses, but Simbi, and Spear ABC from the back, and TP's in with this Lina. They need to get out now. They are not going to be able to fight this without their Ricky, but Scrubbalicious already getting gone on the cookie straight out of the Wukong's command, but lifted up, chain frosted, stunned, LSA. There's just so much damage and the Laguna straight into his backside. This TIE Hunter to fall. I have not seen a Ravage this game.
Yeah. TIE Hunter just can't get a break, man.
Yeah, and we're still waiting for this Wind Ranger to finish a Maelstrom. It's probably coming out on the courier right now, but what can you do? You're so far behind already.
Yeah, this is no good. Like 16 minutes in, you haven't had a Ravage, and then not to mention Lina, I believe, has almost completed her BKB right now.
Yeah.
Probably by the next fight, she should have it. Okay, she already has it. Like, how are you even gonna catch the backline? Lina will be dishing out so much damage at the back. Like, unless your Ricky jumps her.
Yeah,
but then again, you are throwing yourself right, and then you have a Rubik and a Lich who can basically save the Lina. Like, that's not a good thing.
Yeah, they just have so much control on the backlines, right? And they picked this Ricky for the jump of the backlines, but their lanes just went so poorly that Simbi wasn't really able to stand up against them. And this Lina now with the BKB completed. They're so farmed. Can we take a look at the net worth real quick? I just want to see how... Oh my gosh, look at that. That's disgusting. Almost 10k gold on this Monkey King, almost 9k gold on this Lina, and right behind, 2k gold behind is just their Mars. And look at the Rubik, he has more gold than this TIE Hunter right now. Scrubbalicious just not having a good game at all. And it all comes down to what you said, right? At the start of the game, they drafted this minus armor lineup. They want to win the lanes, but they just get punched back by this Lich pick. And Sukiya just rotating from lane to lane, taking good engagement after good engagement, but here comes the smoke. They scan out, they don't see anything though. Nobody to see as they walk. Okay, but if they're paying attention to the map, they would have seen that Observer Ward plays down. I'm not sure if they know about it. Yeah, and the Mars, he knows. He circles this entire area of the map. He knows that they're there.
Okay, they're gonna catch Lina, but...
No, he just walks away. Where's the follow-up? Sinbi jumps in, but here comes the Monkey King on the back line. Wukong's command right behind it. Sinbi first to fall. You have to get out. This is not going to be a fight anymore. And the Ravage fall, but BKB immediately from the Lina. Yes, they're going to get the Lich, but what else can they get? The Arena now onto this Wind Ranger. You don't have a BKB. You have a stolen Ravage. Tentacles straight up the other way, and this poor Ogre Magi caught in between two sides of the river. Meanwhile, the Mars is cleaning up the back line on this Snapfire who has died so many times at this point. It's a 4-for-1 exchange, and that was supposed to be their smoke move. That's not the Ravage you wanted.
Yeah, well, like you can almost expect like that's their desperate move. No, it's so well read by Radiant. Look at their warding. Like they initially before the wards expired, they actually had one in between the tier 2 and tier 3 mid.
Right.
And mid, then there's also one that was outside the top lane tier 3. So they kind of know they had full control of the NC. Then also at the same time at their own jungle they had Observer. Then the only position that they can come from is basically from their own triangle. They know. Yeah,
and like you said, they covered it so well, right? Because even when they were smoking in, when they warded the high ground, it was right over the top of another Observer ward. And I don't know whether the support saw it, but ABC on that Mars definitely saw something happening. He circled the entire area almost instantaneously on the map. He knew.
Like so Lina was more or less ready. You can jump me, throw your Ravage, and my hands are already on the BKB.
Yeah, and okay, they're jumping the Lina again, but what can you really do? The Monkey King's already prepping his jump in. Primal Spring straight onto this Ogre with a Frost Blast. You're not going anywhere, he says. He knocks down this TIE Hunter, falls
Lina
again,
dies.
and okay, they get a turnaround kill onto the Lina on the back line.
Oh no, the Monkey King, he hops to a tree.
Yeah, I don't think that's where he wanted to go, but now Sinbi, he can kind of run a riot on these two supports. Where is the backline? Where's the Mars in all of this? Vertical, he's gonna fall, but the Wukong's command just a bit out of position right now. Here comes ABC though, immediately shackled up. Can he chain this spear? He finds it onto Sinbi, nailed to the wall, and it's gonna be this Wind Ranger to fall next. A bit of a fumble of a fight, but they managed to clean it up in the end with the arrival of the Mars, with the arrival of the spear. They wiped them technically 5-0. Oh, 5-2 here.
It was actually looking a bit decent for Dire, but then
yeah, that's the Ricky.
The Mars just comes in and just ruins everything.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this Mars has just been such a thorn in their side this entire time, right? Because this man, from putting out so much pressure in the early stages, playing so well with his supports, just setting up kill after kill. The Ricky, on paper, he does well against the Mars, right? Because he can hop out of the arena, but this man has been nailing him every single time in the team fights.
Yeah, so far he wasn't able to do that because Mars was controlling him so well with all these spears. Before he was actually able to hop up or
get any supports, and we saw like the power of the Ricky. It's not over just yet because this Ricky can take down the backline with such ease, right? Once he's uninhibited. But we just saw every single time the Mars is there, it's so hard to fight into the rebuke, into the spear, just constantly pushing away the Riki from where he wants to be.
Argonames has really been completed.
Oh,
on
and this is
Hunger
an
King.
item that we haven't seen in a while. What do you think about this? This feels like a build from like what? Like 6 months ago? Half a year? One year ago?
Yeah, 1 year ago.
How do you feel about this build? Do you think it's still good for Gamer over here?
I think it's something that you can use it to. I mean, at this point, they are so far ahead. I mean, might as well, right, Argus? But generally, you don't see it
Oh,
often.
dude, this
for now-
Olga just getting run down. He's gonna get shackled though, but the frost armor just completely negates that. The stun to turn on this Wind Ranger. She doesn't have a BKB to speak of, and she's gonna fall. Surrounded by 4 heroes and 2 Lina illusions. That's not where you wanna be, my friend. And then, I don't know about the GG NORE fans in chat right
man,
now.
yeah.
You gotta be on some copium or something. I don't know how they turn this around. Like, it just feels like the heroes on Dire don't have anything they can do. This Ogre and Snapfire just feel so flat. The Riki can't get to the back line. The TIE Hunter has only ravaged once and it immediately got stolen. And this Wind Ranger, once again, you know the Slacks agenda. Don't pick Wind Ranger because of a high variance, right? And we're seeing it here. The Wind Ranger not able to do much in this game at all.
The only play that they can make is that TIE Hunter right now has a Blink Dagger and they have to get like a 5-man Ravage.
He spent the whole game farming this, by the way. He's at 5,000 net worth only.
This is probably their only hope. Like, they have to catch the Lina at the back before she BKB. Then you jump in,
Yeah,
kill her. Just like how the previous fight went. Then afterwards, then that's where you start to kite the rest of the team.
Yeah, meanwhile, you still need to make sure that you're dealing with this Monkey King. You're somehow disabling the Lich so it doesn't chain frost your entire team. You also need to make sure this Mars is not there or the Rubik doesn't steal the red. It's just so much to worry about now.
Yeah, the stars have to align basically in order for them to take a good team fight.
Yeah, 29-5 right now. You know it's not. Oh, Simbi, he gets boundless struck. He can't get out of this, and that's the carry down for the GG North side, 30-5. They can just transition this straight into a Roshan.
Oh, did the career even spot out the DD? If they do, okay, I heard a
wait, I heard a
Ravage.
Ravage. The Lina immediately BKBs though, so all they get is the Lich.
Oh, the
Do
Lich
they
might not
even?
even die?
The Glimmer, so much damage reduction along with the Frost Shield, but Scrubberlicious has to narrowly walk away. Can this Ogre 1v1 the Lina? The answer is absolutely not. One firepower is more than the others, and the Lina is just here solo, and in comes Vertigo. I don't know how he made it here, must have had a Boots of Travel or something. I don't know how he made it. Yeah, a Boots of Travel on this Rubik. This man's absolutely styling right now, laughing in the voicemail line, but yeah, they're in Roche. They don't even need the DD. They're saving it for later when they fountain farm or something.
Well, that was like a 2v3 fight before, like that. Let's not count Rubik in. That was basically a 2v3 fight against a Ravage, and they still came out on top.
Yeah, and time and time again, right? Even though this TIE Hunter has Blink, it's that cliff board right over their triangle that spots him out. Before the Blink can even complete, this Lina has already popped the BKB. Ravage just essentially a Lich, and even the Lich, they take so long to kill.
Like you can totally like smell the desperation card reeking from Dire. Like like even Ogre had to force stuff to the front just to cast a stun, but unfortunately got caught out by the Light Strike Array. Like they are just basically throwing life just to try and secure at least a kill.
Yeah, now 15k on this Monkey King. He encompasses almost like him and the Rubik are the entirety of the net worth lead. 33-6 now in terms of the kill score, and they're just looking at the outer towers. They already have cleared out all the They have already cleared out all the tier 2s. Already taken the outpost. And here comes the Boundless Strike. Gamer caught in the trees, not gonna be stunned. But the stolen Fire Stab Cookie tosses it back out onto this Monkey King. And in comes the arena as well, caging the entire side of the GG NORE. They can't get out. Simbi, what can he do? He can't do anything. The Wind Ranger just to fall and doesn't have a BKB, can't get out of that arena. And Scrubberlicious not even gonna live, just gets melted.
That's your first
Simbi
lane of
though
Rex.
could turn it around, doesn't want to risk it into this DD Lina with the Aegis, and the Fortify could spook them a little bit, but the Mars is going to tank up that damage. Simbi, can he clean up here? He could get a free pick onto this Aegis, but already bottling up is this Lina. ABC with a fishing spear over there, and they take out this Rex more than likely.
How do you fight against this?
I have no idea.
You don't have a Ravage.
Mortimer's
Okay.
Kisses. They're going to try and snipe down this. Okay, here comes
Lina.
Simbi, but the
Oh,
lift,
no, the lift!
the shard saves her. And that's not what they expected. They get the Lich again, but once again, all you can get is the Lich.
Oh, this is so sad. You, like,
Wait.
Okay, yeah.
Wait, what did she die to? Oh, I get. Huh?
The Ignite, I guess.
No. I guess she must have just let the neutral kill her or something, because there was no like Actually, I have no idea what she
Okay,
died
they are
to,
making
so-
a play.
Yeah, they want to make. They probably know that the Aegis is down now. I actually have no idea what she died to. Maybe that Ignite, you're
But
probably
they still
right.
have the Ravage. I was wrong.
Yeah, that was already a while ago. They lost the top ranks already, but
Okay,
oh,
they might get-
Satanic, dude, Satanic or the Monkey King. How do you ever kill this guy?
Oh,
They're looping into the triangle, but they're gonna spot this out. As soon as they show anything on the map, there's
oh
already
no, the smoke has been popped by
yeah,
the
Monkey King. Wait, Scrubbalicious doesn't notice his smoke has been popped. He must know that the Monkey King is here, right? They scan, but they don't catch anybody. They know he's around this tree area. The pings come out.
The rest of the team are coming in.
Yeah, Gamer, he's gonna wrap around on them. They scan. They scan them. They see them perfectly, and
Lina has a TP.
yeah, the Rubik is gonna die, but I think that's okay. Gamer, he wants to set up though on these supports, gets this Ogre. The cookie is not even in time, and the two boots of travels coming in. They want to wrap down onto the rest of the team. Out goes Scrubbalicious, and Cindy, is he gonna make it? He is. They take out the Wind Ranger yet again. This Wind Ranger looking more like a support, to be honest, at the rate that she's dying, but very nicely set up. A little bit of a buyback from Vertigo there, baiting them in. But ultimately, you know, now you just push high ground. 26k gold lead. Same as the minutes in the game. This is not pretty.
Yeah, this is not good. Well, one thing for sure that I know people from GG not like to do is to lose the early game and come back in the late. Hopefully can do that!
Yeah,
No!
okay, so late game, what do you define as late game? Because I don't think we're going to get there, my
Yeah.
friend. I'm looking at my watch right now. It's about time to call it, I believe. They're already beating down your Rags. There's only one mid-Rags left, but you know, you have your Ravage. Okay, you have the potential for a fight coming up. But without your Snapfire, Mortimer's Kisses, I don't know where the damage is going to come from. This Riki has been able to pick people off in the past, but it's not... Okay, and the buyback instantly. IZ, all their outs are up.
Okay,
This
the
is the one,
Ravage!
and in comes the Ravage. We're not seeing it at the moment. He gets it onto 3 actually, but the arena already from the Mars. Gamer, Frost shielded up. Only the Rubik gonna die. That's a dieback, but does it even matter? It does not. ABC gonna throw out a scary spear, but actually forcing the Lina close
the
to the
nice
Sultan, but it's not close enough. Lina, is she gonna get out? Actually takes her down. She has the buyback. It could be a bit too far forward here. Gamer doesn't get the Wukong's command off, but he's fighting fit. He's in the middle of everybody. Still has the Satanic up, if I'm not wrong. No, he does not. Already used it. But now, here comes the Wukong's command. Denied again by the smoke screen. They need to back off now. They're a bit too far forward. And the
very
cross
nice
forward. And the
Yakai
Shackle.
King.
Is this the comeback? They take the Monkey King. The team's coming out, but that's a bit too far forward from them, getting a
can
bit
still chase.
overzealous, and Simbi, this is his time to shine. He's gonna rip them apart. So many buybacks. That was what? How many buybacks? All 5 buyback on the side of
Dire.
GG NORE. But they hold their last racks. And you know, we said we're not gonna get into the late game, but my friend, I don't think you want to be diving the towers like that. Every single time that Monkey King tried to get his ulti off, just denied. The smoke screen, the stuns, the Ogre Magi Fire Blast, just so annoying.
What they are actually... Like, it was such a costly defense, man. I'm not so sure if they can do it a second time.
Yeah, can we see the fight recap for that? I don't know whether it's gonna still be around. Look at that, the gold change.
The EXP
Is that-
swing.
I mean, yeah, it's the EXP swing, but like 5 buybacks, but they still get 5k gold. Can you imagine how much money they earn from all those kills? But yeah, it's pretty insane here. Still 27k gold up. It's not nearly as crazy as it was beforehand, but still pretty significant. Scrubbalicious though manages to finally get the Ravage off. But you know, it wasn't that Ravage that won the fight. Really, it was kind of them overextending so far
Yeah,
in.
and they took advantage of
yeah,
it.
and the nice 4 staffs actually, forcing them into the fountain. Now with a gem on this Mars, they're going to continue to squash out the vision. They haven't really cleared the triangle just yet. Still some pretty nice wards in the triangle and the jungle for the Dire. Probably just set up too.
Then if you were Radiant, I think I would be... I wouldn't... I would probably play it safe.
Yeah,
I
bro,
guess.
just
Like,
wait for
you know,
Roche.
yeah,
Just wait for Roche. Don't-
yeah.
You one game away from the quarters. Like don't.
Yeah, wait for Lina to get her items. She's about to finish the Satanic soon.
This is like as dismissive as this is to say, it feels like it is Radiant's game to lose.
Yeah, definitely.
So they just need to play it cool, keep doing what they've been doing this entire time, and they'll be a-okay. But the second they start getting a bit overzealous, as we saw, that's where the Riki can just pick up his broom, pick up his sweeper, and then just start cleaning up. So Sinbi, I don't doubt him, man. You say he's reliable on this Riki, and the few openings that he has capitalized. So I'm gonna look for that to happen. Right now, still a bit of a quiet game from the Wind Ranger, but if he can set it up nicely with the Ravage, there's probably a lot that he can do here. Yeah, so the only 2 people with buyback on the side of Radiant is this Monkey King and the Mars, but I don't know how much that's gonna impact the fight here. They're stomping in for the last racks over here. They want the Megas, not gonna wait for the Roche. and they feel more than strong enough to do so.
That's it, that's the Mega.
We have to watch though, the smoke up. They want to loop around for a sneaky Ravage. In comes Scrubbalicious, in with the Ravage, onto the Rubik immediately. They eliminate the Rubik instantly. Gamer, he's gonna get his Wukong's command off, but nobody's in it. Meanwhile, yeah, the Lich. Yeah, Monkey King is down, and meanwhile, Lich taken down as well. He has a buyback, but I don't know whether he wants to buy back into this fight. Scrubbalicious, he's running off to the offside of the map, but he's gonna die for it. ABC and the Lina still alive, but here comes the spear, misses slightly. In comes the Shackle, holds the Lina for now, but she is more than okay with that. ABC using his bulwark to tank the damage. Icy a bit too far forward, getting sliced down. Triple kill. Can he get the Rampage? He could. It's right there in front of him. And he's going for it. Is he?
Yeah, they're good. His life. Mars is tanking
they want to finish it. Give him the Rampage. He gets it. And that has to be the end of the game. Sinbi calls it. This Lina cleans up. And unfortunately, the GG NORE stack is defeated, but excellently played from McDonald's. A bit of an almost fountain dive throw there, but realistically, they really had that one in the bag.
Like, it just feels like a masterclass delivered by Radiant. Like, basically not giving any single openings to a Dire. Like, they were trying so hard to execute, like, with all their big team fight skills, but weren't able to do so. And look at the down, and like, they put up a pretty decent last fight. Like, they managed to get a Q off instantly on Rubik, and even was able to bring down the Monkey King before they
that's exactly what they needed to do.
But the Lina was just so powerful. Like, it's either you control the Monkey King or you control the Lina, and they can't control them both at that point of time.
Yeah, this is the scary thing about this new Lina, right? Because we've seen the Boots of Travel BKB into DPS build, just hitting away almost like kind of like a machine gun.
Yeah.
Right? You kill the Monkey King, okay. But this, like you said, the Lina does so much damage with her auto attacks. And look at that, ends the game in 36k damage, 22-10. That looks like a math equation right there. 20 divided by 2 equals 10, right? That's a beautiful kill score to have, but very nicely played from McDonald's. They are going to be the last team up to the quarterfinals for today. We're still going to have 2 quarterfinal matches for today, and we actually have a very nice special guest waiting over there in the corner. I think he's waiting in the wings with a very nice shirt as well to come join you. But I don't know who's going to take the next game. Well, you have to stick around to find out, but once again, you are tuning into the Dota 2 Community Tournament. This is organized, of course, by GG NORE. Alongside Elysium Esports, and our partners are Esports Experience Center. That's where the finals will be tomorrow, but we're not just there right yet. We're still at the quarterfinals, and you know, it doesn't really, I mean, Bonkers Chonkers, they bow out right here, but like just like you,
it's all about the experience and fun.
Yeah, it's all about the experience. Speaking of experience, they're also, you can now hit them up. You hit up your homies. Hey, let's go Somerset 3-on-3 level 3 together.
Yeah, sure.
For the New World Carnival, right? All these players are getting free game sessions for VR games at New World Carnival. So do check them out if you can. They're our kind sponsors for this tournament. So thank you so much to them. And once again, I'm Perm Sneeze. It's been a pleasure casting with you, honey.
Same to you.
I'm glad you made it, even though you had to go through some leaps and bounds. But
unfortunately,
very unfortunate.
I hope I couldn't be here casting. You know, that means that I can progress.
Yeah, sure. Okay, but whether or not him or I will still be here, you gotta stay tuned to find out. We'll be right back after a short break.
Hi guys, welcome back. We are back with the first quarterfinal games of today. I am your caster Hani, and alongside with me we have Masaki over here. So this is your
Hello,
DOTA 2
guys.
community tournament at Singapore Comic Con Asia Esports Festival online. So without further ado, shall we get right into it?
There's a few more things we can maybe talk about first. I mean, they're gonna take a while on their bans and
Alright.
picks, so
I'm
maybe
just a
let's
little
talk
bit
about
excited, man. Yeah.
So okay, maybe let's talk about Barracudas here. You faced them in first round, correct?
Yeah.
So how did it feel like? Like
Oh man, it was actually a very not a very good feeling in a sense. Like we kind of we were on our track back to actually win the game, but then a couple of mistakes here and there,
yeah.
and then we basically just threw away the lead back to them, and they were able to finish the game on us. Yeah, so
I was told it was a very very close game.
yeah, we put out like I think a 50 to 60 minutes game. So yeah,
Oh, okay. So very interesting game. Do you hope to see the same thing here?
hopefully, but I'm very certain that Gambus are not gonna give them that chance that they need. Like a lot of
Definitely.
very veteran,
Yeah,
like
definitely.
veteran Singapore players, like they're actually at the top of their game. Like it's almost very hard for you to go and match this kind of level of gameplay, I guess.
Yeah, I also noticed there's actually one of my idols over there. It's the
Miracle?
Yeah, Miracle.
Yeah, okay.
He's actually the person. There was a period of time where I was obsessed with Naga Siren. I was like maybe 3 years ago, 4 years ago, and Miracle is the reason why.
Yeah. I've seen him play a lot. Like back when I started Dota 2, he was also one of the go-to players. Like the very famous Singapore players. Like they have this Singapore. There's only a few Singapore teams that was actually very outstanding, like Zenith, First Departure, and then basically, Miracle was like the star player of First Departure.
Yeah,
So yeah, the draft has started. So
Alright,
looking at the bans and picks, the bans over on the Radiant, we have the Monkey King and the Ogre. Over on the Dire, the Bane and Doom. So very familiar picks, right? Like Weaver and Tidehunter has both been very popular in this tournament so far.
Yeah,
But
indeed,
then
right.
usually they are always played together. But then right now they are separate picks from both teams.
Yeah, so this time Weaver got picked up by Barracudas immediately. So I mean, Gambus doesn't have the chance to pick it, and I think it's probably a good thing. You don't want Weaver and Tidehunter to go together against you in lane. Not a very fun.
Yeah, the Weaver and the Weaver was actually the similar pick in my first game when we were playing against the Barracudas. They played as a position for Weaver alongside a Tidehunter, but now that there's no Tidehunter, it's probably still a position for Weaver. Jakiro, we played against a Jakiro too, I believe, if I remember correctly. So it's the same support duos for
Okay, so
Barracuda.
Jakiro has been very, very common pick this so far, right?
Yep.
So what makes you think he's so popular and still he's not banned as much?
Like Jakiro, I would say hasn't really actually fall off. It's just that I think when it comes to different metas in the game, right, then there are better supports that actually sync up well with the other core heroes that are also in the meta. So Jakiro is a hero that offers a lot of team fight, a lot of disables, but at the same time strong in lane, like just with that level 1 dual breath. Like you can basically just apply so much damage to enemy heroes. It's a stable 5.
Right, but Jakiro's going up against the Tidehunter, right? So what do you think about the Tidehunter? Is it like a... Do you feel comfortable picking Jakiro into the Tidehunter? Especially early on?
I think Tidehunter, you generally pick it to basically counter a melee core, right? Yeah, so if you have a Jakiro, then that basically is sort of like a backfire to you. But then if let's say Tidehunter were to rush a Hood at the start, I think he should be able to... It wouldn't be a problem in the mid game to late game. But however, in a laning phase, perhaps he has to play it a bit safer.
Right, so... Okay.
Dire, actually right now, like just with this Tidehunter pickup and the Lion, they have a lot of disables. They have the stun, many stuns. And then basically they are looking for many team fights as compared to Weaver and Jakiro so far. Weaver and Jakiro, I'm just looking at their strategy. Basically they're going to be having somebody who is at the front trying to pick off. Perhaps then a Weaver is always there to follow up. Jakiro can also follow up from the back.
Alright, so maybe a more interesting question here. What cores do you think will be coming up? Like we should see a carry player coming up in the next 2 picks.
Yeah, definitely somebody who can set up at least for Barracudas. I believe. Like a Jakiro generally does well when he can be at his most efficient when somebody can set up alongside with him because the macro fire runs for a very long time. So with the Ice Pass itself, is only probably gonna be a 2 seconds disable. So you definitely want to have more follow up, like more setups for it. So I'm looking at like
Actually,
maybe
they
a
pick a Chen here. What do you think about that? He's pretty not that much seen anymore nowadays, right?
Yeah, but then played by X Freedom, I don't think that should be an issue. Like he's known to be a very stable position 5, and then back in the days like when Chen and Chantress are always very popular picks, right? And they can only be played by very high skilled level players because of how hard it is to micro like all the creeps. I don't think there's a problem for him. Like he played a very strong Enchantress game earlier on. Like I don't think Chen will be an issue for him. And looking at this, then I am assuming that Lion is definitely gonna be a position 4. Very nice. I like a position 4 Lion. Offers early team fight because you get to have that Finger of Death early on. You can burst someone a call down, then you can still rotate many times because of your low disable stunts.
Alright, so you actually said something about frontliner for Barracudas, correct? Do you think Medusa plays that role well?
I would say it's decent, but perhaps not as well as you like it because of how Lion can actually counter the Medusa with like the mana drain.
Oh, Sand King. Okay, so we're gonna have a Sand King, probably a Weaver Sand King lane.
Yeah, this is a very strong lane though. Like Sand King is also another hero that is able to bully enemy carries with the Sandstorm. Yeah, so I think this anti-mage pick is, you basically pick this just so that you can harass the cause so that they do not have any mana to basically sustain.
It's also just a standard Medusa counter pick, right? Alright, so actually Barracuda saves their carry for the last pick here.
10 seconds.
You know, I was thinking more of like maybe, for a Jakiro lane, right? Jakiro really does well when you have a kill threat in lane.
Yeah, aggressive position 1 hero, right?
So something like Ursa, which is banned, Monkey also banned. So you can see, although it's a bit weird because they banned the 2 heroes themselves, but what other carries do you think there are in the pool?
I think, let me think. Perhaps you can still go for a. Okay, Juggernaut's banned. There's not much you. Like you need to have somebody who can technically man fight AM. I'm assuming. So.
Okay, Invoker being banned out by Barracudas. It's.
I mean, it's normal.
It's not as scary as Faceless Void Invoker, but Ravage Invoker is still pretty scary, right?
Definitely. And then if you have a good game on title, as we've seen yesterday, like they just rush Refresher is basically a Chronosphere also. Yeah. Okay, they ban out the Ember. So they are actually like Gunbu, they are actually thinking that like this Medusa is probably gonna go safe. So they are still banning out all the mid heroes.
It could be a safe, it could be a mid, still pretty flexible. But either way, Medusa's usually playing the position 1, right? Like no matter she goes mid, she goes safe lane, she's usually position 1.
Well, there's still the Morphling. I think
Morphling's banned, right?
Oh, Morphling's banned?
Yeah,
Morphling is banned already. Yeah, my bad.
But what else is there? Like, I don't think Troll is very strong in the current meta. Maybe you can pick some off meta, non-standard.
Well, they can always still go for the Weaver carry. Like Weaver is still a flex pick, Like Weaver can fight early on, then that's where you can make time for your Medu to basically farm up. So I'm anticipating they might actually pick a pause 4, another pause 4 that actually offers a lot of team fight.
Okay, and Arc Warden being banned out for Barracudas.
That was a bit suspicious though. Like I don't anticipate. Like I wasn't expecting an Arc Warden ban because you have an AM.
Of team, right?
It's really so greedy. Like in that lineup.
Oh, and Kunka's being banned out by Gambu. So I think Gambu thinks Barracuda is putting a Medusa safe lane.
10 seconds.
And okay, even if they do surprise Gambus still has the last pick, right? So they can still shuffle some things around, try and play around it.
Would they go for a support? Oh, they go for Death Prophet. Well, this is a hero that I don't think we have seen so far.
Well, that's definitely a tanky hero who stands in the front, lets Medusa farm a lot as well.
Yeah, we apply a lot of pressure. And it synchronizes very well with Jakiro though when you want to bring down towers. Okay, we have the double blink shred coming out from Dire with the Queen of Pain and also the anti-mage. Miracle played a beast of a Queen of Pain in the last game. Will we be able to see a repeat?
Well, we definitely hope to see Miracle at his best. How many Miracle fanboys are in the chat right now?
I mean,
I'm
with you,
one.
yeah, definitely one, right? Yeah, that's really. All right, so looking at this line, who are you favoring?
I think definitely gonna favor slight edge to Gambu's team over here, but Barracudas does have some really scary early pressure. So it's gonna be a game, probably a game of who
10
gets to accelerate their game
remaining.
faster, who gets to control the map better. Again, I give a slight edge to Gambus just because of their slightly more mobile lineup. Also, they have a Chen.
Yeah, Chen and Quap is actually able to resist like the aggression coming out from Barracuda. So I'm quite sure that with like the many neutral creeps and also like the early levels that where you start to get your Sonic wave up, you'll be able to fight very early on. And you need to be very careful when you're fighting into the position for Lion and the Tight Hunter as well, because they have huge disables. They will be able to kite out not only the Death Prophet but also the Medusa if she joins the fight. Well, I'm really excited though. Like this the quarterfinals. After this, semi-finals, then it's a huge thing. There's actually so much on the line.
Whoever wins this match is going on to the semi-finals, which is going on tomorrow at where was it again?
Kallang Wave Mall.
Kallang Wave Mall. All right. So, not sure. I don't think we're gonna have a huge crowd right now because of COVID, but still.
I mean, if you are free and happen to be there, or you are just generally interested in this competition, please come down to watch, support us. You know, it's gonna be at we are gonna be there. Yeah.
Yeah, but most importantly, guys, please stay safe.
You have done a
You don't want to
great
get
service.
any what do you call that, strange disease. Oh, okay, X Freedom now
Wow.
doing a little.
Yeah, just to check for the observer, and I think he might have spotted something
Yeah,
out.
the question is whether he will be able to find where the ward is cut. There he is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, he knows it's at the top side. So very common place that we have seen like in a higher level gameplay where you because generally all mid players, they just want to get superior vision. They put down their observer wards really early on. Then that's where supports come in. They just go and check it out.
Yeah,
See
you
if the
just
vision
hide in the
yeah,
trees, hide in
yeah.
the fog of war, make sure if there's a ward there. Oh yeah,
And if
for
they get
those
hit-
who are not sure of what this mechanic is, the tower attack range is slightly smaller than the attack range. Vision range, sorry. The attack vision range. Tower vision range is slightly short.
Yeah, so
shorter.
with that additional vision coming out from the observer ward, if the tower is able to hit, then they will know. Alright, this Shen at
my
the
goodness,
very
this Shen is
wrong.
rotting.
Yeah,
That's a lot
is
of
that
damage
a bit
coming
of miscommunication there? And
No,
they get
I don't
and
think they
they
knew there were 4 heroes here, but quickly.
yeah, just a very nice quick kill given to Barracudas, I guess. And some additional EXP in advantage to them. Hopefully that it can help them to see out this game.
Alright, so maybe let's talk about the mid lane first. Like Queen of Pain versus Death Prophet. I don't really see a lot of Death Prophet nowadays. So maybe is there anything you would like to?
Yeah, sure. As in, okay, so Death Prophet, right, generally wise, is a very good 1v1 hero because you have the not only a very nice nuke spell in Crypt Storm that has doesn't require a lot of mana, and also good to spam just to secure creep kills. Then you also have the Saki skill, you know. That's how you sustain and fight against high bursting heroes. So unless you can really burst him down, if not, he's always gonna have a superior matchup. So looking at top.
So, oh my
This
god.
Sand King going.
both the AM and the Sand King are very low, but I think Sand King is alone right now.
A very aggressive sentry ward already placed down here, so that Sand King is
He's
not
gonna
able to
solve
do
up
his
here,
thing.
right?
Yeah.
Or
So I'm actually favoring the EM's lane, basically Dire on this side because of the churn. Like once you are able to get a very strong neutral creep, then you basically like you can just harass down any of the enemy supports or even the core. But right now I believe
it's
at
got
minute
all the-
1 they actually block out the camp, but now it's about to he's back. So he should be able to get
actually
a
a
very
nice career snipe from the Weaver here. Suicidal squad. Not so suicidal. Jumping in from the back, just killed the courier. And there's the south. What are you looking at? buddy.
No, I'm looking at the warding. Like, wow, it's just so surprising that I think generally you pick Weaver this game. Like his objective is just to make sure that when they're
Oh, actually,
okay,
Jakiro's
Jakiro's
dropping
yeah,
very low
Jakiro's
here.
gonna go down.
Underestimating the power of Gush right there.
Yeah, then also coming out with follow-up disables from Lion. You just need to be very careful about your positioning. So as I was saying, right, so for Weaver, right, I wasn't expecting him to basically be sniping wards and sniping couriers and stuff. But then look at how aggressive that the observer ward is right above the shrine. Right above the outpost. So like you can basically see any couriers coming in with like regens and heals, and that's what they wanted to do. They want to apply a lot of pressure to AM, try to like just basically force him to use all his regens, and so that he doesn't have any, and he won't be able to sustain. But it doesn't look like.
Just gonna try and go a little bit onto Sand King, but
Sand
Sand King
King
out
one
of
hit.
mana doesn't take as much
Oh,
damage.
very nice link, secures the kill. AM
Alright.
actually having a very nice lane. Like they were, like it wasn't
Oh,
as.
actually, mid lane, I think Death Prophet was having a little bit of trouble earlier. Getting some levels, so Miracle playing the lane more aggressively, just managed to get a slight little XP advantage right there. Okay, both of them are level 4, but can we just take a quick look at the XP difference between Queen of Pain and Death Prophet?
Yeah, they are
Actually,
about.
what's
Yeah,
going on
quite.
here?
As in,
Oh,
I
okay.
think Queen of Pain is still holding up rather well. Oh, they are going very aggressively. Oh, very nice counter
Nice.
spell.
The cost of
Okay, so
magic.
Weaver just tried to take back the big pull, right? Yeah, Weaver tried to block the pull with his own body.
Yeah, they didn't work out so well. Over at bottom, they are really applying so much pressure to the position 5 support. Like this, like both like right now I'm seeing both their safe lane and the off lane being won right now. Like it's just a matter of whether they can push this advantage. Like just only 4 minutes in when we are really seeing like a close to a 1k goal advantage to over to a die, and that's not good. When you want to be playing against an AM, you want to be ahead first because you know that he's gonna flash from later.
I
This
think it's
Lion
still fine for the meanwhile, but like wait, oh god,
one hit away. Oh,
Okay,
Fairy Fire.
Fairy
He
Fire
might
is
be safe. Last minute stun.
you can take. Queen of Pain is actually destroying the Death Prophet in lane. 11 denies. That's as much as
Dyer's
Death
middle
Prophet's
tower
last hits
is
right there.
under attack.
And it's only 4 minutes in. Oh, and Jakiro does go down in the end. Nice rotation by the Queen of... Wait.
The Queen of Pain.
Yeah, Queen of Pain. Yeah.
Very like because of AM's like early game, right, he was actually able to get a ring of health so early into the game. Like he basically has his sustain then already. Like there's no need.
Yeah, but Sand King's also not leveling his Sandstorm as much as I'm probably used to seeing. Because usually now I tend to see more Sand King players. They max out the Sandstorm for the lane pressure. But this game, you know, you're up against an AM. And he doesn't buy a lot of mana regen, so he just maxes out his passive instead.
Oh,
It still helps
he's
your
actually
farm.
going for he's lining up the Vanguard. Actually, we don't see that very often for Sand King.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense though. You have a lot of like creep damage coming in from Chen. You have
Yeah.
anti-mage that's primarily physical damage. Queen of Pain also right clicks a lot. So yeah, I don't exactly hate it. Mud Golem, X Freedom there finding a little Mud Golem is one of the best creeps you can hope to get. And actually, oh, the small little satyr as well.
Yeah,
Having
just
a
for the
very
perch, right?
underestimated
Yeah.
perch, yeah. I don't think it's underestimated that much anymore.
Yeah, the
Death Prophet
rotation is
actually going
coming
in
in.
onto Miracle here, but X Freedom is just wrapping up the back.
Okay, the stun coming in. And the
First
slow.
stun, more slows. There's the perch and
Alright.
Miracle.
Gets the kill with
Gets
the Sonic
kill
Wave.
with the Sonic Wave, yeah.
Like right before this happens, the Tide Hunter went down. So I think a little bit of like good thing coming in for
Oh,
Radiant.
nice
Okay,
little-
this Sand King about to go down again. This AM is just so aggressive. Like getting any kills that he can. He's having the best early game that he can ever have so far.
Oh, well,
A nice long
range
range stun.
Okay.
Okay, but that doesn't seem that Tide Hunter and Lion is gonna be pursuing any further.
Yeah, they're also not doing that much damage to the Tide though.
just look at how much pressure X Freedom is actually applying. Like, he basically has the triangle control already. So
Weaver's actually gonna walk up to the triangle area.
Radiant's top tower is engaged.
yeah, he's actually giving no chance to the Sand King or the Medusa to farm back because like he's totally dominating this new neutral camp and also applying pressure that they are not actually able to stack. So they more or less like in the
Queen
next.
is actually going on to bottom lane. Oh no, he's just going up around the boundaries. Might still rotate around the bottom lane because I see X Freedom's already moving into the mid lane. So yeah, you give X Freedom some farm in the mid lane, just start to farm the jungle or rotate into the bottom lane. Thanking. Taking a lot of mana burn again at the top. It's really not much to do.
Okay, they are trying to make a move over at bottom. Lion's going very low, but he's being slowed by the duel.
That's a lot of dot damage right there.
Okay, the Titan Hunter, he tried to help, but then okay, there he pops the hood. A little bit of damage block right there. Oh, manages to save his life. He's able to get out. He's level 6 right now with the Ravage. Like, I think it's a pretty decent timing at 8 minutes in.
Middle tower
But looking at how their lineup is gonna be, I'm expecting rotations coming in later, and they're probably gonna put up
Not
a
dirty, gonna
yeah.
start
Radiant's middle tower
rotating
is
towards
under
bottom lane, I
attack.
think. Yeah, there's a
yeah,
Queen
Miracle
Pain as
dipping
well.
in, and they start itself up the Titan.
Death Prophet already popped the ulti.
Alright, they are going in, the Ravage on 3!
Man.
And he follow up, the Queen of Pain is still not here. Okay, nice Sonic Wave, secures the kill onto a Death Prophet. This Weaver is about to go down too. They exchange life with the Weaver. Weaver goes down. This Jakiro alone by himself. He has a TP, he might be safe, and I think he will. So well, they successfully defended their tier 1, bottom tier 1 with a very good team fight. They actually killed off the mid hero as well and a position 4.
Yeah,
I think that's a win. That's definitely a win for
Definitely a
them.
win from them. Report. Okay, just gonna try and run away. But
Okay,
Mana
why
Void
is this
here, just gonna
thinking?
get
Oh
another kill.
no, he's about to die again. He's gonna get a Mana Void off soon. Just need a little bit of
Yeah,
right
there's
clicks.
nobody gonna TP
Oh,
top. Or
okay.
not, never mind. I think EM decided not to Mana Void there.
I think it's not worth it if he's gonna commit a bit more time onto him. Over at bottom, Titan Hunter with 90 HP. He's about to go down. No, he doesn't.
Grateful to you.
The hood. Oh my god, the value point in the hood. The spell block. Also, with the Kraken Shell, he's actually able to save himself. Like, I think for Radiant, right, there's a bit of damage lacking in their lineup for now. Like, because Sand King is not here, they basically don't have a lot of damage because Jakiro is
They're
still...
just hunting around for Jakiro right now in bottom lane. They do catch him out and he's gonna be very, very dead.
Yeah, instead, the counter push is coming out by Dire. Like, you would anticipate Radiant to be the one that is actually put. They tried to, but they got counter initiated. They died, and right now Dire is just applying that pressure. They're just forcing Radiant to make plays, and it's just not turning very well for them.
So you just notice how much last hits the entire team of Radiant side have. Like, currently, the top 3 in terms of last hits are all from the Dire side. That is not something you want to see. Even the net worth reflects it.
Yeah, just a 4k advantage so far in a 10 minutes game. Okay,
And
another
second
nice
top again.
kill by the Queen of Pain.
Has
Already at
the
an
Queen of Pain
unstoppable
gotten
streak.
her Orchid yet? Or what else is she building? Oh, okay, Miracle's opting to go for the immediate Sanjin Yasha. It's not Sanjin, Sanjin Kaya.
Yeah.
I-
I think it's pretty decent. You probably don't need the Orchid because like we are gonna be fighting as a format anyway, and she's gonna be the one jumping in. Some additional HP and like just
Extra
spell
survivability, yeah.
amplification would be good.
Yeah, it's getting increasingly more popular, so I don't hate it at all. There's actually a high ground ward coming from. They do see the Death Prophet here.
Okay, they are trying to
Miracle's
make a play
thinking
over
about
at
it.
the neutrals. Miracle is coming
Oh, she's-
in. Oh, I hear a Ravage.
Done a Ravage. Miracle gets the kill with the Scream of Pain onto 2 yet again. Oh wait, yeah. Nice little cleanup yet again, and they're just gonna continue to amp up the pressure here. Like, right now, what do you think Radiant should be doing? Other than, you know, farm, obviously. Is there any plays that Radiant can possibly make?
Like, Sand King has to start rotating though, but then right now Sand King went for the Vanguard instead of a Blink Dagger early on, so I'm not so sure if they can actually make any plays in the next 2 to 3 minutes in.
Can we
Like,
just
the
take
only
a quick
thing-
look at Sand King's inventory real quick?
Radiant's top tower is in danger.
Yeah, just a Vanguard, not even a boots yet. I'm not so sure if he's ready to be rotating right now. Jakiro is alone by
But
himself.
does manage to get without a Macro Fire. Death Prophet does. Gets on
Okay, the Hand of God. Oh, nice
Sweden
stun!
actually gets out. Nice little stun from Lion.
Death Prophet, she actually puts out a very late out, like in desperation, trying to just get any kill that she can in this team fight. Leech on the
dropping really low here.
the Quap on the other hand. Oh, very nice stun again that secures the kill onto a Jakiro and bailing out this Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second on the blink. Oh no, she's not able to get out. Very nice kill going in favor of Radiant. They were actually able to get some cleanup. I think a 1-for-1 trade with the Jakiro for the Queen of Pain definitely in favor of them. And right now they can
Hunter
convert
again.
this.
You can't purge off the what is that called again? The Spirit Siphon, yeah. So that's one good part about playing Death Prophet into the Tidehunter.
Like, we haven't seen much of this AM like so far, you know. AM is just having the ball, the time of his life. 12 minutes in, 13 minutes in, you have a power threats and a Battlefield. We're actually able to, we should be able to see a very early Manta style at about 17 to 18 minutes, and then possibly just really start fighting alongside with the other Dire heroes. You
No,
generally
didn't
don't
even
see
get his
AM
ultimate.
coming in so early, you know.
Yeah, Sand King didn't even get his ultimate at the level 6 or 8. He's level 8 now.
Yeah, this is not going so well for them. Like, they weren't able to stack any neutral creeps or ancient camps. Like, how you're actually able to let the Medusa and the Sand King snowball from if let's say, like, you know, there's no stacks. Like, they are being pressured so much. Like, this is the exact opposite of
King
how
gone on again.
Radiant should be
Mid lane.
playing.
Nice Does and a Ravage just to secure.
Very nice
no,
throwing
Red
wave.
Dawn to do onto the Pet Prophet as well. Tidehunter is dropping a little bit low.
Oh,
but- nice,
the
nice
two-man
Macro
stun
Fire.
again. This Lion's
But-
on fire.
They're just gonna turn it around on Death Prophet. He's gonna go down. Weaver jumping in yet again, trying to see if he can do anything at all, but
He can't actually do any physical damage to the Tidehunter. Oh, and
And
another
last
stun!
But Tidehunter's dropping a little bit low, so maybe 1 or 2 more Sukuchis. Meanwhile, Lion also dropping a bit
Like,
low to the Jakiro.
The
and-
Weaver just trying so hard to kill the Tide.
yeah,
Diving in.
Lion Knight's
Oh
just
no! The Roshan! The Roshan actually gets the kill on the Tide. Okay, but consolation prize, they get the Lion in
That's
return.
not
But right now, Big Bad AM is here with a nice Mana Void that actually kills off 2. This Medusa all by herself has no more mana, no more HP, and she goes down, and a triple kill for Polozon. Crazy. No Mata style and has really rotated in. Sees that right now they have exhausted everything. This is a good time for him to go in and just throw in a very nice Mana Void. And that's what he did. Got a kill. Oh, a
So we're just
little.
gonna pause for a moment here. Tidehunter disconnected for a moment. Just gonna wait for him to join back before we continue with the game. I think right now Anti-Mage is already on his Yasha, right? You mentioned it just now. He only has a Yasha. But honestly, he just came in at the end of the fight, just took some kills. It's basically what you do as AM.
Yeah,
Come in at the end of the fight, steal some kills.
do a
get out.
cleanup, yeah. And then,
back to
like,
farming.
back to farming, I guess. Then right now, you just let the rest of the team pressure mid, probably, and basically just go for a tier 1 push. So, as I was saying earlier on, right, Dire was actually able to do what the Radiant should be doing. Like, Radiant was supposed to actually play as a 4-man, try to give as much space as they can to the Medusa to farm. But then again, their item pick so far, I wouldn't say has complemented that playing style. The skill build wise also not complementing them so far. They have tried to push them, but they were not very successful when there was like that bad team fight over at bottom. And then instead, the pressure was coming in by the Dire. They are playing as a 4-man. They are letting AM farm. Then instead, they've actually forced the Medusa to join in this team fight that recently was lost when AM came to clean up. Like, it was totally in favor of Dire. So they are technically, you can say that they are trying to play the same game plan, but so far it's just not going so well.
Seems to be the stronger team right here.
Yeah, I have to say that Lion so far has been playing so well. Like, with his nice 2-man stun, 1-man stun, he was actually able to build out some of his heroes. Basically, the setup was just so good. Like he was basically a Thai hunter without with a Ravage.
Oh, a second Ravish in the team. So, other than that, like you don't really talk about him as much compared to the laning phase. X Freedom, actually really playing to a lot of these early game pushes. Chen is amazing at these early game pushes, right? He brings his creeps. There's 4 creeps with a higher HP, more extra tower damage. It's actually a lot of like added. Oh, his house.
Yeah, very unfortunate. A black house background. I think we are definitely gonna be waiting for like at least a 5 to 10 minutes. Hopefully not so long, but yeah. Hope everything is fine on his side. Then he can get back to the game as soon as he can, and we can go carry on with his game. Yeah.
For the moment, maybe
Let's
enlighten me a little bit.
Let's just talk about Chen. Like,
I was gonna ask you about your Queen of Pain.
oh, my Queen of Pain. Like, okay, sure. Queen of Pain, like definitely she has been having an unstoppable game so far. Like, she was actually able to play so aggressively because of how she actually dominated the lane against DP. Like I mean, you don't expect anything less from a veteran, right? He basically played one hell of a Queen of Pain so far with a very nice rotation. He follow up like with all the Ravages with a very nice Sonic Wave, secures many kills, and now is also looking to finish up his Kaya and Sun.
Remind me again, what were you playing a Queen of Pain in the game 1?
No, it wasn't me. I was playing the Earth Spirit.
Oh.
Yeah, I was actually tired that was playing the the Queen of Pain.
So okay, but might offend Tired a little bit here, but let's just ask: if you compare Miracle to Tired, what are they doing differently?
Okay, so the thing is, right, in this game, I believe Aaron, the supports coming out on, like, of course the supports are very highly individual skilled players. They know what they are doing, like with their rotation. They don't have to emphasize on the Queen of Pain having to rotate so much to basically help the team. So, but when played, like, if you were to compare Miracle and Tired, of course Tired has to join more fights to help to push the advantage for our team because we are technically lacking in the lane phase. But then this wise they had no problem. They basically won every single lane. As you can see, AM actually dominated the Sand King over at bottom. Thai Hunter also had a very good game against the Medusa basically. Then it was more or less like just joining in the fight at the right time. There wasn't a lot of pressure on the Queen of Pain to basically try to do something. She just has to come in at the right time, very naturally, gang while she can after she gets any form of good runes, then basically just fight at the correct timings when Ravage is up, etc. That's all she has to do. There's not a lot of pressure on her to basically having to force team fights, make plays, pushing the advantage. It's just a very standard thing for them, I guess, at this rate.
Okay, but what about the you were talking about supports, right? So what kind of supports, what kind of play, like do you think you want a team who can just fight 3-4 men and you just join them whenever you can?
Yeah, I think that is definitely the case because if you have a Lion, you definitely want to fight very often, right? Because of the low disable skills that you have in the Spy and also the Hex. You definitely want to keep going. And then you have a Queen of Pain who generally also has a lot of DPS and all those skills are also in they also have very low cooldown. So definitely you want to fight very often. You have a Chen. Chen also likes to apply pressure. You are definitely going to be bringing the A game to your opponents, right?
Okay, so let's flip that around for a little bit. How can Radiant right now, how can Barracudas try and make their play using their supports? Or using their maybe a 3-man, can they form any 3-man cores? I mean, Death Prophet's ultimate should be up pretty soon, right? Or is it up already?
Death Prophet, I don't. Yeah, it's actually up. So I think in the next play they can do. I personally feel that they only have one gameplay, which is basically try to make space for the Murdu. They can't keep forcing Murdu to join in the fights. But right now they are definitely lacking in the damage perspective.
Yeah. So right now maybe what we want to see from Barracuda, maybe
I
get
think
the
the
Sand
Knight-
King to
yeah.
join in more fights. You want to play around Death Prophets.
Yeah, definitely. You have to play around Death
ultimate.
Prophet and also the Sand King. So Jakiro, as you can see, cannot actually line up his skills very well because like they are basically getting kited, and also at the same time so much heals coming out from Chen. He doesn't have enough to basically kill them off, like to follow up there. You definitely need more setup. Like that's where the Sand King comes in. I think if they are actually able to like get very nice smoke off gangs, just try to get 1 or 2 pickoffs. At this rate, I'm not so sure if they can catch out the AM, but perhaps on the Queen of Pain is still dieable. Like she can still die. Like she doesn't have any BKB so far. I think that's a good catch. Or perhaps you can just try to catch out a few supports. Like just keep getting all these small kills. I think that's how you climb back to this game so far. Then if you have time, try to get back the wards. Like try to get back vision of your at least your triangle, or which you already have. Then you will need to start stacking. You need to start making so much space for Medu. It's a long climb for actually Medu to come back in, but that's
they
necessary.
have the time to be stacking for Medusa at this period, right?
Yeah, so
you have
you
to,
have
stick
to
as
be
4,
very
you have to
efficient,
play
yeah.
with your Sand King, with your Death Prophet. Make sure you keep them occupied while Medusa farms. But can a Medusa out farm, or at least stay on par, stay even with this anti-mage?
Definitely no at this point of time. Like this AM has such a free game already with like the very early phase Bear Fury about to complete the Manta. So definitely you are not gonna be farming as fast as the AM, because that's what AM does, right? You get a very very early Bear Fury, you just keep blinking, like you toggle your threads for mana efficiency, you just go and keep getting pickoffs if you can after the Manta. There's no way you're actually gonna climb back unless you get good team fight. But the downside to AM is that he reaches his peak very early on. So at about late 30s to 40 minutes, that's where you can start to capitalize on him, because he has reached his peak, and that's where, if your carry can actually match up to the farm, and then that's where you come back. But at this rate, we are not actually, I don't think it might even go to that late, you know.
You also have the lane pressure coming in, right? Okay, you think about AM right now. How many heroes do you need to kill the AM?
I think almost all. Yeah.
And meanwhile, how many heroes do you need to kill a Medusa? It's like the kill threat on Medusa is so much higher. You have, it's so easy to kill a Medusa now. You just need to bring maybe Lion, maybe the Tidehunter Ravage. That's it. Like bring Queen of Pain.
Yeah, just a 3-man rotation more or less. Yeah.
Even a 2-man rotation, I might be able to just kill the Medusa off, or at least force her to use her ult, right?
Yeah, you might think that I think, right, if they execute it well, they might not even need a Sonic Wave, because if the Lion has mana drain, like perhaps later on when when she starts to max the mana drain, it's basically like a counter. He's basically doing damage to Medusa by reducing the her mana.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
because Medusa has basically HP that's not HP, right?
Yeah, definitely. So it's like, I'm just looking at this Medusa pick. It's just, I wouldn't say it's a very good pick at this.
They
Like
picked
in
it
the
pretty
initial,
early
yeah,
on.
they picked it way too early, and they really had a very I would say not a natural counter, but also a counter in a form of Lion. Sometimes Lion, you go for the early shot, then that's where you get magic immunity while sucking while doing mana drain. So here, like, she won't be afraid to just, after I throw in my stun, I'll just go and mana drain the Medusa. Like, that's his job. I already got my job done after casting my spells. I'm okay to die. And then he's gonna be so much harder to kill because of that magic immunity. So then they didn't ban out the AM when they picked the Medu. Then it's like a bit worrisome, right? I feel like you're just inviting trouble for yourself.
Okay, so that was maybe a slight miscalculation.
Yeah,
I
I-
forgot the AM exists for a moment. Okay. I mean, do we still want to see the comeback story?
Of course, I mean we are casters, right? We want to have good games to cast. We don't want to see one-side storms, right?
That is very true indeed. Okay, is there anything going on right now? Or just
it's-
apologizing for the long wait.
Yeah.
Okay. It's gonna be silence from now on. Moment of
Nah,
silence.
you know it wouldn't be. Yeah, we'll probably still be talking. Like look at this. 15 minutes in, already a 8k advantage for Dyer. Like, it's just only gonna get
It's
bigger.
also not as it's not quite as big as we've seen in some other games, right? I think there were some games where there was 15 minutes in, already 11k gold lead.
Yeah, it could have been worse. I would say they are doing a pretty good job, like just sustaining against this top tier team. I mean, you can't forget they are all technically professional players.
Wait, there's
Yeah.
still a huge ancient stack for Dyer side. AM hasn't gotten this yet. Oh my god. Okay.
AM just like another 1.5k to complete his Manta style.
I mean, that's basically the ancient stack, right?
Yeah.
And a few more treats. Okay.
Oh, look at is this anti-mage item? Oh yeah, he was kind of trolling a bit, trying to put out the Octarine core in his stash, lining out the Octarine core. Okay, but he switches it back to Manta Star and Skadi. So at least now we know Skadi is actually a very good counter when playing against Medusa. You basically want to. It's always a very good hero, like just to kite out very tanky carry rolls. Yeah.
You're also up against a Death Prophet, right? Skadi now.
Yeah,
now
definitely.
it
Yeah,
also
you're right.
reduces,
You're right.
Health regen. Actually, all forms of health recovery. So. Right, I'm lost.
Like okay,
what
perhaps let's talk about the lineup of Radiant. Like so far, you generally you pick Weaver right for that very early game pressure, but they were not able to capitalize on it. Like Sand King too. I believe Sand King and Weaver are both very strong laners at the start because you can offer so much. Like you can just keep hitting your opponents. You can do a lot of like magic damage too with Sukuchi and also like the stuns and Sandstorm. But then again, I think due to the pressure that they receive from Dire, they had to change up a little bit on their skill build. Like Sand King, like you mentioned earlier, didn't add any Sandstorm, had to win with the Caustic Finale and the stun. Yeah, then also the Weaver was not actually able to do a lot. Only manages to like get a few career kills, and that's the amount of pressure that they can get.
Okay, so. Alright. Maybe now you have a lot of time, right? What you've already played in one of the games. Other than that, you've also casted the whole of yesterday. Are there any games that stood out to you so far?
I definitely like one of the games where Kali was actually like doing this wombo combo build. I think they played it rather well. Basically they picked Faceless Void, Tide Hunter, then also follow up from like Snapfire. They were actually
Tide Hunter's back in the game.
Oh.
Finally starts. Alright, sorry for the wait. Sorry to interrupt your story as well, but hey, it's probably around time to get back in the game.
The tips coming out.
Alright, just some. That's okay.
Tis mine.
And teammates is just bravely farming in the triangle now. There's nothing they can do. He's not scared at all. Okay, Freedom putting down more wards in the.
Just securing the basically
slowly trying to strangulate the Radiant team, right? Just take out all the farm, take all your space. Leopard doesn't even.
Meanwhile, Queen of Pain already completes her Kaya and Sanch.
Okay, maybe we go back to your Kali. Okay, wombo combos. Not much of it this game. There is still some potential, obviously, with the Ravage and the Queen of Pain Scream.
Yeah, I think we
Actually,
saw some glimpse of it, right? Over at bottom where there was like a 3-man Ravage with a follow-up.
5-man rotation going up the top lane with the Medusa getting up the tier 1. Probably gonna just fortress up for a little bit.
Not gonna be defended by the Dire.
Yeah, it's just not important to the Dire team right now, right? Who cares if your Radiant team gets the top side of the map?
Yeah, they probably know that this is just a kind of like a desperate move. It's kind of late to try and push the top tier 1. You want to do it very early on so that you can shut down the AM, but then the AM is really past that laning stage. The AM doesn't need this tier 1 tower anymore. You know, he can more or less really farm out the whole map with this Battle Fury. Oh no, he disconnects again! Please, sir!
Okay, so hey, perfect time. Let's go back to your. Okay,
Like what's wrong? Why is there so many blackouts?
that's one. What? Do you get the reference?
Oh no! They say that his house is on fire.
Is it? It's not raining now, right? Is it? I don't
Like,
think so.
what is this, man? They are talking about new irons. Like, is it the iron that shot the whole house out? I do.
Possibly. I mean,
My God,
ask Razor to.
like Razor, if you are seeing this, like perhaps we need some RGB iron and an ironing board. Oh no, so we just
okay.
received some news that actually the iron actually short circuit the whole house.
Alright,
Oh
so
no, that's so
Tide
unfortunate.
Hunter's mother was ironing clothes, the iron plugged it in, house.
Like I think next time an alternative can be like a steaming machine, right? Then instead of ironing, they just use the steamer.
You still need to plug it in, right?
Okay, I don't know. Alright, okay, I guess hopefully it's not another blackout, then we probably have another 5 to 10 minutes to
already
kill.
It's another
Yeah,
short
yeah.
circuit. It's gonna take some time for the Tide Hunter to come back. So,
Oh, Tide Hunter. Right, okay. like since we are on the Tide Hunter, might as well.
Okay.
You know, so Tide Hunter right now with 1.4k gold. I think it's about to complete the Blink Dagger soon. Like, I don't think there's any other items that are worth the value as of now other than a Blink Dagger. They probably want to fight with the AM right now, so want to push the advantage. So they probably want to get a good revenue, just probably get a nice team fight, team wipe, hopefully. Then subsequently they can move it to a Roshan play or something along that lines. Then this Blink Dagger will definitely help to give them the advantage that they need in that team fight.
okay, so maybe since we're waiting for a while, right? Maybe another shout out to our sponsors for this tournament, New World Carnival. Right, so all the participants again they're gonna get free 2 sessions of VR gameplay.
Yeah,
So if you're free, Honey over here definitely be going down.
yeah, definitely. I'm gonna be using my free. Okay.
Right,
Yeah.
so yeah, if you're free, head down. Level 3 of 313 Somerset. And have you ever played? Okay, you already said before you haven't played any VR. Have you seen? Do you know anyone who plays VR?
No, I'm not so sure, man.
Okay, what about streamers? Do you watch anyone who?
Oh, I think they do.
Beat Saber.
Yeah. I think I've seen it. It's quite cool, right?
I mean, just throw around the lightsabers, hitting your rhythm. I used to be pretty good at Cytus and Tap. Now a little bit washed
There's
up.
something similar, right?
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Going
attack.
right back to the game. Hopefully Tide Hunter is back here for good. Alright, there's Lion actually lining up. He has something in the career. I believe it should be the Blink Dagger, I guess. So
And
this
Dara
will
sees
actually
the
give them a
Sankey
lot
hitting
more
top
team
top,
fight.
right? They have a ward in the river, so they did see the Sanking start moving up to top lane. You can see they're not scared at all. They're just all playing around the bottom tier 2. TPs are coming in. Yes.
Over at bottom, they're actually
Let's
applying
the
some
defender.
pressure. Yeah,
You're just here to defend the tower. But Dire team,
it might be a
gathering
3v5
around, it's
fight.
going to be a 3. Yeah, it's going to be a fight soon. If Jakiro is not careful here.
Okay, the Weaver goes down. Okay, I see some Earth Spike and also the Sonic Wave being pulled up. Just a very quick burst onto the Weaver, secures the kill. Yeah, and I think Tide Hunter has just finished his Blink Dagger, about to be delivered in.
Oh no.
Just look at this win probability, man. It's 91%.
at the
Yeah,
moment, That is not looking pretty for the Radiant side. You need to pretty much play a bit more pressure, right? Like you haven't been pressuring the top lane at all. Top lane's pushing in again. Maybe you can send someone up there. Push out. You have a Death Prophet. Maybe you can send him with 1 or 2 supports.
just look at this AM, man. 18 minutes in with a full Battlefield and Manta, and I was still expecting a 18-ish to 19 minutes Manta style, but he got it straight at 18. There's some efficiency, please. And right here, Senking's about to be caught out by the AM. Tried to burst right out of vision, but then the rest of the team was just there and then easily secures the kill. And they immediately smoke up for another play. Are they actually looking to find someone out?
I mean, Radiant can't really do anything right now, right? They can only farm. That's their only play for the moment.
Okay, they might actually see the Death Prophet over at the triangle.
And the sentry doesn't catch out the observer ward
Radiant's middle tower
in the jungle.
is
It's just
under attack.
narrowly out of vision.
Yeah, so another very nice kill onto the Death Prophet.
Radiant's top tower
Yeah, catching up the
is
Death
under
Prophet in the
attack.
triangle. Move.
Radiant's
And
top
Queen of
tower
Pain,
has
wait,
fallen.
going for a Lotus or is that? Yeah, there's Queen of Pain's building a Lotus. Is it?
Radiant's top tower is in danger.
And Sanking's getting close to his Blink Dagger. Maybe that could be a
The turning,
Turning point?
Yeah. Hopefully. Okay, right.
I'm
Then
just
right
gonna
now,
take Roshan right away.
yeah, they're just gonna go in for Roshan. This is gonna be a very quick kill though. 15 minutes goal advantage at 19 minutes in. They just commit 5 men because they know they are gonna have the superior team fight anyway. They are probably not gonna contest. So
I mean,
AJ is
you
gonna be
can't
on the
contest
EM.
it, there's
Yeah.
no way. Okay, so EM gets the Aegis. What? Probably gonna try and push the tier 2s right now. Bottom tier 2's already down.
Yeah, so Lotus on the Queen of Pain, like you said, I think this is mainly just so that she can jump in front and not be scared. Didn't opt for the BKB, so might as well you go for a Lotus, I guess.
Oh, I think a BKB might have been a little bit better here.
I think she respects the fact that I think she knows that there's no need for the magic move. Like she's more than able to just go and tank it up since there's a lot of
That
views
is
coming
true.
in from the Chen anyway. Then there's a lot of single target skills like the Burrow Strike, the Spirit Siphon. Then I mean that's just a direct counter, right? The Lotus up.
Yeah, but you also have. Oh wait,
Oh, the
He's just
AM is jumping in between the tier 2 and tier 3.
this is a little slight scare to the Death Prophet.
Yeah, so aggressive. But just look at AM, he's about to complete his
Basher.
Skadi.
Skadi.
in another 800 gold, and that's like just 3 minutes after the Manta style.
Alright,
They are keeping the
so
pressure here at top.
You're just gonna try and push it in, right? You get the Aegis. You're gonna try and push high ground, but high ground is not easy at all.
Oh, this time, wow.
He's taking no damage.
Yeah, they're just not afraid. Okay, a very nice ice buff. Okay, didn't clip the Queen of Pain. Now the
Queen of
out
Pain
being
does.
called out by the DP. The AM comes in. Try to use a Mana Void, but changes his mind. In the meantime, this Jakyo in a little bit of trouble. Blinks to the Ravage and catches out 2. Follow up by Sonic Wave. Secures another kill onto the Death Prophet. Senking comes in with a very late epicenter, but doesn't get anything off. They don't get any kill. In the meantime, Medusa is just trying to man up, but the AM is here. All her mana is gone, and she's gonna go down. That's a godlike shit. Oh no, the very nice Lotus up onto the AM, or is it the counter spell? They get a return stun on the Sand King.
That was a counter spell.
And now he's trying to jump in. I think perhaps he wanted to pop the Aegis, but then the Hand of God coming in to prevent that. Yeah, he probably
saw a
wants to
chance
die. Oh,
Lion.
oh, Lion,
think
just
it's
very
good.
unfortunate. Save him, he's stuck. This Lion.
you're
Earlier
gonna
said,
try
oh,
and save
can he get a kill?
Fine for
Oh, the Titan is coming in to save his
There's a
little
lot of
friend.
damage coming in from Macrofire. Lion's gonna drop.
Oh man, this Lion. A little bit sad.
The freeze moment.
Just very unfortunate. He got baited into it. Then tipping the aim. It's like, why the heck do you leave me? I was trying to come in to help you stun, and then ended up dying for nothing.
Alright, so hey. I mean, I think X Freedom lost all his creeps here already.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
So actually, like I haven't seen like a lot of churn so far. And like there was a period of
Anti-Mage got a call on to Jakiro in the middle of 5 heroes there.
oh AM, but still with his Aegis. Oh, he mans up and fight. The Medusa pops the Stone Gaze. AM is just on the other side, just chasing down the Weaver. Oh, like with just 300 HP, he's still manning up.
I mean, you still have the Aegis here.
Like this Medu, what can the Medu? Oh, a very nice stun, but he still has the Aegis. Can he even get the kill? He doesn't. A nice ice buff that catches out too. What is the AM? He's just
The AM is still alive.
living on the edge. Oh, the Quab is not stopping, just dives in. The follow-up being came by both the Lion and the Tyranta. The very nice stun coming out from Lion secures another kill.
You're just too fat at this point. I
Yeah.
don't think- You can't kill the Queen of Pain. You can't
Like
kill
there's
the
nothing left in the tank for Radiant. They threw every single out that they have. Epic Center, Stone Gaze, DP out. They basically have nothing left. How are they gonna defend this?
Did they use the epicenter already?
I think they did. Or was it in the side? Oh, they still have the Epic Center right there. But
Oh,
come on, man.
Senking sells all his items just for the Blink Dagger and sells the Blink Dagger. I think they've given up at this point. Yeah, he's just selling items. So
Oh no. Oh my, and another nice mana void. Like just look at them explode. Meanwhile this Senki is just walking in front like, I'm done. I sold all my items. Just take me.
alright, so I think that's their
Are they gonna call it though? A sad face.
I mean, they do know you can GG out of the game, right?
Like, has he actually sold all his items? No, he just dropped all his items. Is it a rage quit? Is he raging? I don't think so, man. I think it's probably just... They're just having
Queen of
some
Pain
laughs.
jumping
Oh,
in.
oh no, this... Wow, the blink-in silence. That Aga shot from the Queen of Pain actually stops the Weaver from doing anything, then a Sonic Wave just secures the kill. I mean, they can probably see off the game right now, like, you know, just end the game already.
I mean, you can definitely.
Yeah, they
they're
can't do
gonna try a
anything.
bit
Oh
more.
my, the stun. What is this play? Oh, the finger of death.
Right, he's definitely given up. So there's really not much more.
I mean, they put up a very good fight lah for the last like 20, 22 minutes. They were trying. Like, it was just like they were just being overpowered by AM.
You can see the experience
core,
coming in
yeah.
from these.
Oh, they called it GG.
And there it is.
Well, this was a very one-sided game and a very good one. Like, Dire didn't spare them any form of like chances like to come into this game.
You
Like,
can see the experience coming in from the Gambus side. You have so many top tier players, so many famous names. It just didn't give any leeway, just kept up ramping the pressure. Very well played by both teams. Obviously, Garracudas definitely played their best game. It's more important that you have fun, right?
yeah. So congratulations to Gambu who actually makes it to the semi-finals. Yeah, semi-finals
Yeah,
tomorrow.
semi-finals tomorrow at the Kallang Waves.
Congrats, and more or less you already secure our prize pool already because from the first place to the fourth place, you are all guaranteed a prize.
Yeah, but Garracudas, don't forget about your consolation prize. You still have your
Yep.
2 hours.
2 hours at the
At
New World
two.
Carnival.
New Carnival,
Yes.
level 3, 3-on-3 Somerset, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so I think we have one more game upcoming. We
Yeah,
have
the last semi-final, the last quarter-final
Quarterfinals
games,
game.
right? Yeah, to conclude the end of the, they hopefully will have some exciting team fights over there. Then we'll be able to deliver a nice game too. So just a little, for those that tune in late to this cast, so this is actually the Dota 2 community tournament at Singapore Comic Con, also the Asia Esports Festival online. So it's being hosted by Elysium Esports, then also by GG NORE, as you can see from this shirt over here. Yeah, so sponsored by New World Carnival, who I have just mentioned earlier, then also partner with the Esports Entertainment Asia. So hopefully you'll tune in to us. We are your casters. I'm Hani.
I'm Masaki. And yeah, we'll be actually final game, I believe. You're gonna have to stay tuned to see who's coming up.
Yeah, definitely. So please stay tuned and join us for the last game for some good old Dota.
Alright.
Welcome back to the Asia Esports Festival online in Singapore Comic Con Dota 2 Community Tournament. My name is Permasneeze and I'm joined by...
Masaki here.
Yeah, he was your nice little caster for that game just now. He actually came all the way down here just to be here to cast. But the last game, I'm going to be with him. Took a little bit of a break just now, but we're back and we're here with the final game of the day. It has been an exciting day of Dota 2. We've had 2 days of it so far. 8 fresh new teams from... 8 teams from yesterday, 8 teams today, and we're down to the last game. We have McDonald's versus NORE. Winner goes to the semifinals tomorrow at Esports Experience Center, who are one of our partners, by the way. So, for those of you who don't know, this tournament is organized by... Sorry about that. This tournament is organized by NORE, which you are from. You covered up the shirt. You gotta pull it down, homie. Come on, yo, look at that. Okay, representation. And also
it's
by
cold here,
Elysium
isn't it?
Esports. Yeah, a bit cold. That's why I have my jacket on also. But yeah, so Elysium Esports and NORE are the organizers and our partners, of course, Esports Experience Center, as well as New World Carnival. So for those of you who don't know about New World Carnival, they're a VR experience. They're a VR experience store, and every single player, win or lose, you get complimentary free game time there. So, you know, regardless of whoever wins this match, you know, winner goes to the semifinals tomorrow, but loser still gets
Yeah, that goes to everyone who
participated.
Not just everybody who's going down to semifinals tomorrow, everyone who participated, even those who are knocked out.
Yeah. So Hani over there can relate. He got knocked out immediately just now. But right now, let's get straight into the draft. We have McDonald's versus NORE. Let's get straight. The last game of the day. So these are two very memey teams, right? I think you can kind of tell from the name. Even though NORE is a bit more of a vanilla type of trolley name, it's still look at the team names. We got
We actually got the Bane this time.
yeah.
He's
So
constantly been banned out for most of the tournament actually.
yeah, I don't want to talk about the heroes yet. We can get into that later. I want to talk about the spicy names. Look at this guy, McCripsy Mode Mildly Spicy. He should be on the McDonald's team. It's just not right. Like the team is so off. Like McDonald's, they have Sukiya instead, which if I'm not wrong is a Japanese like steamboat
Sukiya
store.
is
Yeah.
more of a sauce actually.
It's like it's a shabu shabu store in Singapore. The branches.
Not just shabu shabu, they also sell, if I'm not wrong, some dons as well. For those who are not familiar, it's just rice bowl.
Okay. Anyways, my point is that they have some very nicely food-themed names over here,
Although I
and
don't
we
think
of
we can
course.
pronounce some of those names in the
No,
actual
I'm not
Steam.
pronouncing those names. But what I do know is that there are a lot of TTK fans in chat over here. Tan YHB says, spam this cheesy to help Titty Teasy. So very nice copy pasta there. And some of you are asking about the vouchers. Yes, basically the prizes are game experience. Yeah, esports experience
vouchers.
Yeah, game experience vouchers. So basically, you can go down to the store and
You have to
upgrade
go
your
down
setup.
to the Kallang Wave Mall, right?
Yeah, Kallang Wave Mall is where the outlet is at. And once you're there, you can try out everything and then get yourself a nice new setup. But these players, they're setting up for a nice last game for us right here. It's like what you said, the Spirit Breaker and the Bane banned out so often throughout this tournament, picked up for the strength in their BKB piercing disables. On the other side of the coin, McDonald's, they're going to pick up a really nice Weaver Mars starting out. These are not any picks that they have okay, so Weaver is not something that I've picked so far, but ABC on the Mars, when he played just now, just completely cornered them like a dog herding a pack of sheep. Like this guy, absolutely outstanding performance on his Mars. Even though he was against a Ricky, managed to continuously pin. I don't know if you're from GG NORE, right? Yeah, Sinbi on his signature Ricky. On paper, Ricky seems to be okay against Mars because you can always get out of arena, right?
That's not... You really need the Aghanims to actually have the cast range to get off the arena.
No, as in, but the thing is, Ricky can just tricks of the trade out.
Like, yeah, that's the thing. Tricks of the trade, you really want the Aghanims to have the cast range to trick out. Otherwise, you need to blink out.
No. Okay, so basically what happens is, with Ricky, right, when you tricks of the trade, you can kind of choose where you land somewhere within the inner circle of it. So once you're near enough to the wall, you can actually tricks of the trade out. We saw that happen a bunch of times in the game.
Yeah,
Like, even without the Aghanims. Yeah, so it's just an easy way to get out of the Mars arena. And I mean, obviously, we're not going to be seeing any Ricky right now. It's going to be Disruptor, Weaver, and Mars picked up for them. A few different hero picks coming out. We saw Sukiya play the Lich earlier on, but if he's reprising his roles, it's most likely going to be a Disruptor position 5. Let's go through the bans real quick to get an idea of what both teams are not really favoring. On the side of McDonald's, they've banned out Magnus, Snapfire, Invoker, Ember, and Jug. So this is not really anything particularly targeted. Maybe No Throws didn't maybe they didn't watch the No Throws game earlier. Oh no, wait, they did, because Blaviken, I believe, put on a monstrous performance on his Snapfire. So really just tore through the entire safe lane of their opponents, and some respect bans coming out, but they picked the Weaver, another armor reducing support instead. As for No Throws, they banned out the Clockwork, Timbersaw, Monkey King, Ursa, and Drow Ranger. So the Monkey King, obviously a respect ban towards Gamer, because that man just went absolutely bananas on his Monkey King. Earlier on, just was completely unstoppable. Went for a bit of an outdated build, if I do say so, because now you don't really see the Aghanim. Yeah,
right?
don't really see the Aghanims and Battle Fury as well. But you know, when you have such a free game, it doesn't really matter. So as we're going into the second phase right now.
Time with their picks, right? So
yeah, really eating through the reserve time for TTK right here, but it's gonna be Void Spirit. So this is so I don't know how you would say his name, but basically it's the 2 arrows. What do you call that? Yeah, greater than or less than, right? Technically, if we're going by mathematical, but basically.
I think that's a reference to Blank. You ever watched No Game
Yes, right, okay. So I no, but most of the time when they do the reference, they put like actual like blank inside, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I guess it could be C. Let's just call him Blank for now. Blank played that Void Spirit earlier on in the game, and he really went rampant with it. Actually killed his opposing Ember Spirit, solo kill in lane. So that's something that we have to watch out for. But this Dark Willow pick basically confirms that Spirit Breaker is most likely going to be a position 3, piloted by McCripsy. So really spicy stuff coming out for them right now. This Dark Willow, not really a hero that we've seen so far, but usually you kind of see the Dark Willow with like someone like a Mars, right? Because you want that terrorize synergy, make them run into the walls of the arena.
I mean,
but
it kind of goes the other way as well. You pick a Dark Willow against the Mars. Usually you get the Mars to get out of the arena right away, right?
I guess so, but we'll have to see how that plays out, because I'm not too familiar with how the interaction works the other way. One thing is for sure though, No Throws have a ton of control, and that's something they emphasized earlier on in their draft as well. They made sure everybody had a stun of their own to work with, and it really paid dividends for them. McDonald's though, they are here with the second with the last pick of the second phase. We're gonna have to see what they pick up. They are currently still missing, if I have to guess, a mid and a safe laner. So I'm not really sure whether... Do you have any ideas for what heroes they could pick up here? Oh, it's actually going to be a... Wait.
What?
Hold on. What is going on? Okay, so...
Weaver carry, maybe?
I guess so.
Or a Lion mid.
So maybe we just have been baited, right? Because this could be a Lion mid. Or I don't think it's going to be a Lion mid. One of my friends, he really believes in Lion mid, because Lion now has all these ridiculous talents to buff you up when it comes to the
he
finger.
actually skills pretty well.
Yeah,
with
he
levels
skills
now.
pretty well, but that's only if you're able to get the kills early on. And against the side of No Throws, they have pretty dodgy heroes, right? Spirit Breaker so tanky, Void Spirit can just dip out. But Lion mid could probably be a bit spooky, but the more likely thing might be Weaver safe lane instead, like what you were mentioning. So that would probably leave a mid for last pick, if I had to guess.
What does that mean? Daddy Blaviken.
I really wish you didn't say that out loud. I purposely ignored that message, but yeah, I think it's just a bunch of fans for the team No Throws, because they are just kind of singing the praises of TTK here. And one thing I'm interested to see is because in the previous game that we cast of No Throws, a lot of his fans were lamenting that, oh, this is pretty vanilla drafting from TTK, give us the spice, right? I guess
is he known for making spicy drafts?
Supposedly, according to his fans. So the thing is, we don't know for sure, so we'll have to see whether this last pick is going to pull one over our heads. But right now, it's McDonald's with the spicier draft. Definitely not sure where this line could go. Oh, okay, realistically speaking, if you see this draft...
I actually think the line's going mid.
Yeah, okay, the spice would be if the lion... The spice would be if the lion goes mid, but hear me out. What if we go for a disruptor mid, a lion position 5, a Weaver off lane, and Mars carry, and they're last picking their mid?
I think that's way too spicy.
Okay, I'm just literally picking the most unlikely thing here. But 8 seconds left. They still have 1.5 minutes of reserve time. Actually, they can take all the time in the world to think about this.
Oh, actually, one of my friends, he actually plays Mars mid.
No, as in Mars mid is still a pick. It's just that I think a lot of the time Mars can kind of do his job from the offlane, and he wants to be that tanky initiator anyway. When you do go Mars mid, sometimes you go for more of the damage items, so something like Armlet that we saw a lot during the DPC, and also Deso. I'm not really sure how it works out, but the minus armor from the Weaver along with the heavy physical damage Mars can do, obviously is going to do a lot of armor reduction. They decide to final ban the Life Stealer, and it's gonna be Wraith King pick.
Okay.
I really like this a lot because I feel like they have one round of spells, right? One slew of spells with the and it's gonna be a last pick Medusa. So this is most definitely their position. Oh, okay, wait.
Yeah, Medusa's going safe lane, right?
No. It could be a
don't think
Medusa
so?
mid.
Medusa mid.
And I think it has to be because look, Gamer is picking the Weaver up and Gamer is a position 1 player. So I think it's a Medusa mid, Weaver safe lane, off lane Mars, position 4 Lion, and Disruptor position 5.
Oh, okay. So a little more standard.
A little more standard. So nothing too spicy. I hope whatever these teams bring, or whichever one of these teams win, they bring it to the semifinals with a bit more spice. But before we get into the game, I'm gonna have to ask you the age-old question: which draft do you like more, my friend?
Actually, with the surprise from Medusa, okay. I mean, draft-wise, I'm definitely gonna favor Spirit Breaker. I am a Spirit Breaker fan.
Okay. Do you think Spirit Breaker can play his game that he wants to this game? Because it feels like, against the Disruptor with the Glimpse, against the Mars Spear, just kind of easy ways to disrupt that charge along the line as well. Kind of just feels like a thorn in his side. Is he still going to be able to have the impact?
He will need that Shadow Blade, right? The Shadow Blade is going to be the key figure, as we saw yesterday in the first game. The moment you get the Shadow Blade, it's really not that easy to just stun you right away.
Right. We'll have to see whether he does go for the
But
Shadow Blade,
yeah,
because
you're
that
right,
seems
you're right.
like what
Disruptor-
it's favored so far. But we could also see the Echo Saber coming out. Either way, I'm a bit concerned for the No-Throws draft,
You're
because
absolutely
I
right.
think that without a good early start from the Void Spirit, they could fall a bit behind. The heroes are a bit clunky when they fall behind earlier on. Thing about Spirit Breaker is, yes, he's a strong hero, yes, he can scale, but he needs to get there, and he's not really the best farmer, right? So until he gets his Shadow
So
Blade, suddenly
basically
lost
this
that.
entire draft on the McDonald's side lies on this
No,
Void Spirit.
my friend, not McDonald's. Say it right. McDonald's.
Okay.
You saw the team name for a good 10 minutes, okay? We gotta give due respect where respect is due.
Alright, my bad.
Okay,
Alright,
let's hear it again.
Alright, so the entire team, the entire draft for McDonald's,
Beautiful.
it lies around the Void Spirit.
Yes,
Wait,
I
no,
would.
is it?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
would say so. It is McDonald's Void Spirit that has to pop off. Mr. Blank over here. He did pop off in his earlier game, 1v1ing, and I think this Medusa matchup is going to be pretty free for him. He's going to have a pretty open lane to just rotate wherever he wants, and that's where the kills will happen. Because you look at the rest of McDonald's, right? Dark Willow, Spirit Breaker, and Bane. These are not really heroes that make anything happen until level 6, but we might also see a bit of a more passive game until level 6 for McDonald's. Issue with that is every single person on the side of No Throws is okay to fight. So you got... Oh, sorry. No. We've completely messed that up. McDonald's is the team on the left.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was
McDonald's
thinking.
is the team on the left, and No Throws is the team on the right. So No Throws are in a bit of a dicey situation, because I feel like, okay, so who is the real McDonald's? That's the true question at hand, because we got McCripsy on the other side. I don't know what's going on. McSpicy versus McCripsy. Okay, but which
Okay,
one is
so
spicy? Recently they came out with the ad for like the
Which
chicken-
one do you prefer more?
what's the comparison? What's the comparison?
McSpicy, McCrispy.
I don't eat McSpicy because I'm a coward.
What?
I'm about to get
How
get
can you
some
call
flame.
yourself a true Singaporean?
I never say. Wait, huh? What? Wait, is that the criteria for being a Singaporean? Yo, a lot of
Okay,
PRs are gonna
how
be very
many-
happy with that statement of yours.
Okay, how many
Singaporean pass.
Singaporeans here like eating spicy?
I mean, not okay. Hear me out. There's I speak for all my brothers and sisters who cannot stand the spice. Don't worry, representation is here. I'm with you. It's okay. We've been discriminated against, but we will. You can just imagine my voice coming out from this Void Spirit, just looking very sagely. Don't worry, I will lead the path ahead. Just like how this Void Spirit needs to lead the path for his team. Wow, Segway City, baby. Have you ever noticed how weird Bane's hands are? Look at that.
It's just
Okay, no. You see, like
you know
very
how those ghosts in movies, they always have that. Not what do you call them? The broken hands.
the broken. Yeah, but who broke his hands? Like why are his hands broken? He's looking a bit like his wrists don't work like they used to before.
Alright, that's
Any
just too-
insight? Thank you. Did I throw you off with that? Okay, let's just move on from that. Someone said not purple ruined. I think he wanted to go for purple hero draft. Yeah, they could have gone for like a blue purple hero draft.
I mean, wait. They did pick.
Oh
the
my
spray
gosh, this
taken
man is
way
having a
too
seizure. Do you see that, Bara?
early.
He's having a bit of a seizure right now. Oh no.
That's
Yo,
not
he's
the,
like
that's the shading.
You know
more
what's
like.
you know what's messed up? You know what's messed up? The fact that when you go into portrait mode, right, these heroes still blink. Look at this Wraith King. Why is he blinking at me? Isn't time stopped right now? This some I don't think this is legal.
This is
And what are
more
we
of
looking
a,
at? Wait, why is
what is this?
why is Dark Willow in the ground?
You gotta enjoy the Wraith King's pose, even the Mars.
Wow,
pose.
Mars
Look at
chest
them, look at
really
them.
my
They're
dream
really
sia.
flexing
This
all their
my
muscles.
inspo, eh. Serious. Does your chest look like that?
I mean, my stomach looks like that lah.
Oh, wait, what does that even mean? Okay. Okay, wait. Real talk. Let's take a quick look at the cosmetics game, right? We have the whole lineup for the Radiant over here. It looks a bit bare. I mean, they have a nice little crystalline weaver set. And of course, as I say that, they say go when ready. So no looking at the cosmetics feels
I mean,
bad.
you can take your time. I think there's still.
Yeah, that disruptor set is so cool. This dragon looks like some kind of like Chinese mythology kind of thing. So glowy. This view is kind of odd. Do you see that post on Reddit from like maybe a couple of years ago where they found out, like, basically it was a post from this guy and he's saying like, oh, I found out my friend literally plays in this mode. That's why his map awareness is horrible. Like, this guy is like the lowest rank
Wait,
possible.
what?
Yeah, so he never knew that you could zoom out of that mode. He just thought that was the default way of playing the game and he was always so confused as to how people click spells on other people. So he
Wait.
always just played Ogre Magi.
Wait. what do you mean they played in that mode?
Okay, I mean, it was just a bit of tunnel visioning, right? But it might be a bit of tunnel visioning now for Blaviken. He's walking up the cliff with no
Okay.
vision whatsoever.
He's just brave.
Oh, Vertigo wrapping around, narrowly misses TTK there. Oh yeah, and they must know there's a ward here, right? Is there? I can't even see on the map because it's
Yeah,
so
it's on
small.
the word at the bottom. Right.
Yeah, but they miss out the sentry, very nicely baited, I guess, but a little laugh from Vertigo. Yeah, but back to the thing about the viewing. Oh, they actually get a free sentry. Nice. Okay, looks like it's gonna be a brawl though. High fives coming out and spells being exchanged. TTK first one to tank a bit of that, but he'll be A-okay. They trade out the sentries in the mid. It's not that big of a deal. All things considered, they know for a fact now that the ward isn't there, and yeah. Once again, a very nice ward coming out. I really like this ward at the bottom side, on top of the
You're
cliff.
used to the board coming up on the opposite end, right? On the top
No,
side.
as in, I mean like at bottom lane, you know the entrance to the
Oh,
jungle right there on
yeah,
the
yeah,
map. I really like that ward because it kind of spots when the support is pulling or stacking, and if he's running away from his lane, that's where you know, oh, I can really bully this safe laner right now.
That doesn't happen until a bit later on, right? So it's
Yeah.
more of a long-term investment ward.
Sort of, and it really shows the movement of the supports because you can see the pull cam and you can see where he's going if he does try and rotate to get the water runes and stuff like that, and it really opens up I guess the whole lane, right? Because as a position 5, every sentry that you buy is just a salve that you're not getting for your carry, a clarity that you're not getting, a mango that you're not getting. So these sentries are of utmost importance and you want to use them to kind of de-ward or block the hard camp. So putting a ward so far off from those two camps, right, really just kind of optimizes the vision. Yeah. I see the lanes start off here.
It's
I-
just gonna act up pretty chill, both sides gonna farm.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be much action early on.
You're
The
gonna
only
see a
place that we can
Medusa.
really look is top lane, where we already see TTK taking in some harass. The thing about Wraith King is that he's not particularly a strong laner, but that is sort of circumvented by the Bane. But the Bane alone can't really stand up to this strong
Especially
la.
level 1, right?
Yeah, oh, and
That was a
nice
blind-
little
blind
threading
stun.
the needle with a stun there. And we already see Blank putting on the pressure. Medusa's still level 1. And
Okay.
McCripsy managing to pull the wave back. Okay, so early on, do you expect any aggression out of any of the lanes other than top?
I think Void Spirit with a few levels can maybe start to pressure.
Can you really kill a
It's-
Medusa like alone as a Void Spirit? I feel like you don't have
can't
enough
really
damage though.
kill him right off the bat, but you can just keep the Medusa low, make him use resources, and really go with the
Trying to set up, and the spear narrowly misses the latch onto TTK, gets the brain sap off, and
Actually
he'll
cut
be
off a lot of
A-okay.
trees at the back end.
Yeah, pretty smart from them. I don't know whether that was intentional, but maybe in the midst of tangoing up, that was what was the result. But already the Disruptor harass. Disruptor has to be one of the top 5 most annoying pos 5 heroes to play against, just because like alongside Ogre, alongside Lich, just spams that annoying Thunder Strike. And they recently added in the patch as well, they made it so that there's a very, very mini 100% attack slow and movement slow. So it's a stun, but it doesn't cancel TPs. So you just imagine all along, if a Disruptor tags on a Thunder Strike onto you, it's so annoying to trade with him, right? But then now, like halfway through your attack just gets cancelled. And you're like, what do I... Okay, cool. if you notice for every single time the thunder strikes,
Yeah, it's just
the Dark
for
Willow
a
jitters a
slight-
bit. Yeah,
yeah.
just for a slight second, but that can throw off the trading, like the efficient trading so much for these supports. So Disruptor really high on the pick priority right now, especially with the Glimpse, right? Once you get a hit, and you're so well suited to getting a hit, you have such early aggressive options with this Weaver, with this Mars, and with this Lion.
Okay, so they're all pretty even as far as last hits go, I feel. But I think the biggest disparity.
Oh, as we miss first blood, Blaviken already falling in the bot side, and it's just like we talked about, right? There's so much early aggression coming out from the side of rather McDonald's that they can just kind of make these kind of things happen. Weaver is a very early active carry that can make kills happen with Ishikuchi, with the bugs, and that's kind of why we've seen him transition to the position 4 as well, because his skills are just so good in the laning stage, right?
Yeah.
But McDonald's is gonna make it work on the carry as well and get an early first blood for the carry. Is this stacked
Medusa
or
bottle. No, it's not stacked yet.
Okay, I thought she walked over the stack. But Medusa bottle, the thing about it is that I've even seen snipers go bottle, just because of the fact that bottle is such a value item now. Especially since, I don't know if you saw this, but Team Spirit at TI, right? Even Miposhka, who's their position 5 support player, he really emphasizes a bottle. If their mid didn't get a bottle, he would get one just
Yeah,
so
just
that he can
so
bottle
someone
those
help.
runes.
Yeah, it's a very cost efficient way of just maintaining a regen.
Yeah, and as long as you maintain good communication and keep your rotations on, that bottle just has endless value, right? It's just really what you make of it, and yeah, we're gonna see what this Medusa can do. Most likely looking to bottle something impactful like a DD, Invis, or maybe even an Illusion. I think the Illusion could be really useful because once you have those 3 illusions and if you micro them well, the Bane is gonna have real trouble targeting. Like, they have a lot of single target spells, right? Between the Wraith King, Stun, and the Bane, basically his entire kit. And once you have those illusions out, it could really throw off the tempo of them trying to go on you.
Okay, something small that I really like the Ryan's doing right now. When the moment the creep wave hit the tower range, right?
That Creepsy under a bit of threat, but he'll be A-okay. Spirit Breaker, tanky hero. You were saying about the Lion and the creep wave.
Yeah, the Lion immediately just went back to base. You was low in health, you're not gonna help trade much longer. So you go back to base, regen, let your Mars take all the XP.
Yeah, I think this is something that a lot of position 4s make a mistake in as well, because you feel like, oh, I want to be here pressuring with my core, right? But sometimes when the lane is pushed up to your tower and there's not much moves to make and you don't have a lot of resources yourself, just give him solo XP, right? Then you can get your Mars to a better place. And we see what ABC is able to do with that Mars once he gets his farm going, already with the Blightstone for the early harass. This game has been a bit passive compared to a lot of the other ones we've had so far, but a nice little break to end off the day, end off a long day of Dota.
Sukiya
As I
dropping a
say
bit
that,
low bottom.
Sukiya smacked down by the hammer of, I don't even know, I guess this is a mace of McCrispy. Yeah.
It's more like a Morning Star.
Well,
Kind
yeah,
of.
if we're getting specific, yes, it is a Morning Star. Thank you. Very nicely spotted.
So do you like weapons?
Do I
Medieval?
like weapons? I do not like
Medieval?
weapons for the fact that they are illegal in Singapore. but
You never really thought about like
okay,
playing around?
we talk about McCripsy, but he falls.
think it was
Gamer actually
behind the
manages
tier
to
one.
find him behind the tower. So I mean, he was playing around with really low HP, but I mean, in the end, falls for his kind of hubris.
Disruptor already going around the rune.
Yeah, but it's gonna be Blank who manages to pick it up with the help of his Disruptor there, or rather with the help of his Bane securing the other rune and Dark Willow rotating over. I do worry for this Spirit Breaker though, because I don't know if you know who T-Gov is. Do you know T-Gov?
I'm not too familiar.
Okay, so
maybe
T-Gov
you
is
can enlighten
basically
me.
this British Dota 2 analyst. He's also a coach. He
Okay.
is the world's biggest kind of voucher for Spirit Breaker. So I'm surprised you don't know him because you're a Spirit Breaker player yourself. But basically, I actually asked him on Twitter one time and he mentioned that the main problem with Spirit Breaker is he has insane scaling and insane potential, which I'm sure you're very familiar with. The main issue is how do you get him to that point, right? When you're against a strong laner like a Weaver who can even dive you behind your tower and there's nothing you can do, how can you get that recovery farm? Take a look at the the last hits right now. And net worth as well. 1.9k, he looks like a support right now. And meanwhile, the Mars just left alone and kind of had a nice lane provided to him by this Lion, sitting at 2.6k, almost as much as the Void. So the net worth really in favor of the Radiant, even though nothing much is happening. I'm going to be looking towards this Void Spirit to try and make something happen because he was able to put on that pressure by solo killing the Ember Spirit, his lane opponent, earlier on. And he really needs to come down and start enabling McCripsy because without any...
Gordon is level 6 as well, so
Yeah,
they can
just
definitely
got...
try and
Yeah,
make a play
this is
right
this is the timing for them. They're going to try and make a move, hopefully. Because
Void
this...
Spirit's tipping up top.
Okay, an Arena onto the top side. We already saw this in one game, and ABC repeats the beautiful move. It's the two supports rotating up to make the Arena work. They're gonna trade the support for it, but it's 4 people up here at this point. ABC actually, this is huge. He spots the stack and he pings it. This could be really significant for them. ABC runs into Blaviken, finding him in the middle of the river. Is there any support? No, there isn't.
None of them have mana.
His Medusa is hitting creeps. His Weaver is hitting creeps. This poor Mars has to hold them off all by his lonesome. And he falls. But that's 5 heroes rotated just to deal with him. And meanwhile, the 2 main cores hitting creeps right now. 4k net worth now on the Weaver, and nearing him is the Medusa. So even though they have a big stack, right, the only person who can really farm that, I think, is maybe, like, you could farm it with Dark
You can
Willow.
farm it as a team, maybe.
Yeah, you can farm it as a team, but then once again, not very efficient use of your map right now. You still have the entire jungle for the Wraith King to farm, so I don't know how much I agree with him staying in top right now, but I guess he's not too threatened since the Arena is down.
Actually, Void Spirit's already going to take the stack right now.
Yeah, yeah. So
Void
they
Spirit
really
can
want to
definitely
put
take it,
all their eggs inside this Void Spirit basket because he's going to be the catalyst. I think we talked about this since the start of the game. Yeah, he could
They
definitely...
actually get the matching set for neutral items.
Oh, they got the exact same one?
Yeah.
Okay, I actually...
Both got
Who do you
the
think
Tumblr
Tumblr... Okay, quick thought experiment. I'm going to throw you a neutral item and then you tell me which team benefits from it more, okay? Tumblr's toy. Who uses it better? Radiant or Dire?
Probably Mars.
So Radiant
Radiant.
does Tumblr toy better. Why? Give me a good reason.
We already saw the power of the Tumblr story, right? We actually had a game yesterday where Earthshaker was playing.
Okay, but that's Earthshaker. How does Mars do it?
Mars actually has a very similar skill set with his ultimate that just locks people in place.
Right, so just moving that inch forward will really help him a lot, huh?
Yeah, but
Okay.
on the other hand, you also have the Bane, so...
Okay, next one. Next one. I'm just gonna keep this short. I'm interested to know which team do you think you will use a Keen Optic better?
Keen Optic? That's a really hard one. I think both teams benefit equally well from it.
Thank you. You did not answer.
What?
As you pick one, my friend. Just say you can say anything. Just come up with.
I mean, come on. You
Okay. Right.
Dire team, they have a Bane.
Yeah, no, there's a correct answer, and you know what the correct answer is? It's Dire, because then the Spirit Breaker can charge from even further away. I feel like I'm
Wait.
really confused that I need to explain this to you, but it's okay. We'll get there. Speaking of getting there, the Radiant, they're gonna try and pressure this top tower again. I think one thing to point out is these supports are still very low level. Everybody's sitting at level 4, only the Dark Willow at level 5, so pretty late all things considered. We're gonna see a Tome probably flying out to them soon. Hopefully get those ultimates, because that Finger of Death represents such high kill threat. And this is what we talked about, right? The Medusa, the true carry of this team, the Weaver is definitely gonna play a bit more active and just try and push the pressure with his team, and they do that. They get the top tower. They could even actually defend bot if they choose to. Not holding their
Medusa's
TPs.
more focused on getting the farm in the triangle.
Yeah, no,
So
as
their
in,
own farm.
I think my point is that I feel like the 4 of them, like the Death Squad, they could have, McDonald's could have actually rotated bot to defend, because
Well,
the-
the thing is, like, if you, they can probably defend bot without a problem, but question is, where do they go after that?
that's a good point. Then it makes it a bit awkward to rotate to mid, I guess. But and plus the bot lane is not like
Like you
that
can see right now
important
that
anyway.
the Weaver and the Mars are actually playing in the Dire jungle.
Yeah, speaking of rotations though, it's now okay. They're moving over right
They
now.
want the lion here.
No throws, running into the mid tier 1, and they strike down Vertigo with one fell swoop. That's the first time we saw the Wraith King this entire game, and he makes it count, just slaps down that poor little lion.
It's definitely okay if dying there.
Yeah.
Getting a
I mean, it's not that big of a deal. The real issue is the fact that this
this
mid
jungle
lane is
actually
being pushed
TPing
right now.
here. They definitely want to defend this.
Yeah,
tier
there's
one.
no way. The thing about Medusa is you want to hold on to this mid tier 1 as much as possible. Oh, and the
And-
glimpse backwards. He already used the dissimulate, but the astral step out. He's gonna be a-okay, it seems. Not a lot of follow up. Disable with the lion. Oh, even drops the damn. Little bit of. We do a little bit of BMing. We do a little bit of BMing. Or maybe efficiency,
Okay,
right?
charge on the
But
oh,
charge
nice.
instant hex and the astral step forward. But the sleep
That's
actually kind of saves him for a bit there, but Lion ends up falling anyway, and the spear out actually almost saves this Void Spirit, but he's gonna fall in the end. It's ABC with the arena, caging them in. TTK right in the center of it. Mac Critzy next to fall. He's hot on the stall, but he's gonna charge away for now. Gonna be A-okay, they don't have that disable. And he's TPing out actually. Mars makes the speed. Actually finishes the TP, that's 6 seconds. How did he get there? ABC with the perfect predict. Just impales that cow. You hungry for some beef skewers, my friend?
I am not actually.
Thank you.
I don't. Okay, I don't like skewers that much, but hey, if you were to ask me, am I hungry for some barbecue? Definitely.
Yeah, but I mean, they barbecued that cow real quick, huh? Like, even though he managed to just almost... Okay, you know, the thing about meat is that it's best when it's fresh, right? They just catch it while it's still running with the spear. So, really nice stuff there from ABC. Lands the
Really
kill
nice
on...
read by the Mars.
Yeah, really nice read overall. How do you even coordinate a 6-second TP? That's pretty insane. Once again, we'll
I
see
don't
the Void
think
Spirit
they-
farming up the stacks. Definitely putting a lot of emphasis onto him, and rightfully so. Wraith King going for this armlet build. How do you feel about this one?
Wraith King armlet, pretty normal. You just want to amp up some pressure, be able to fight early. You don't want to let the Medusa farm, right?
I guess so, but right now one thing I'm struggling to see is this Void Spirit. I actually want to take a look at his items because I'm not really sure what he has right now.
Yes,
Has
it-
the Yules for setup, but we saw there once again, once he goes into the fight, he has to be so wary of the disables because the glimpse from the Disruptor and the Static Storm, along with the Lion. Ooh, and look at this curve actually. It's just
That's a wild
it just
ride.
hit such a high
Still
point for...
relatively even. For the
Yeah, it
moment.
was relatively even, but net worth wise, it has always been in their favor. Dipped a bit during that fight, but you know, this Medusa just been farming away now. 8k net worth, level 13, knocking on your front door. And the whole team's there to back her up.
Medusa cutting in the illusion rune there as
I'm
well.
not gonna lie, like, how do you
actually,
kill the
Spirit Breaker's running
Medusa?
in.
Yeah, Spirit Breaker's coming in from the bot side, has his sights on Vertigo right here, but the arena from ABC with the spear, and the Cursed Crown gets onto 2. Meanwhile, they're all on this cow right now. The Finger of Death is not nearly enough. They glimpse him back though, they want him bad, and they get him. In comes the Void Spirit, but Stone Gaze is popped. They have to run. The buyback from the Spirit Breaker though, and Bane on the sidelines can't get his Fiend's Grave off. The Nether Strike onto this Medusa, but she's still okay, still healthy, still alive, and ABC warding them off with another God's Rebuke. Tells them to stay off my Medusa. Gamer, whole time he's just hitting away, and they can't make anything happen. There's 2 buybacks. Laughing in the voice view lines, and rightfully so. That was just all their ultimates thrown out for absolutely nothing. That's a 620 gold change, but more than anything, that was so costly for the supporting cast between Spirit Breaker and Bane having to buy back. That's really going to throw off the items, and you talked about it. Mr. Spirit Breaker Specialist, how bad is this for the Space Cow?
His game is basically dead right now. For the moment, he still can split push a little bit, but oh, okay, they're gonna get.
Okay, nice little ancient stack for them
Stack
though.
here.
A little tough for them to farm, but they do it through the power of teamwork. Very nice. It's still taking them quite a bit though. They don't have a lot of AoE damage. I'm surprised this Dark Willow isn't using her ultimate, but I guess they don't really need it. And it's like what you said, right? This Spirit Breaker, it's not that his game... Okay, you can correct me if I'm wrong because you're the expert here. It's not that his game is over, but he kind of needs to chill a little bit. He's going to do the opposite of that though. He's going to smoke out with his team. They want to find more action. Maybe they think, oh, you know, we already bought back for this. We already used all our cooldowns. Technically, they still have the Fiend's Grip up, so that could be something they have going for them. They spot the Medusa mid. Do they want the snake? They don't see the rest though. This could be really scary. The Fiend's Grip could come in if they're not careful, and instantly TTK being hit by the arena walls, but it's not gonna amount to much. But the Static Storm onto 3, the Yules is just gonna keep him alive momentarily, but the glimpse back, the cow is dead, the Bane is dead. They turn it, and the Medusa stays alive.
It's both their buybacks heroes.
Yeah, that's both. So it's dieback right now. They could just walk straight into Roche actually. If they're feeling ballsy, if they're feeling spicy, no such thing. They're just gonna play it safe, play it cool, go back to farming the enemy jungle, no less. And man, what a turnaround fight! And they kind of played that to perfection, right? Because
Yeah,
none of the
but-
other heroes were showing. They just showed the Medusa. Perfectly.
Also,
played.
that Mars ultimate, the arena over there, just bought so much time, bought enough time for the supports to TP in, immediate
Yeah.
static storm. Very easy turnaround actually.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Disruptor, right? Because he's good in 2 scenarios. The first one is where you're ahead. And then that's where people try and run away from the fight. You just glimpse them back into the claws of your teammates and you get more kills than you need to do. So that's number 1. The second scenario is when they want to run into you and collapse all onto one hero, and then that's a fat static storm onto their heads. both criterias are present in this game. So they're just completely rolling. Yeah, but it's gonna be this disruptor. It's gonna get gone right now. Sukio very low. He glimpses back, but that's gonna be a nice little express pass back to where he was from for Blank.
Nice little bash here.
They could
Gonna
get
one
the
more?
second support here, the TP, but the use the cancel it, and one slams him down again. You might be the lion, but I am the king, my friend. Now with the Deso, just makes it look easy.
That was a nice little number there, if you noticed.
A nice little number.
The Wraith King crit.
Oh, I didn't see actually. How much was it? Tell me. Let me know.
It was exactly 666.
Okay. So hopefully that doesn't spell the demise of the Radiant team from here, but I highly doubt it because they're still 4k ahead and this DOTA is getting to uncontrollable territory. I mean,
It's
one thing that's good. Let's take a look at the net worth again. This Wraith King is still kind of keeping up. Sure, the Medusa is ahead, but it's not insurmountable just yet. The main concern and the main reason why I say insurmountable is because I feel like they need to expend so much to kill this Dusa, right? And even though the Spirit Breaker can scale, even though, you know, their heroes can scale like Void Spirit, a lot of Spell M talents and a lot of builds that capitalize on Spell M, they are a long way to go from there. This Void Spirit went for a more utility build with his Yules, so it's going to be a long time before he's dishing out the damage.
I think right now, I actually don't think they should be focusing on the Medusa yet.
Okay, who do you think they need to go on first?
Like, Medusa doesn't do
Yeah,
any
stun.
damage now, right? So
They catch somebody. It's gonna be this Wraith King.
Wraith King does
They
have his
picked this
ultimate
Wraith
there,
King for
right?
this very reason to tank
Yeah.
all the spells at first, and he
There's
comes
the block.
laughing all the way. He's alive again, but back into the wall and hexed out. Meanwhile, the Static Storm to chase off this pesky Void Spirit, and this poor little Wraith King, he's toggling for his life. He's gonna be A-OK, kills the Lion, the Glimpse back. Spirit Breaker sent back to where he came from, but in comes Blaviken with the ultimate and the Curse Crown onto 2. What can he do? Takes out the Disruptor, very nicely done, but he's gonna fall for it. Double kill to end off that fight for the Medusa.
they do save the Wraith King though, and the Spirit Breakers survive that fight, which is... Wait, he's actually rushing the Aghanims here.
Yeah. Wait, I actually like this a lot because I feel like that allows him to split push. The only fear I really have is the glimpse, right? But I think they recognize they kind of need to split up the fight because we saw the team fight earlier on. They are not winning that anymore. They need to take pickoffs and take this split fight to have any chance at coming back.
Something also... Aghanims also reduces the cooldown for Spirit Breaker's charge.
Yeah,
so
that's
it could help against the Glimpse.
I guess so, right? Because even if you get glimpse back, you can just get back straight into the fray as soon as possible. I guess that's what the point. That's the point you're trying to make.
He can get back faster to the fight, right?
Okay, so what do you think this Wraith King needs to get to stand a chance in those fights? Because we kind of saw the idea play out for them, right? This armlet making him more tanky, this Deso letting him hit hard, another 666
I
crit.
mean, he's just
beautiful
gonna go
stuff.
for... I think he's just gonna go for more standard items. He's gonna go for a Blink, he's gonna go for an Assault Cuirass.
Okay,
and
interesting,
just-
because I thought he might want to go for a BKB. Because
BKB
against the
BKB
Disruptor...
definitely makes sense here. I mean, it's also a game you have to go BKB sooner or later.
Yeah, the Lion just presents such an unreal kill threat, and we saw that fight as well, just constantly being disabled and hexed and kited around. That's Wraith King's worst fear, but I actually heard a little bit of a Dark Willow spell usage there, but I'm not really sure where that was. I guess that was just to clear the creeps mid. Nothing gonna happen from that, but... Yeah, and I like what McCripsy is doing here. He's just continuing to split push these waves out with his charge, making use of his global presence, and
Mars is in the area though, so I think he's trying to...
sniff out the cow, but
trying
I
to
don't...
see if the cow charges was a little bit too deep.
Yeah, but I don't think there's a world where Mars can actually solo kill him, right? Okay, we see the Terrorize come out onto the fight and they instantly take out Sukiya on the Disruptor Gamer. He's a lot more elusive though. The sentries come down, but he's well away. He'll get out. But it's no. But the Aether Remnant,
Oh,
he
it's the wrong
dodges
way.
it for now. Gamer, he's gonna have to be really careful. He
Oh,
could get
he's actually
spotted here.
spots it out?
No,
No, he
nice
didn't.
little hidey hole for this pesky little bug, and he'll be a-okay. Also, Shukuchi, although a little bit scary, but he's okay. It shows his face. That must be so annoying to play against. Both your supports drop sentries.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, and Lincoln's blocks the stun, but the charge. Bara is straight on him, has his sight set, but ABC already in with the ultimate, takes out the Bane almost instantaneously, yules up a second, and here comes the stun. Doesn't matter, he yules himself up, right? And he's gonna fall. Hang
We're
on.
just gonna
That's
TP
the...
out. There's no lines.
Oh, the spear to send him out of his TP. Oh, and he done, dude, that was so cool. Sends the Geminate attack and turns away because he knows he has the kill. That's some Chad stuff right there. And Spearbreaker forced to charge away. That looked like almost a good fight, but we didn't realize this Weaver has a Linkins and he has nothing to be afraid of, right? Even if you get kind of stunned by one, you have more than enough time to time-lapse. And nice little initiate from ABC there to
I think
just...
Spirit Breaker there was just a little bit too far away. They actually
Oh,
killed-
and
they
Void
catch
Spirit
the
actually
first
gets
kill.
killed mid. That's interesting. That must have been a Lion, like, blink disable or something like that. And with that kill, they can most likely go into Roche, right?
Yeah, they're already heading towards it. I think Medusa is actually so huge.
Yeah, 15k net worth now, and it's only at 20,
So
20
earlier I
minutes.
was saying like they can kind of ignore the Medusa because she doesn't do that much damage. Not anymore.
Yeah, Skadi right now, and she's building up their Agonyms. Quick look at the talents as well, 30 attack speed, so just being able to pump out those attacks more and more often, the attack modifiers of course going to play a huge part in cutting down these beefy cores, Spirit Breaker and Wraith King, but honestly at this point they don't really look that beefy. It's starting to look a bit dire, and I don't know whether... I don't know what they need to do because it just doesn't feel like they've utilized their Fiend Script enough, but a
charge.
glimpse catches Bara. Yes, you have the Agonies, but you can't run away fast enough, my friend. You're gonna fall. And unfortunately, Mac Cripsy not having the spicy impact that you have wanted this game.
I don't think. Well, now they know there's vision there, but wait, no, there wasn't vision there. They
No,
actually
I
just
mean,
called him out
whether or
straight
not
up.
there's vision, they're on your high ground, my friend. Like it doesn't. That's not what you're thinking about right now. You're thinking about guys, Rex.
They can't defend.
They
without the
want to
Spirit
set
Breaker
up a
here.
fight, and this is probably the best chance because here they have the towers, right? But Radiant, they have the tower of their own, and that's Medusa just standing on the front line, no fear whatsoever. And the Curse Crown comes out.
Like you don't want to go on the Medusa now.
Oh, and in comes ABC, nails the spear onto the Void Spirit, not able to get the Simulate Dodge in time, and the Terrorize not nearly in time to save that Void Spirit, just completely gets destroyed, and ABC once again with this Mars, a complete killer. In comes this Wraith King, he wants to make something happen along with the charge, but it's too little too late. They get the
Spirit
Lion
actually
though,
quite
but they've already gotten the Lion so many times, how much does it really matter? This Medusa pops the Stone Gaze right in the middle of everyone. Meanwhile, Gamer takes down the bait in the back line. Sukiya trying to get a kill, he gets the supports, but nothing else. The spear into his own Rex, and this poor little Bara is gonna fall. ABC TP's right in front of his face as a final little taunt. But they could just even go for the jugular here and force out some buybacks. I don't know if they can do anything. And another spear from ABC. This man
this
just
Mars.
can't stop making kebabs. This poor little Dark Willow, so little
get out of here?
HP, limping away. A Yule's up as well, and a
That's,
self
lot of
Yule's as well on this Mars. In comes Void Spirit though, he's back, he wants to make action happen. Another spear, but he's gonna be Curse Crowned up, and this poor little Mars is finally gonna fall. They need to back off. Even though they have the Aegis on the Medusa, they can reset and go again.
I think that the Spirit Breaker being dead for the first half of the fight did not help them at all.
I
Also,
just
that Medusa just stood up all the way to the high ground, staring directly into her, right?
I'm just confused because I feel like they had a bit of a disconnected engagement there, right? It's anything, they're spamming Piao Liang voice lines, but it really was anything but that because I feel like they could have gone in all together, right? That's the strength of their lineup. They have the Spirit Breaker charging in, they have the Wraith King going in with Blink, and then they have the Void Spirit as well. But it just felt a bit disconnected. The Void Spirit got caught out by himself, and then suddenly 4v5, they decide, you know what, let's go, even though our Rex is almost dead. Just felt a bit strange to me. The Weaver got a time-lapse to get himself out of that sticky situation, and the stun nicely covered from Vertigo to keep his carry alive.
Alright, so right now, well, Dire definitely just needs to find some way to just catch up everybody in the fight, right? They need to catch everyone but the Medusa. And just
I
kite out.
disagree. I say dodge, dodge, dodge. I say Void Spirit, go push mid, go cut creeps. I say Bara, go push bot.
What's that?
Like, you can't actually fight them right now, especially not with the Aegis. They're gonna get caught out in their own jungle though. Blaviken with a bug on him, not the good kind, and already a fight coming in. McCrixie can't decide who he wants to Nether Strike, but already the Dark Willow falls on the back line. They're gonna kill this Lion again. Yeah, struck down by the Wraith King.
He's just dropping three though.
Yeah, the two supports are dead on both ends, but Weaver manages to get the time lapse off and the arena again. This Mars right there when they need him, cage them and kill them all. The Wraith King manages to blink out but tagged up by the Skadi now. Can he get out with the TP? Absolutely not. Gleipnir is right there, a spear is right there, so is the stone from the snake, and You're just a fallen king,
That
my
lap
friend.
mirror on
It's-
Weaver is absolutely disgusting.
yeah, it's just such a nice control item as well. You never
You
really
also have some way
expect.
to stop a TP, right? As a Weaver, you don't have anyway.
Yeah, so I don't think that's really what he's thinking about. It's just kind of such a broad control in the fight, and it really limits the potential of all these 3 melee cores, right? But Tips coming out onto McCripsey, and a little bit of an offensive one, just kind of bullying this Spirit Breaker. Another setup from this Mars. A little bit of a use, misses all his skills, but
he's not even gonna
does it
waste
even matter? This poor Dark Willow just suffering this entire game. We saw Blaviken put on a monster performance on the Snapfire earlier on, but can't really seem to replicate it with his Dark Willow. McCripsey as well, the both of them dominated that off lane, but no such luck against Gamer and his support right here, Sukiya.
Actually, a double damage being pinged out by Disruptor.
Okay, as we see a goal on the top side. Yep, nothing gonna amount from that. I think the Mars managed to blink out right there. But yeah, so he manages to blink out, but he's actually getting gone on the Zev. The Yules, my friend, and you're gonna fall. I mean, that's a good kill to get. That Mars is pretty far ahead, and he's been such a catalyst for his team. What can they do with this 60 seconds though? They need to make something happen, right? Because the Aegis is down, the Mars is down. This is your shot if you've had one. Looks like they caught vision onto Sukiya, and the glimpse forward. McCrispy falls, but in comes Wraith King. A buyback immediately from Mars, but where does he have to TP to? It's going to be the Shrine again, but they don't even need him. They melt the entire side of the Dire. 1 falls, 2 falls. The Wraith King is going to come back just to get stunned out, just to get set up on. And this Mars, he misses the arena, but it doesn't matter. It keeps this Wraith King far away from his team, and he gets fingered to death. This a little bit of a whiff there, but it doesn't even matter. So much damage coming out from the side of the radio.
To kill you, right?
Yeah. I don't even need my skills, my friend. The voice lines coming out. I gotta love that. I mean, it's good to see. I just.
Oh wait, his spear hits?
Dude, this guy does not miss a spear. I'm not even surprised at this point. I'm more surprised when he misses the spears. Because even when he does that, he makes it look like it's on purpose.
And just the casual hi-fi.
Yeah,
Just
just the
having
casual.
fun, right? Even if you're losing.
Dire's bottom tower is
Yeah, I mean, also, what else can you do at this point other than high five, right? You are not killing that guy.
I'm more so looking at Mars and Weaver just saying, I don't even want you. Just go ahead, high five.
Yeah, never mind. Just stay there. It's cool. We don't need you. And one thing to point out, Medusa, level 20 talent, went for the Mystic State mana regen, which probably explains why she's able to stay so topped up along with the Aghanim's as well.
You also have a shard as well.
Yeah,
Actually
so
tops up a lot.
annoying to deal with. You're basically never going to kill this Medusa. You just don't have the gas in the tank for it.
Another
As
spear.
another setup for ABC. How many times have we seen this before? The pump fake on the God's Rebuke, but the stun comes out just in time. Is he going to finger? The Rebuke and the Hex is more than enough. McCripsey not enough to save his mid laner over there, and they actually get the Medusa's mana a little low, but at this point, how much does it matter? It's going to be stolen right back. This Wraith King's trying to sneak in, but Gamer is right there with him. Catches the backline and the arena as well. Pump faking the God's Rebuke. Now Mars is just styling on them. Knocks down the Willow, and this poor Wraith King gonna fall again. GG is called. They don't even want to see him lose his second life, but he's gonna fall yet again. GG, enjoy your Pelosan game tomorrow, they say, and we'll definitely enjoy that as McDonald's make their way into the semi-finals to round off game 2 of, rather the last game of day 2.
Yeah, so congratulations to McDonald's. They're going on to the semi-finals tomorrow at Kallang Mall, right?
Kallang Wave Mall.
Wave Mall. Wait, no, not the Kallang Wave Mall, the Kallang Wave Stadium.
No, Kallang Wave Mall.
Really?
Yeah, Kallang Wave Mall. Because basically, if you guys don't know, you just finished watching day 2 of the Asia Esports Festival Online and SG Comic Con DOTA 2 Community Tournament. And our partners are none other than the game or rather Esports Experience Center, and they are located, keep in mind now if you're coming tomorrow, at Kallang Wave Mall, not the stadium. Later you go to the stadium, you see a few kids kicking around a soccer ball, don't come blame us, okay? It is the Kallang Wave Stadium. So, that's the Kallang Wave Stadium, is the Kallang Wave Mall, my friend. Now I'm getting mixed up. Okay. Retry, okay? Retry.
Alright. Okay, so...
No. We gotta get this right. Say it with me. Kallang Wave
Mall.
Beautiful. And that's where you can find us for the finals tomorrow, where McDonald's have just defeated No Throws in quite a commanding fashion, if I must
It
say.
was pretty commanding. No Throws kept it relatively even for the first 10 minutes or so, 15 minutes.
Yeah, you're just being nice at this point. I feel like they just got crushed in the lanes. They just got completely crushed in the lanes. After
It's
watching,
more like they didn't win the lanes, right?
yeah, I think after watching the previous No Throws match where they kind of dominated the lane so hard, it's a bit jarring to see them not repeat that and on the back foot, but they couldn't really catch up from behind, and it looked like at moments they were a bit lost as well.
I
But
mean, also props to McDonald's, right? They're
Yeah,
also
for sure.
much.
Yeah,
a much
big
more
big
experienced
congrats
team.
to McDonald's. And as far as we're aware, this is quite a high-ranked stack who have been pubbing together and stacking together for these local tournaments for quite a while. So the experience and the synergy definitely shows they're all on the same page and they know their game plan and they make it happen. So once again, it's not all sad times and rain for no throws though. They still have free sessions at
New World Carnival.
Yeah, correct. New World Carnival. And that is located at, let's not mess this up this time,
Level
313 Somerset, level 3, right? So
Yeah.
all the participants of the tournament, whether you win or lose, even Hani over there who lost in the first round, very sad for him, but he's going to have a free VR session to go enjoy at New World.
No, I like it that you mentioned Honey, say that he can go. But maybe let's not remind him so much that he
No,
lost
no,
the first
no.
round.
The thing is, you must understand that this man had a mission, okay, and that mission was not to win the game. But anyways,
okay,
I
okay.
digress. We're gonna see. It's been a beautiful day of Dota. How much of it did you manage to catch? Because I know you were busy earlier on. You only managed to
Oh,
join
I actually
us.
came in during the 4th game. Just came in, watched a bit towards the end.
Did you manage to
Again, the
get a
Medusa
glimpse of
is-
the earlier games?
Not really, unfortunately.
Okay, so it's been 2 days so far, and we are going to go to the semi-finals and the finals tomorrow. We've seen a lot of similar hero picks. Obviously, we have our very own meta developing over here. A lot of emphasis on some of the very strong offlaners as well. If you had to guess the top 5 most picked heroes for tomorrow, what would it be? What are the heroes you know for sure gonna come out in the hero picking phase?
Picks or
Picks.
and
Picks.
bans?
Picks and bans. Whatever you think is gonna be most contested.
Okay, so Bane. Gonna throw out maybe a Weaver.
Weaver, yeah.
Okay, Tide Hunter.
Yep.
Probably I think a lot of the teams play Mars as well.
Yes. Last one.
Okay, what do I pick for the last one? You know what, I'm just gonna go Queen of Pain.
You did
Just
not even say your favorite Spirit Breaker, which
I
is
don't-
wild to me.
I
Why, have
love
you lost
Spirit
faith
Breaker.
in
No,
the Spirit
I
Breaker?
love Spirit Breaker.
Okay.
I just don't think he's that strong in more higher tiers.
Okay, well, the thing is, these teams obviously disagree with you because they've been first picking
they've
and
been
first banning it.
first banning.
Yeah, so my guess would have been Spirit Breaker, but more or less those are the heroes that I'll be looking out for as well. We've seen a lot of Snapfires as well.
Mhm.
Yeah, we've seen some of the spirits come out, but just in lesser amounts. And ultimately, no matter what heroes are picked tomorrow, you can bet it's gonna be a beautiful day of Dota.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the matches because we had so many teams kind of put on such a showing, right? And I think
Yeah, and tomorrow, everyone who's the best of the tournament so far, they're gonna be matching up against each other.
yeah.
So it's definitely gonna be an amazing.
So once
time
again,
tomorrow.
the grand prizes, they're fighting for a total prize pool of 5,000 Singapore dollars.
That's a lot.
Yeah. So if you split
But,
that, the
okay,
first prize is 2,750, right? So if you split that among five players, it's like what? Quick math, around 500 each. 550.
Just to confirm, it's not cash.
Yeah,
We're giving
no,
out vouchers.
yeah, it is like vouchers, but you can get just an upgrade to your peripherals,
Yeah,
which is
actually
like
someone
what
was
else could you
asking-
want as a Dota player,
Yeah, someone
right?
was asking just now, can you buy a new computer? I don't think you
I
can buy a
mean, I don't
computer
know
for
what
500,
computers- yeah,
but
you
you
top
can
up, you
definitely
top
buy
up.
an upgrade. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the only thing that I would want more than a new upgrade is probably a free VR session at New World Carnival. But then I have to play in the next tournament if I want that lah. So unfortunately, I don't think casters get, unfortunately. But yeah, so
I mean, you can always go down and just buy your session, right?
yeah, but actually one thing we wanted to point out, I think earlier on in the game, I think Ganbu, one of their players, whole house short circuit because of iron, right?
That was Kali, if I'm not wrong.
No, as in that was Ganbu who their team just had to DC for them. No, you were literally casting that
DC.
game.
I thought I heard.
You were,
something else.
you were casting
Never
that game, bro. What? Okay, yeah, but then maybe he can get a new iron with that 550, right? Unfortunately, I don't know whether there's irons at the game Esports Experience Center, but you'll have to find out yourself. You can come down live. Crowds are allowed, but you obviously have to be vaccinated and not COVID close contact, all that typical stuff. You know, stay healthy, stay safe. But if you are healthy and safe, you can definitely join us down at the Esports Experience Center tomorrow for the grand finals. I'll be there, Masaki will be there, Hades will be there, and so will Hani, and we'll all be casting for you. And it's going to be a hype day of Dota, so I'm excited to see you guys there. And even if you're not, be sure you can check it out on the same live streams you have been on YouTube, on Twitch, on Facebook. Anywhere you want to catch us, we'll be right there with you.
Yep.
So any closing words or shout-outs for you, my friend? Before we see them
tomorrow? I don't
tomorrow?
really have any shout-outs, but closing words, definitely good luck to all the teams tomorrow. Well played to all the teams who played today and yesterday. Just, have fun. It's a community tournament.
Did you have fun casting, Masaki?
Absolutely.
You sure or not?
I mean, I know I sound like I'm a bit tired. I know my eyes are always closed, but I still have fun.
Okay,
Right,
I believe you. I'll take
definitely-
your word for it. I definitely had fun, and I think we're gonna have a lot more fun tomorrow.
Also, my eyes are not actually closed. It's just
Yeah. Yes, I understand. Yeah, but for me, I want to thank you everybody in chat who was being very supportive, and especially shout out to my friends who are watching and supporting. So thank you guys, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for the last day, semi-finals and finals of the Asia Esports Festival online, Singapore Comic Con Dota 2 Community Tournament. Until then, signing off.